The Tag on the Key, Book 2, A New Life. Chapter 1, First Year. A new life. Everything was new. A new place, New Haven, Connecticut. A new community, a new home, and a new job. We were a newly married couple, expecting our first child. We were newly Torah observant and followers of the Chabad movement, and I was a recent convert to Judaism. It was a new year. Chapter 2, New Haven. We moved to New Haven, Connecticut, shortly before the Jewish New Year of 5739. That translates to the fall of 1978. We steadily became more involved in the Chabad movement. New Haven was not far from Brooklyn, where the Rebbe lived. The Rebbe was truly an outstanding personality, and it was a great honor to be able to go and hear him speak. Even though I could not understand much, it was clear that these were words spoken by a great man. After the talks of the Rebbe, it was possible to listen to a translation of his discourse. Again, I did not understand everything, but what I did understand was full of substance and meaning. My wife and I would write to the Rebbe from time to time, seeking his advice and blessings. We would receive replies, which was surprising for me, because it was known that the Rebbe was a very busy man whose time was precious. In fact, we received a blessing in writing from the Rebbe for our marriage, which we treasure. We moved to New Haven because that is where I found a job. I had previously applied for a job in upstate New York, which did not materialize. There was a connection that got me an interview. After scheduling the interview, I received some friendly advice. I was advised not to wear my kippah, the traditional Jewish head covering for men. I arrived at the interview wearing the kippah as usual. After a cordial interview, I was told that I would receive a letter from them in the mail within a few days. I did receive a letter from them a few days later, as they said I would. It stated that a physical examination was required. I went for the physical, which included an eye test. I did not pass the eye test. That was that. I was notified that I would not be accepted to work there. In hindsight, that turned out to be a great blessing. A job in the boondocks was something I needed like a hole in the head. There was a very kind and generous man in New Haven who was a Lubavitcher Chassid. He had a factory next to New Haven. He hired me on the spot. I was to work as a quality control inspector. With my eyes, the 12-hour shifts were difficult, and after a while, I quit. Our first child was born in New Haven and was named Yitzchak, after my father's brother, who passed away exactly a year earlier. Chapter 3, Yitzchak. We became parents. Yitzchak was born with a clubfoot deformity and was placed in a leg cast shortly after birth. We took him to the local orthopedic specialist who advised surgery. We sought a second opinion in the matter. The second doctor recommended surgery for yesterday. We wrote to the Rebbe. We sent the Rebbe x-rays of the foot, and I also mentioned that a special study of Mishnayos was commenced in the merit of Yitzchak. There was no reply from the Rebbe. The doctor scheduled a date for the surgery, but we requested that he hold off until after the Jewish holidays, and he agreed. We returned to the doctor, and after the examination, he informed us that he was not sure about whether to do the surgery or not. He wanted to see Yitzchak after some more time had elapsed before making a final decision. We continued to follow the doctor's instructions for our son, and I continued to learn Mishnayos with my good friend Label Harris. The next time that the doctor saw us, he announced that he was now completely sure. He was certain that no surgery was required, and instead, he recommended orthopedic shoes and a brace. Although we were thrilled that he did not require surgery, Yitzchak was of a different opinion. He was an active boy and didn't care much for the brace. It slowed him down greatly, and there was so much that he had to do. The doctor said that he might have trouble walking, but we saw that he began to not only walk, but to run and fly. I told my friends happily, that's what happens when the Rebbe doesn't send a written blessing. I took another job driving a delivery van for a printing supplier, another great job for a fellow with a visual impairment. I used to ride my 10-speed racing bike to work and could get there in a breeze, zooming through downtown New Haven traffic, past the Yale Green. One day, as I was on my way home, I took a fall. Over an hour later, I found myself lying in a bed in Yale New Haven Hospital. I suffered a blow to the head and lost consciousness for an hour. I was totally clueless then, but at the time I regained consciousness, a most wonderful event was taking place, far away in Russia, in the city of Moscow. It was a great blessing to our family. I will elaborate later on. When I returned to work, I was given a pink slip, enabling me to collect unemployment. Chapter 4, The House. At that time, we managed to purchase a 3-family house. My financial situation was precarious at best, and I wrote to the Rebbe for a blessing for finding and purchasing a suitable house for my family to live in. We did find one, which was located close to the yeshiva. We did write to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe gave us his blessing, and the loan was approved. We managed to live off of the income that the house generated for many years. Chapter 5, Bagels. I looked for another job and wound up working in a bagel bakery. It was one of the biggest in the world, and I was the afternoon retail bakery manager. Sounds important, but it wasn't, and I left that job too. However, that was not until my daughter Esther was born. The day she was born was a big day for me. My mother was in the house taking care of Yitzchak when I walked in, glowing with the news of our second bundle of joy. My mother told me that I was walking on a cloud. Needless to say, Gila was thrilled to have Esther. However, this was the second time that she'd given birth in less than 16 months. It was joyful, but it was not easy. Out of work, I applied for unemployment comp. The counselor at the unemployment office scrutinized me and advised me to take a test. He wanted to see if I could qualify to get into the CETA program set up by the then President Jimmy Carter. Chapter 6, CETA. Over 100 people tested for 3 spots. These 3 spots were awarded to the applicants with the highest scores. One was an out-of-work college grad who worked part-time as a clown delivering balloon baskets. The second was a young Jewish man who had recently emigrated with his family from the Soviet Union to the States and was a mathematical genius. I was the third. There were only 3 Jews that took the test. It was kind of bizarre, but the fact was that the 3 Jews got the 3 top scores. The 3 of us reflected on this phenomenon and thought aloud to ourselves, it's no wonder they hate us. That test led to a training course in computer programming. Eventually, that led to a job in the city of New Haven. Chapter 7, The City. The first job that I had in the city of New Haven was as a process control monitor. The place of employment was a water pollution abatement facility, otherwise described as a sewage treatment plant. Despite all the obvious jokes, it was a high-tech industrialized processing plant. From the point of view of someone with a background in engineering and interested in industrial processing, that was a really interesting job. Part of my work at the treatment plant was to compile technical data for use by the on-site laboratory. One day a coworker filled in the process sheets with swastikas. He did this again 2 days later. He knew what these markings symbolized, and he also knew what they meant to me, as we had previously discussed the Holocaust. He had no remorse about this whatever. In fact, he thought it was funny. I will relate that story more fully later on. While I worked there, my second daughter was born. Her name is Yael. She was beautiful then and still is. We were and are truly blessed. I am reminded of something that my father said often, which is, every child brings his own mazal, good fortune, to the world. That job ended after a couple of years, and I was reassigned to work in City Hall. There, I worked as a programmer, and the work I did there dealt mainly with account processing and billing. That was one of the most boring jobs I ever had. Chapter 8, Friendship. As mentioned, my religious development was greatly encouraged by followers of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. During the time that we lived in New Haven, there was a man who became our friend. His name was Dr. Label Harris, of blessed memory. Label was a good friend and a genuinely good man, always giving lots of encouragement and support to the both of us. He would learn Torah on a regular basis with Gila and me. He had a grown son who was in yeshiva in New York most of the time. Label was a college professor and a very serious Hasid of the Rebbe. Along came my son, Yitzchak, and there was concern regarding his clubfoot. Label was always there for us. we managed to purchase a 3-family house right near the synagogue. That made life easier, even though it came with its obligations. It was our house. We had tenants, and the rental income helped us to pay the mortgage. As it came to pass, we lived in that house for only 5 years, but lived off of its rental income for another 25 years while we were living in Israel. Throughout this period, the process of buying a house, Label continued to be a big source of encouragement. My daughter Esther came along. Esther's birth was less difficult than the first in terms of labor and delivery. Still, it was pretty hard for Gila, as they were both very close together, and we were both very young and very inexperienced. Label was there, comforting, counseling, and cheerleading. Then the time passed quickly, and eventually it was less difficult for us financially. A second daughter, Yael, was born. I started thinking about when I was going to make good on my promise to move to Israel. One day something happened at work, and it was a source of major upheaval in my life. Just as things were starting to go smoothly, I received a most rude kick in the teeth that caused me to seriously reflect on my life and what I was doing. It was the impetus for moving back home to Israel. At this point, I would like to share a story about my good friend, Dr. Label Harris. There are many more stories to tell in which Label plays a major role, but I feel compelled to relate this one out of a sense of deep love and friendship. Chapter 9, Label Harris. Everyone called him Dr. Harris, for he had a doctorate degree and was a professor of economics at a local college. He became friendly with Gila and I from the first moment that we moved to New Haven. We set up study sessions, and he would often come over to our house on Shabbos. We sat next to each other in synagogue, and we were the best of friends. In many ways, he had a difficult life. He had a certain infirmity which was possibly never diagnosed properly. He would have problems with balance and severe headaches. He was married, but his wife was not always home, and when she was, she never went out to meet the people of the community. His son, whom he was very proud of, was a brilliant student in a top yeshiva in New York. Since his son was away most of the year, Label had a kind of lonely existence. Our door was always open to him, and I really think that he appreciated that. He was aware of the challenges of a newly married and newly religious couple, and was always the epitome of optimism, encouragement, and assistance. I was never big on intellectuals and professors, but Label was different. He was true, through and through. To sum it up, Label was another really good man that we had the privilege to meet. I will share just one story. There are others, but this story shows something about Label and us. It took place one year on the Jewish holiday of Simchas Torah. In those days, I was in my early 20s, newly married, newly religious, newly Hasidic, and newly Chabad. On Simchas Torah, what that meant was either drinking a lot of vodka or a lot of whiskey. I got to the synagogue on the holiday to find that Label was not there after all. He had called me earlier to let me know that he was possibly not going to show, as he had the terrible headaches again. When I arrived in shul, I was dismayed, to say the least, but I strained my brain to think about what the true Hasidic response to this predicament would be. Alcohol can be interesting. On the one hand, it can dull the mind, and on the other hand, it can dissipate inhibitions. The trick is to make best use of both effects and thereby achieve the desired result. The synagogue was packed that night. The regular members were there. They came with their entire families. There were plenty of guests too. They came from all over, literally. We had people from Israel, from Russia, from various European countries, and South America. They all came on this night of joy when the Jewish people dance with the Torah. Not least of all were the numerous college students from the local colleges and universities, who often were deeply inspired by the festivities. For some, the trajectories of their lives were changed forever. One time, we even had this guy come to our shul for Simchas Torah. Not a very typical Jewish guy at all, as you will soon discover. The local yeshiva students saw him walking in the street in downtown New Haven and casually asked him if he was Jewish. To this he responded, "I sure am. What's it to you?" He was immediately invited to the Simchas Torah festivities. He confessed to us in the middle of the dancing, and after quite a lot of whiskey, that he made his living by running drugs between the Caribbean islands. He was divorced from his wife, and he had a son. He also had a strong desire that his son should know what it means to be Jewish. We made arrangements for someone to learn with his son and prepare him for his bar mitzvah. Through tears, he told us that he never would have believed that Hasidic guys like us could know how to have a really great time, and complimented us by saying that we were like boat people. His ship was in dry dock in Providence, Rhode Island. His plans were to go right back to his illegal business, but he would never forget us. He said he valued us for the good time we had showed him, as well as appreciating our concern for his son. That was just one episode of many. Label was there for mostly all of them. This particular Simchas Torah, he was not with us in shul, but I had a plan. When the Torah processions, or hakafos, had stopped, and the people went home to eat their holiday meals, I gathered a bunch of young men around me and directed them onto the porch of the yeshiva. I told one of the men, in confidence, of my plan. He agreed to help. As the last of the people left the synagogue, I approached the Aron Kodesh, the Holy Ark, and with a single word, "Now," set the plan into motion. I quickly snatched the first Torah scroll that I could lay my hands on. I headed out the back door of the yeshiva and through the next backyard, which was mine. Meanwhile, the guys on the porch were directed to follow me. We made our way with the stolen Torah scroll to the next street and down a hidden access road running between various properties until we got to the building in which Label lived. We called out, "Label, Label!" Suddenly, he peered out of his window to see 10 Jewish men with a Sefer Torah. His amazement and gratitude knew no bounds, and he directed us to his sukkah. the small temporary dwelling that was still standing outside of his apartment building. He came downstairs, and he was all smiles, and we danced all of the hakafas in his sukkah. After that, I invited everyone to my house for the holiday meal, and Label himself came. The whole affair had simply given him new life. We returned the Torah scroll to its rightful place in the Holy Ark, and none of the responsible parties in the synagogue were any the wiser. As for inviting these guys to my house for the meal, well, I told the guys to wait just a minute outside while I talked to my wife. When I came into the house, I told her that I had invited some fellows for the meal at the last moment, and, well, it looks like they are hungry. She asked, "How many?" I replied, 10, maybe 12. "Okay," was her reply, and everybody crammed into our small apartment, sitting on whatever was available, and eating off of paper plates, and we used plastic silverware, but everyone was totally satisfied. I was thankful to God that everything worked out well with the Torah and that Label was doing much better. Most of all, I was thankful to God, for he had given me a truly righteous and resourceful wife who had not flinched as I dropped this bomb on her out of nowhere. She had topped off the evening in gracious style and in the grandest fashion. It is times like this that you never forget. It would be highly remiss of me if I did not mention the following short discussion that we had with him. It took place one night during one of our many study sessions. I complained to Label that because my wife and I were newly religious, and also because I was a convert, when the time came for us to look for suitable marriage partners for our children within the community, people might think that our family was somehow less desirable. Label looked me square in the face and without so much as the blink of an eye said to me, "Well, if they wouldn't want you, then why on earth would you want them?" That statement, so spontaneous, strong, and true, coming from him so directly and unapologetically, gave us the proper perspective and strength to pull through the whole process of matchmaking for children. By the way, it really wasn't as bad as you might think. Some of my children have married into prestigious, if not famous, families in Chabad, and we haven't had any problems finding suitable mates for any of them among the population. I suppose that a few smartly placed words of encouragement at just the right time can carry one through the obstacle course of life and give one enough strength to last an entire lifetime. Chapter 10. Jew Hatred. This is very important. It is not pleasant, and is not meant to be. What follows is a discussion of Jew hatred. Two types of Jew hatred exist. One is from the outside, and one is from the inside. Unfortunately, both do exist. The external Jew hatred is not a relic of history. I wish that it was. I will not dwell on it much here, because the second type of Jew hatred is of much more concern to me. In an effort to eradicate the hatred that non-Jews have for Jews, many methods have been tried, including dialogue, education, and assimilation. They have failed miserably. To me, it is clear that unless one concerns himself with putting an end to the hatred that Jews harbor for each other. Non-Jews' hatred of Jews will not go away. It is more concerning and painful for me personally because I have been guilty of Jew hatred myself. The pain that I have caused others by my stupidity and lack of consideration is a shame that I bear daily. That being said, there was and is baseless hatred between Jews for all sorts of reasons, which generally fade into nothing. Hatred between brothers still remains. Fortunately, there is a solution. The Torah commands us to love your fellow as you love yourself. The Torah cries out to us, do not hate your brother in your heart. If Jews loved each other as the Torah requires, we would never have seen the levels of Jew hatred from the nations of the world that we have seen throughout our history. The very best defense system that the Jewish people have is the practice of the mitzvah of Ahavas Yisrael, the love of a fellow Jew. Decreasing the internal Jew hatred results in an automatic decrease in the external Jew hatred. Check it out. You will see that it is true. This should concern all Jews in our time. It was emphasized time and again by the Lubavitcher Rebbe on countless occasions. I have seen lots of fights, disputes, conflicts, and campaigns of slander perpetrated by Jews against other Jews. I confess that I have been ensnared in those meaningless skirmishes from time to time, and I deeply regret it. Is it hypocritical for me to write about this, especially in light of my own admitted guilt? Think of it in this way. When one makes a mistake, it is always best to admit it. No one is perfect. To justify wrongdoing only perpetuates it. If one is sincere and truly wants to make correction for his misdeeds, then he will not only admit that what he has done is wrong, but he will go so far as to make an effort, when appropriate, to teach others the value of the Torah's precepts, in order that they may be more widely practiced. In this way, he can hopefully turn something negative into something positive. This is not hypocrisy, but rather the exact opposite. The person who has done a misdeed and admits to it has a clearer perspective on the situation. Denial inevitably results in blurred vision, whereas the admission of transgression provides a great deal of clarity. One is much more aware of the damage caused by his misdeeds, and consequently of the benefit of going in the right path. One can then be a living example to others and a catalyst for change. To love your fellow as you love yourself sounds easy, and perhaps, if one would think correctly, it would be. The truth is that it isn't always easy. If I had thought, felt, spoken, and acted wisely in my interpersonal dealings, I am sure that I would have saved myself and others lots of grief. Chapter 11, Upheaval. I mentioned earlier that my financial situation was better and things were starting to go smoothly. Then, something caused a major upheaval in my life. I will discuss that now. One day, I came to work, and my co-worker brought to my attention that another worker had filled in the blanks on my process reports with swastikas, the symbol of the Nazis. I launched a vigorous legal assault against the perpetrator. I appealed to my supervisors at work, the police, the news media, and to Jewish community leaders. It is a fact that I did receive coverage from the local radio and newspaper. I sat together with department heads and the mayor of the city of New Haven. The Jewish community leadership, however, was not only unhelpful to me, but they actually met with the perpetrator's lawyer and tried to pressure my rabbi to pressure me to drop the case. When I saw the copy of the morning edition of the local newspaper and saw that they had published, I knew that the case would eventually go to the courts. Whether it was a win or a loss, that was another thing. But it would be heard. I had done my part. It was now a public matter. At the time that I was holding on to that paper, the following thought occurred to me. Good, I thought to myself. They put it in the paper. Now, what are you going to do? The time had arrived, finally, to make my plans for living in Israel a reality. I would take my family to live with our people in the land of Israel. Before we go traveling, let me introduce you to another splendid soul that I met when I first moved to New Haven. His name? None other than Harry Epstein, of blessed memory. Chapter 12, Harry Epstein. It was a real honor for me to have known this truly good man. Harry Epstein lived on the first floor of the apartment building that we moved into on Norton Street in New Haven. Gila and I moved into the apartment on the third floor. As mentioned, we were very new. Newly married, newly religious. Gila was in her first trimester of her first pregnancy. In short, lots of new things happening to us. Harry Epstein extended his friendship to us immediately, and his smile could brighten up anyone's day. He was a regular in the Minyan at the synagogue on Orchard Street, where he had been a member for dozens of years. I once met a young man in Jerusalem, and as we talked and we asked about each other, I revealed to him that I came to Israel from New Haven. When I told him that I was from New Haven previously, he told me that his maternal grandfather was from there. His mother was an Epstein, and his grandfather was Harry Epstein. I wasted no time in asking him if he knew the story of the dog of Harry Epstein. When he shook his head, I proceeded to relate the following. Harry Epstein was a pure, honest, hardworking, sincere, and kind Jew. There really aren't sufficient words to describe his goodness. This story, however, isn't about him. It's about his dog, Trixie. On the other hand, if after hearing it you begin to think that it truly is a story about him, who am I to disagree? This story was told to me by a mutual friend, Rabbi Label Harris. He was an eyewitness to these events. Harry Epstein worked as a vendor of scrap metal and old clothes. He would walk to the synagogue on Orchard Street each morning with his dog. And then, after services, he would go off to his place of business on Legion Avenue. When they reached the synagogue, Harry Epstein would tie his dog up to the fence outside, and then he would go inside to pray. Sometimes it happened that the dog got loose, but he never ran away. The dog always waited for Harry Epstein to finish praying, and then they would continue on their way to work. It happened once that the dog got loose, and simultaneously a man ran into the courtyard. He was late for services, so he flung the door open and rushed inside. The door was equipped with an automatic door closer, which slowly closed the door in a matter of a few short seconds. That was more than enough time for Trixie to dash into the synagogue. Once inside the building, the dog entered the hallway leading to the prayer room downstairs. That was where the men would pray on weekday mornings. One of the men in the room had to leave for a moment, and on his way out, draped his tallis, or prayer shawl, over the bima, which is a type of desk or table upon which the reading of the Torah takes place. The bima was shaped like a table, that is to say, that it was completely open from underneath, and it was situated in line between the entrance to the prayer room and the Holy Ark. The dog burst into the room running, and while still under the bima, snagged the tallis, which was hanging over the edge of the table. As the dog emerged from under the table, the tallis wrapped itself around the dog in a fashion similar to that of a Jewish man in prayer. The dog stopped before the Holy Ark, standing erect on hind legs, and still completely wrapped in the tallis. Then commenced what sounded to those present as a soulful barking and howling. This was observed by no less than 10 Jewish men in the synagogue. 10 astonished men, 10 totally confounded men who had never seen or heard of anything like this. The popular consensus at the time, and among those that hear the story today, is that this dog was undoubtedly a transmigrated soul that somehow came to live with Harry Epstein. Try to imagine, if you can, what kind of a soul Harry Epstein had. Chapter 13, Return to Israel. My wife and I requested to be accepted as new immigrants to Israel under the law of return. It is the purpose of this law to guarantee a place in the state of Israel for every Jewish person in the world. The representative of the Israeli government in our area, known as the Shaliach, was actually very helpful to us. He was very pleasant, and he was also not misleading at all. He explained to us that Israel is not America. There is a difference in the standard of living, a difference in language and culture, etc. There will be lots of adjustments to be made. Gila said that she was ready to give it a try for a couple of weeks. We made a tag sale and sold lots of furniture from our house in New Haven. I remember talking with my father and telling him that maybe we should hold on to some furniture in case it didn't work out and we needed to come back to America. He gave me one of his looks and said that this is not the way to embark on something as important as what we were doing. So I said, look, Dad, people are people. We are only human. We'll give it a try for, say, like 50 years or so. And if it doesn't work out by then, maybe we'll have to reconsider. He smiled and gave me a pat on the back. When we arrived at the airport in Tel Aviv, I must say that nobody was happy to see us. There was a strike of government workers, and we had to wait hours until we could be processed by a very disgruntled man. The place that we were assigned to was Kfar Chabad, which is quite close to the airport, so that was a plus. We were headed to a special place where immigrants could be absorbed into Israeli society. Everything was different once we arrived in Kfar Chabad. People greeted us warmly and were interested in helping us with whatever we needed. We were assigned an apartment on the ground floor. It was quite small, but rent was free, I believe, for the first year or so, and after that at a very low rate. As I said, the people were very kind, and they were very helpful, but I had always had a dream to live in Jerusalem. I figured on about half a year in the absorption center, and then off to Jerusalem. Chapter 14, Jerusalem. When we were in Israel for about 2 weeks, Gila said that she had given Israel a try. Now she had made up her mind. She no longer had any doubts whatsoever. She would go to America to visit, perhaps, as she still had family there. However, Israel was her home, and that is where she wanted to live. I wholeheartedly concurred. It was not so easy moving up to Jerusalem, but we did it. The bureaucracy in those days was just impossible. The economic situation was crazy. Inflation was at 900%. I have no idea how businessmen were able to stay afloat. There was a joke about 2 businessmen who met on the street during the midday heat and inquire as to each other's welfare. Each one discussed the disappointments of the day. Finally, one admits to the other, "You see, my friend, despite all the catastrophes we experience daily, this is a land of miracles. Where else could you have 3 heart attacks a day and still be alive?" We settled into a brand new community just being built on what was then the outskirts of Jerusalem. It was named Har Nof, which translates to Panorama Mountain, and I must say that the name fit, for one could see a long distance from its high elevation. It had, in addition to the lovely view, the fact that it was surrounded by the Jerusalem forest. That resulted in a certain amount of good air, which was sorely lacking in the city center. Construction was booming, although services were lacking at first. Eventually, the street was paved and buses were running. People had telephones after about 6 months, and more people started moving in. It was an adventure. We were pioneers, building a new settlement at the edge of the city. Not for long, though, for Har Nof began to develop at a fast pace. Chapter 15, Shloma and Tova. Jews from all over the world have come to live in Israel. They came from all over and came often with very little material sustenance. However, somehow, the Jews managed to make this land productive and livable through determination, ingenuity, and hard work. My uncle Shlomo came here with his family in the 30s and went to agriculture school. I visited him once at his farmhouse in Karkur, well after he was retired. He told me that he and his good wife Tova married and built the house and surrounding farm at great expense and great effort. When the War for Independence broke out, he told me he was called up to fight in the war, which of course he did. Before he left for battle, he told Tova, "I do not want the Arabs to take our house. If you will need to evacuate, go to the tank of neft, kerosene, and spread it around all over the house and light it up. I don't want our enemies to benefit from our toil." Fortunately, the advancing Arab armies were not successful and the house remained in its place. He developed the surrounding land, planting trees on it. He tried to choose the most profitable trees to plant. Sometimes his calculations worked out profitably, and sometimes not. Water was and is a precious commodity here, although the younger generation does not seem to appreciate it in the same way that the old folks do. The first time that I was in Israel, Shlomo came to pick me up in Tel Aviv. On the ride to Hadera on the bus, he pointed out to me the many trees that were growing in the city. He told me simply, anything that you see here that is green had to be planted and watered. It was impressive to me to think that this once barren land was blooming under the green thumbs of the Jewish farmers. I remember that it rained pretty heavily and steadily for a few days while I was there in the winter of '74, just after the war. He pulled out a bottle of arak, a sweet and highly alcoholic liquor, and filled a couple of small cups for us. He informed me that when it rains, the farmers make l'chaims. They celebrate. When it rains, the pumps are shut off. No need to pump costly water from the depths of the earth. The trees are getting their water for free. This appreciation for the simple things and the ability to clearly prioritize was something that I came to respect very much. Incidentally, Shlomo Friedman, of whom we are now speaking, was the brother of Henrik Friedman, whose story I will relate to you in its proper place. Chapter 16, Neighbors. We had neighbors in Kfar Chabad who came from Aleppo, Syria. As a result of the Syrian civil war, not much is left of the city these days. These were religious Jews who practiced according to the Sephardic custom. They hailed from an Arab-speaking environment and spoke fluent Syrian Arabic. But it seemed to me that their Hebrew was quite impeccable as well. The family had been in Syria for many centuries, if not millennia. They claimed descent from Ezra the scribe, and they were Kohanim, or members of the priestly tribe. The patriarch of the family was an elderly man in his mid-70s. Consequently, the Syrians allowed him to travel outside the country. This was on the condition that he left Syria with nothing. He was not allowed to have money, jewelry, or anything of value that could be sold abroad. His wife, who was around 20 years younger than him, along with 8 sons, ranging in age from approximately 12 years to the mid-20s, walked out of Syria through the mountains at night into Turkey with the help of a guide. From Turkey, they flew to Israel. As I remember, they had a brother and a sister who had walked over the mountains on their own several years before that. They helped to resettle their family in Israel more quickly, without a doubt. I think that the sister was already married and the son was in the Israeli Air Force. A few apartments were found for the family at the absorption center. They lived right across the sidewalk from where we lived. I am not sure that I ever saw anyone honor their parents the way that those children gave honor to theirs. They did not greet or take leave of their parents without a loving kiss on the hand. It was simply beautiful and touching to see that. They do that with their rabbis as well. I was invited as a neighbor into their sukkah on the holiday of Sukkot, and they made a temporary dwelling which was simply breathtaking. One of the sons took me into the sukkah, and there it was full of light, sparkling, clean, and fragrant with herbs and incense. At the end of the long table, the father sat in a place of honor where no one is allowed to sit, as befits a king. Their parents were not bossy or presumptuous in any way. They did not need to be. They never demanded any respect or honor for themselves. They always comported themselves as regular people would behave. It could be said that they were a very modest couple. So you may ask, why the parents didn't just tell the children to knock it off? The answer is a simple one. This is what the Torah commands us with regard to honoring parents. Apparently, that was the way that the old parents honored their parents before them. It was the children who honored them so perfectly, with grace and dignity, and above all, joy. For those boys, it was not merely an obligation to serve their mother and father, but a privilege to be treasured. I really wish that more people could have the opportunity to see such a beautiful thing being practiced. I was very fortunate to have seen this. Chapter 17, Russischer. I met a man named Nachman Russischer. That means Nachman the Russian. He walked to Israel from Russia. It took him 9 years. The story goes that he set out for Israel after the holidays one year and continued walking and working his way down south towards Israel. However, each year he would be faced with a dilemma. He had not traveled far enough to be able to make it to Jerusalem by the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, but he was close enough to the village of Uman in the Ukraine to make it there for the holiday. Uman is where Rebbe Nachman of Breslov is interred. It is considered to be a very holy place, and it is greatly auspicious to pray there, especially on Rosh Hashanah. So he went back to the Ukraine and set out again after the holidays. This he did each year for 8 years, until in the 9th year he was able to make it to the Holy Land and spend Rosh Hashanah in Jerusalem. To think how dear the grave of his Rebbe was to him, and how dear the city of Jerusalem was to him. To think what importance it had for him, that he had to be in one place or the other for Rosh Hashanah. What determination and dedication. Chapter 18, Nachman Farkash. Once, in the old city of Jerusalem on a Shabbos during the winter, I met a man famed far and wide in Israel. His name was Nachman Farkash. He was given a title by the newspapers here. They crowned him the champion jailbreaker. You see, Nachman was of strong and singular opinions, In short, no one could tell him what to do. He just could not be tamed. He would go from place to place, making public disturbances, and would get himself arrested often. He would frequently manage to break out of the jail that he was placed in. Other times, they would just run him out of town. For him, jail was another place to rest his head, a hotel, where he would go when he didn't feel like sleeping in the streets. He rarely had any money, but he always managed somehow. People would help him. He was not, God forbid, a thief. He was poor, hyperactive, and opinionated. Many times, it happened that the police were looking for him, and he needed to go into hiding. He told me that his favorite hideout was in the caves on Mount Tabor in the Galilee. He said that he didn't mind living with snakes and jackals. The wilderness noises were like music to him. He confided in me that he felt sorry for the wild animals because he thought that they were afraid of him. He didn't care much for what he termed the two-legged snakes and jackals that lived in the cities and towns, though. We struck up a friendship that afternoon. At that time, I was donating chalot for Shabbos to a house that fed poor people. I happened to be there, and he just walked in. He loved my chalot, and he loved my sense of humor. We sang the special songs together at the Shabbos meal, and in the middle, we would shout out loud, Leharim, which means to the mountains. I never saw him again after that, but a couple of weeks later, somebody showed me an article in a local paper about how Nachman was arrested in Eilat for some kind of altercation. Ma rabu ma'asecha Hashem. How wondrous are your works, O God. Chapter 19, Har Nof. We moved into Har Nof, and it was the year 5745, or 1985 in the common counting. As usual, there were many new things going on in this new neighborhood, with its newly emigrated couple with 3+ kids. That's right, 3+. During the summer of that year, our fourth child, Mordechai, was born. He received the name Mordechai Shlomo Pinchas Tuvia. This was because he was named after my grandfather Mordechai, who lived in Warsaw before the war, and he was named after Pinchas Tuvia, who was my wife's maternal grandfather. In addition to that, the day of his circumcision, which was also the day on which he was named, was the Yortzeit, the anniversary of the passing of the great scholar Rashi, whose name was Shlomo, one of my mother's brothers, who was murdered in the Holocaust, was also named Shlomo. May his blood be avenged. He was a big boy as babies go. He weighed over 4 kilos, healthy and active. His godfather, or Sandik, who was the Bostoner Rebbe, called him the Big Bacher. He was big. His greatness was not only in the physical sense, but also emotionally, in terms of his big heart, his kindness, and in his ability to draw different types of people to him to work together. In the meantime, as a baby, he was definitely very active. He learned very quickly to do everything himself. Chapter 20, Fugitive. My wife spotted a friend from New Haven one day. He was just walking down the street in Har Nof with his children. There was no mistaking them, she said. She came running home and told me excitedly, Mr. M is here. It turned out that Mr. M was fleeing a custody battle for his young boys and brought them to Israel before his wife could wrestle custody from him. He apparently tried to work something out with his ex-wife from the Israeli end, but it was not successful. He then disappeared from Israel just as mysteriously as he had come. It was rumored that he was moving between numerous countries on various continents and was hiding out. Later, as his kidnapped children grew to majority age, they married, and some of them moved back to Israel. At a certain point, the matter of custody was clearly irrelevant, and he had an agreement with the local authorities. He was granted permission to enter the country legally and would visit Israel from time to time in recent years. In the end, he was living in the United Kingdom, where he passed away not long ago. We pray that his memory be for a blessing. One may or may not approve of his methods, but one thing is sure: Mr. M was ready to sacrifice everything for his children, and that is exactly what he did. There are those who wish to say that the end does not justify the means. There are those who would like to say that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Before rushing to judge the case, it is advised to ask his children what they think about it. Chapter 21, Sam. I had a friend, Sam, who was a veteran of the Vietnam War. He was originally from the state of Michigan, and we used to joke about it, saying that he was a real Michiganer, which is a word in the Yiddish language that means crazy. We started off our friendship as learning partners in the old city 1 day a week. Later, as professional handymen, we would sometimes work together on jobs requiring 2 people. Sam is one of the most resourceful people that I've ever met. He's a real problem solver. 2 years after Mati was born, our son Yisrael was born. He is named after the great Rebbe Yisrael Baal Shem Tov. He was born close to the Yortzeit. His birth involved some danger. While I was waiting for the news of the birth in the hospital waiting room, the doctor asked if I was Mr. Kopman, and then told me that the situation was not a simple one. The baby was on his way out, but the umbilical cord was in the way, tangled up, and it was a danger to his life to attempt a normal birth. He told me that it was therefore necessary to perform a cesarean section, and then asked me slowly if I had any questions. I pointed to the doctor's feet and said, "Doctor, you are walking. You say this is a matter of life and death. Why are you not running?" All went smoothly. Thank God. We were now the proud parents of 5 children. I have only started to relate about my friend Sam from Michigan. I will mention him again shortly. But first, you have to meet the incredible Gutman Locks. Chapter 22, Rabbi Gutman Locks. I met Gutman in the old city of Jerusalem. Call him eccentric and unusual. No one will disagree. A regular at the Western Wall tefillin stand, it is never too hot for him, and he never gets rained out. On Israelis and tourists alike, he wraps tefillin, the black boxes with leather straps that Jewish men wear in prayer. He is known to be controversial and to hold extreme views. He is an archetypical idealist, a rebel with a cause, who is always trying to change the world. If he would not be these things, he would be someone else. However, when all is said and done, he is Gutman Locks. He also has the ability to be very annoying. but his skillfully nerve-grating personality has benefited me greatly, and personally, I owe him a debt of gratitude for it. I may never have quit smoking those lousy cigarettes if not for his incessant nagging criticism and badgering, and I'm healthier for it. Following is but a brief sketch of the life story of this remarkable man. I first met Gutman after morning prayers at the Western Wall. I was with my 8-year-old son Yitzchak. We walked to the wall in the pre-dawn hours to pray the sunrise service. After prayers, Gutman invited us for Kiddush, which is an opportunity to bless the day and have a little snack with friends. He lived in a small apartment not a few dozen steps from the shuk, the Arab marketplace. His house was the last house of the Jewish quarter. As you could imagine, relations between him and his Arab neighbors were cool. Each prayed fervently that the other would disappear. In this setting, we listen to the most amazing story of this most interesting man. He was raised in Elmira, New York, and did not have any Jewish education. Do not say that he was raised, but rather say that he was born there and lived there until he decided to leave there. There was no family hierarchy, no structure, and no rules. There was no bedtime, nor did they have set times for evening meals. At the age of 14, his parents bought him a cigarette lighter for his birthday. Does that help you to get the picture? He said that he left home at an early age. I asked him what age was that, and he replied, 15. After some time wandering, he wound up in the U.S. Army or the Marines. After the military, he was eligible to take advantage of the GI Bill. The program extended enhanced social benefits to veterans of the U.S. military. He enrolled in a university, compliments of Uncle Sam, and was awarded an MBA. He lived in Arizona and worked in a corporate environment. He pulled himself up by his bootstraps. He was a self-made man. Despite his new status in life, something just didn't feel right. It was in the 60s, and things were jumping. He sat out on the veranda after a long day at work, sipping a beer and watching the shadows grow longer and longer. A group of young people were walking by. They were dressed in a non-conventional and non-conformist fashion. They all wore faded blue jeans with holes in the knees, and they walked in sandals or barefoot. The males had hair which was as long as that of the females, and they all seemed to be of one mind, happy and carefree. He had sought a life of happiness and free of cares. He had worked hard for it. Having achieved his goal, he felt that there must be more to life than what he had achieved. Maybe these people have actually found something that is better. He approached the group and asked them simply what it was that they had that was so wonderful. The answer he got from them was to be found in a leather pouch hanging from the belt of one of the males in the group. That man tapped the pouch and said, "Here it is." Gutman asked him what the pouch was and what was inside it. He discovered that they called it a medicine bag, and it contained something they called weed. He was told that weed makes people feel good, and that after smoking it they were happy and did not care about anything. Gutman asked if he could try some, and they smoked it together. He found out that they were right, for it did make him feel good, but at the end the effect wore off, and he found himself back in the place where he had begun. He decided that they were wrong and that they were not onto something, and that even if they were, it was not something that he thought was worth pursuing. He kept searching and found out about transcendental meditation. Happiness is in the mind. One has to travel inside the mind and leave the world to find happiness. He decided to try that, and it seemed to him a proper and fitting course to follow in life. Gutman, however, always had to take it to the absolute limit, and that is just what he did. He had some money saved up from his establishment job. He quit the job and went to India, where the greatest teachers of transcendental meditation lived. He searched out the most famous of all the gurus and sought to be accepted as a student. Arriving at the guru's home, he found that there was a line. Yes, even in India you had to wait in line. There were people waiting for days to speak to the guru and get his advice. Gutman had no choice. He had to wait in that line like everybody else. While he was waiting there in the line outside the guru's house, a crazy thing happened. Gutman was standing in the street with the multitude of people, and a baby elephant went on a rampage. The tiny little giant charged at the helpless and terrified people. Many were lying on the ground for days, waiting endlessly for their audience with the guru. They were totally vulnerable and no one knew what to do. They were in a confined space and nowhere to run, and they were being charged by an elephant. Gutman suddenly stood up in front of the baby elephant, which was bigger and heavier than he was, and held up his hand in a manner befitting that of a traffic cop. He screamed at the baby elephant, "Stop!" Just then, the unthinkable happened. The elephant did stop, and Gutman calmly and assertively led it away from the flock of terrified people. The guru heard the commotion outside of his house and inquired as to what had transpired. He was duly informed by his attendant that some American man had single-handedly convinced a raging baby elephant to calm down and behave itself. The guru told his attendant that he wished to see this man immediately. The attendant begged him to come inside, and he shortly was standing before the guru. The guru was singularly impressed with Gutman and offered to teach him about meditation and all manner of spiritual things. Gutman was given a place to live in the guru's house, or better yet, on the guru's house. He was allowed to sleep on the roof. During his apprenticeship, he lived there and soaked up all there was to learn. Then, Gutman went out to practice his newfound spirituality. He found a beach on the west coast of India with beautiful white sand and a sparkling blue sea, and built himself a shack for shelter. There he would meditate continuously. Once a month he would go into town and get some rice, and that was his life. People would bring him alms, and he would meditate. He told me that his meditation was so intense at times that he could not be sure where his mind was going. He would just open up his mind and follow it wherever it led. He returned to the States wearing a tablecloth and spinning himself around in circles endlessly. He attracted followers wherever he went, but one man who was Jewish followed him continuously. They hitchhiked across the U.S. to the East Coast. In his quest to separate himself from the world, Gutman had stopped speaking altogether. He came to New York City and opened up shop in Central Park. He would meditate by day, and people would drop coins into his bowl for alms. Among the admirers were many notables of pop culture, including but not limited to Peter Max, Timothy Leary, John Lennon, and Yoko Ono. At around this time, two Hasidic girls were walking by Central Park, and they spotted Gutman with his bowl, meditating. One of them thought that he might be Jewish, and so the girls approached him. They told him that if he was Jewish, he should go to Brooklyn to see the Rebbe of Lubavitch. This was yet another spiritual challenge for him, and he set out soon thereafter for 770 Eastern Parkway, the headquarters of Lubavitch. Gutman came into the synagogue spinning and wearing a tablecloth. It is known that the Rebbe put great emphasis on the precept of Ahavas Yisrael, the love of a fellow Jew. The spinning around and the tablecloth business was too much, however, for the sensibilities of some of the Hasidim, and Gutman says he was taken to the cloakroom and given a thrashing. Rabbi Goldberg, who ran a nearby yeshiva and was as kind-hearted a man as anyone will find anywhere, took him to his yeshiva, which was located nearby. He spent a long time talking to Gutman in his office. He told Gutman that if he would get a number 3 haircut and some regular clothes, people would treat him differently, and he could then begin to embark on a true search for spirituality. Alas, the time for that particular search had not yet come. He moved to upstate New York and built an ashram, where he says he would meditate for 23 hours a day. At the end of each meditation, he would emerge from his room exhausted and heave a long sigh. Those present would let out their own sighs in turn, and soon the next 23-hour meditation would begin anew. He kept up the non-speaking for about 7 years. When Gutman started to speak again, he became a faith healer. People would come to him to be healed, and they would ask him questions. Now it became difficult for him to withhold his thoughts from people. It was hard for him to keep his mouth shut. A distraught man came to Gutman. He was seeking advice on his marriage. The man felt that his wife no longer loved him. Gutman told the unfortunate man, flat out, without a hitch, that she did not love him, and that she was cheating on him and seeing someone else. The man had a nervous breakdown. There were a number of other cases, according to Gutman, in which his newfound tongue ruined the lives of other people and got him into trouble. He had moved to the island of Hawaii by this time. Gutman finally decided to look for the meaning of life in Judaism. He had an English translation of the Bible, and he read from it constantly to get a better understanding of Jewish spirituality. He had no teacher. He simply interpreted the text on his own and adopted practices which he interpreted from the text without traditional explanation or guidance. He began to practice more and more of the commandments of Judaism. And the next thing you know, he was off to Israel. In Israel, the first thing that he did was to go to Jerusalem. Once there, he gave his tithe money to the poor. That was not so difficult to accomplish, especially since he was giving away US dollars. For such a mitzvah, the people were happy to oblige him. People did notice his weird practices too, and figured him to be another crazy man. One man did take an interest in him and volunteered to show Gutman how the Jewish people really practiced and why they did what they did. The kind man hired a taxi and took Gutman to all the places where people were practicing the Torah life and showed Gutman the way things are really done by Jewish people. It was an eye-opener for Gutman, who returned to the States, took up residence in an old VW van in LA, and began to write his first book. It was a book on the gematria of the Torah. Gematria is a system in which every letter in the Hebrew alphabet has a numerical value. He sat down in his van and methodically added up the values of every single word in the Torah, the 5 books of Moses. By this time, he had gotten a haircut and dressed in clothes more suitable for the mainstream. He moved to Jerusalem and got an apartment in the Old City, where he prays every day at the sunrise service at the Western Wall. He helps people to put on tefillin and encourages them to go in the correct path. He writes his books, of which I have purchased several. I was sitting with him one day at the Western Wall, and a man came up to him out of the blue and asked if he was indeed Gutman Locks. Gutman nodded, and the man began to cry copious tears and thanked him with a true heartfelt gratitude. I had no idea what was going on, and neither did Gutman. The man explained to Gutman in private that he had seriously contemplated taking his own life, and someone gave him a copy of Gutman's book, There Is One. He read a short passage in the book, and it affected him so deeply that he canceled his self-destructive plans and made new positive plans for himself. He told Gutman that he could tell this to others and hoped that he would. Perhaps others could be helped by his book too. There is much to learn from this man. Do not be tricked by the unusual nature of his background and his story, for this man has taken the risks, literally beaten his head against the sky, in a never-ending search for the truth. He is truly a remarkable creature of God. The message is, don't ever give up. Keep on searching. Chapter 23, Father Sick. My father's health was deteriorating. He suffered from Parkinson's, and it was not easy for my mother. I prayed for him a lot, but he kept on deteriorating slowly with each passing week. I called up the house in Connecticut, and I was connected with my father. He told me briefly and clearly that he was proud of me, and that I should keep up the great work I was doing, the work of learning Torah and raising a Jewish family. The phone was snatched out of his hand. That was the last time that I heard his voice. It was at around this time that my friend Mr. M was preparing to flee from Israel, and my father's health took a decisive turn for the worst. I needed to get on a plane fast, but first of all, I needed to get to the airport. Mr. M would normally have taken me as he was operating an airport taxi service. Due to his impending disappearance, he was not able to be of assistance. I called my friend Sam. Calling Sam was truly an example of divine providence. He came to my house at once from the other side of town and took me to the airport. Sam did not merely take me to the airport and drop me off there. He insisted on taking me to the boarding lounge, after which he would go home. There were no seats available on the only flight from Tel Aviv to New York. I really wanted to get to the hospital to see my father before it was too late. At the ticket counter, I received a lot of resistance. They kept on telling me, no seat, over and over again. Neither Sam nor I had any idea of what to do. Sam went over to a clerk working the night shift in the airport post office, which was open continuously. He just picked the guy's brain, and this is what he found out. The postal clerk informed us that there is a door, which is to the far left of the ticket counter. A guard is always standing in front of that door. His instructions are not to let anyone pass. The postal clerk continued to fill us in. He further informed that the guard takes a walk for 1 minute, and this walk that he takes occurs once every 15 minutes. He advised, watch him, and when he walks away from the door, go in. There will be 3 small steps inside. Take them and walk down the hall. You will see that there is a glass room surrounded completely with windows. Find the door and go inside. You will see one man sitting there. He is wearing the uniform of a pilot. He is the pilot of the flight that you want to get on. He is the only one with authority to let you board the plane. Tell him your situation, and maybe you'll be lucky and get on. The guard did actually go for his walk, and I snuck in, went up the stairs, found the glass room, went in, and approached the pilot directly. I got to the point right away. Look, I wouldn't bother you for nothing. My father is very sick, and it is a matter of hours. I would like to see him before the time is up. To my surprise, the pilot was an understanding man, and he got right to the point as well. I cannot guarantee you that you will be on this flight. However, this is what you must do. When your name is called, you will be directed to sit in the standby lounge. If someone comes late for the flight, you will be allowed to board. You will not be able to pick your seat. You will take what you get, if you get. Good luck. My name was called once, and Sam accompanied me to the escalator, and we said goodbye, and I thanked him. Sat down in standby. After some time, I was called again. Then I was being escorted by airline personnel to the airliner. I was alone. I was the last passenger on a packed flight. As I entered the cabin, the door was shut quickly behind me, and I was taken to my seat and told to buckle up. The pilot made his pre-flight announcement, which was absolutely non-standard. He announced to all aboard, "Good evening, Mr. Prime Minister, and ladies and gentlemen, to El Al Flight 001 to JFK, New York." I was now on the Israeli equivalent of Air Force One. When I arrived in New York, I phoned my mother, but my sister answered. I asked, "Where is Dad? How is he?" "Dad died," was all she said. Chapter 24, Father Dies. I was really crushed, although I had suspected that the end was not far away. My father was a larger-than-life figure for me, and for many reasons. He was a good guy and a tough guy. He loved music, and he was a hard worker. He had been through hell and didn't complain about it, as you might expect. He had an active sense of humor. He really could laugh. Yes, he really could. After the Holocaust, he still held on to his ability to laugh. He certainly did have deeply buried feelings, but that wasn't going to interfere with him living his life. Now that his life was over, I couldn't believe it. We sat Shiva for 7 days, at least I did. It was too hard for the others. They had stuff to do. There were 2 friends of the family who were at the house during the 7-day mourning period. One was a Holocaust survivor from Poland named Mr. Mark Sobotka, and the other was an American-born friend of the family, Mr. Jules Karp. Mr. Karp was kind and respectful to me, but he was always somewhat puzzled as to my becoming religious. He was very familiar with the feelings of antagonism I had toward the Jewish religion or any other religion, especially during my teenage years. He wondered aloud, why the change? He also asked, what is it about a Rebbe that the Hasidim are so enamored of? Mr. Sobotka, who grew up in a family of Gera Hasidim in Poland, replied to him with a story from his own life. I was 14 years old, and my uncle was very sick. The family sent me to Ger for Shabbos to the Gera Rebbe. He was the biggest Rebbe in Poland, with many, many Hasidim all over. They sent me there with a kvittel, a small piece of paper, upon which was written my uncle's name and the name of his mother. I was to give the kvittel to the Rebbe on Shabbos, when they finished reading the Torah, and the Rebbe would read my uncle's name and bless him with health. They were depending on me. I got close to the bima, and the gabbai told me to put the kvittel on the desk with the other kvitlach that were there. You see, I was not the only one who brought a kvittel for a sick relative. There were many in a pile. There were a lot of people around the bima, and it was really crowded in there. They tried to push me away, but I stayed there. I wanted to hear the Rebbe read the kvittel for my uncle, as I had promised my family. The Rebbe started to read the kvitlach, and at last he came to the one with my uncle's name on it. He picked it up, looked at it without reading it out loud, and placed it upside down, separately on the bima. I didn't know what to say. Here I was, a young kid. You don't question the Rebbe in public. You're not even allowed to question anything he does at all. I just wanted to know, why didn't the Rebbe read my uncle's name? I went home. I felt so bad. How was I going to tell my family that the Rebbe didn't read the kvittel? I felt like a total failure. I didn't tell you we lived far away from the Rebbe. It was a few hours traveling. On the way, I decided that it really wasn't my fault. I didn't fail the mission. I brought the kvittel to the Rebbe, and for some reason the Rebbe turned it face down and didn't read it. I decided that I would tell my family the truth, that the Rebbe turned the kvittel upside down and didn't read it. I walked into the house, and my father told me that my uncle had died on Shabbos. Now I understood. The Rebbe could not bless someone with good health if they were no longer alive. But what I will never understand is how the Rebbe could know on Shabbos that my uncle had died. It is still totally mind-boggling to me. So when you ask about how it is that someone can have such a deep trust in a Rebbe, you should just consider that these Rebbes are unbelievable people, righteous and wise, and there is no way to know how they know what they know. But they are men of such high character and quality that no one with open eyes can help but be attracted to them. Chapter 25, Beryl Levitin. At this point, you are going to hear about a friend and neighbor from New Haven. His name is Rabbi Beryl Levitin. It is chronologically fitting to put it here, but not strictly so, as earlier mentioned. Let's start at the beginning with a simple question. How did Beryl Levitin come to settle in New Haven? This is another story of Simchas Torah, the story of joy. Our shul in New Haven was located on Norton Street. When Gila and I first moved to New Haven, we lived on Norton Street, across the street from our shul, also known as the yeshiva. Later on, we bought a house on Ellsworth Avenue. Our property and the yeshiva shared a common boundary through the backyards. On Norton Street, there was another synagogue, known as the Young Israel Synagogue. It was situated on the same side of the street as the yeshiva and was located only 2 doors down. The house that was located in between the 2 synagogues was owned by a very nasty Jew-hating man who felt very isolated as it was, being sandwiched between these undesirables. One year, the holiday of Simchas Torah came around, and the Jews were very happy. It had apparently been a very good year, and they were in the mood to celebrate. There was a custom observed by these 2 synagogues on Simchas Torah. They would conduct the prayer services as usual in their own places. Then they would do most of the hakafos, the circling processions with the Torah scrolls, in their own place, with the exception of the last 3. Then Chabad, our shul, would walk 2 doors down the street to the Young Israel shul with our Torah scrolls, and we would do a hakafa together with them in their synagogue. After that, we would return to our place, to our shul, and the congregation of Young Israel would come up the street to our shul with their Torah scrolls, and we would dance together inside. After that was finished, both congregations would return to their places, only to reappear a short time later in the street between the 2 shuls. Now, this part of the street was directly in front of the middle house. Seeing the Jews carrying on, laughing, singing, and dancing simply got him into a rage. He was not going to call us names and attack us, although he may have desired to do that. Instead, he called the police to complain about the public disturbance. It seems that he had tried before in years past, but by the time the police came, the party was over. There was no one left in the street, and he felt stupid, since it appeared that he had called them for nothing. This year, however, he carefully surveyed our movements and called the police early enough so that they would be there and catch us making a disturbance. This time his timing was right on the mark, and as the crowd was in full force, singing and dancing in the middle of Norton Street, an NHPD cruiser pulled up close to the circle of men dancing in the street with the Torah scrolls. At the time, Rabbi Zalman Morozov was on hand, and he went directly over to the police car. The officer raised his hand in the air and asked Rabbi Morozov, "Let me guess, I'm Jewish too. I know what this is. It's called Simchas Torah, right?" "Absolutely, officer," came the reply. And a ready invitation was forthcoming. "Would you like to join us?" So, the officer got out of the squad car, and he and Rabbi Morozov switched hats as the officer was welcomed by the crowd and danced together with them. The neighbor saw everything, and he was incredulous at what had transpired. The officer told Zalman that they had to go and tend to some other emergencies. He said that they had been called to this particular location to silence a public disturbance of the peace, but said that they couldn't find any disturbance here. The day after the holiday is traditionally a kind of a semi-holiday called Isruchag. The idea behind this is that after the holiday season, both God and the Jewish people find it hard to separate from each other. It is not easy to say goodbye. So we have a half holiday to gradually settle back into the routine weekdays of the year. This, however, was not the case with our neighbor. In his view, if he never saw another Jew or another one of those Jewish holidays again, it would be all the better. It would be very easy for him to say goodbye. That is exactly what he did. He truly had had enough of these Jews and their holidays. He decided to do something about it once and for all. On Isru Chag, that year, he put up a for sale sign in front of his house. That house was subsequently purchased by someone in the Chabad community, and into that house moved Beryl and Fege Levitin and their remarkable family. This next story about Reb Beryl took place in 1987, the year that I lost my father. May he rest in peace. I got up from sitting Shiva at my parents' house in Manchester, Connecticut, and went to New Haven to spend Shabbos with the Levitin family. It was a good experience, and he invited me to go with them to New York for the next Shabbos. I sat in at a Farbrengen in 770, the Rebbe's shul, and the next day I went to Dollars. Dollars was the Sunday morning affair at 770, where the people, and I mean all kinds of people, not only Hasidim and not only Jewish, but all kinds of people from everywhere, would come to get $1 from the hand of the Rebbe. The Rebbe would bless them, and sometimes there might even be a brief exchange between the Rebbe and the recipient of the $1. This was a very exciting experience indeed. The $1 was meant to be given for charity, tzedakah, but it was commonly accepted that one would substitute $1 of his own for charity and keep the Rebbe's $1 as a memento. At the end of the day, it was time to go, and we packed into the van of Rabbi Binyamin Katz for the return trip to New Haven. Rabbi Katz was known to have a photographic memory. The Rebbe sent him on some important missions to the Soviet Union to get and bring back information. The information concerned Jews in the Soviet Union that the Rebbe wished to help or to advise. Since it was too dangerous to write anything down on paper or otherwise record it, the Rebbe utilized the services of Rabbi Katz. He could be relied upon to remember everything that he heard or saw. He was sent by the Rebbe on numerous missions to the Soviet Union. He was the driver from Brooklyn to New Haven this evening. Both Rabbi Katz and Rabbi Levitin were teachers in the local Hebrew day school. We were able to get a ride with him to New Haven. It was Sunday evening on the Thanksgiving weekend. Rain was falling on Brooklyn, New York, and the traffic was moving pretty slowly. The light turned green, and the van accelerated and turned a corner. Suddenly, we were shaken violently. The van plunged into a pothole at some speed, and the tire on that wheel deflated instantly. The van lurched over, and there was no choice but to stop right there. The offending pothole was probably concealed by the rainwater on the road. This was just an unfortunate occurrence and no one's fault. This was East New York, however, known in Brooklyn to be a rough area. Now, we had to change a flat tire in the rain. That would have been somewhat daunting under normal circumstances, but it was further complicated by the fact that although we did have a spare tire on hand in the van, we did not have a jack. We needed one to raise up the van. To clarify, the situation was actually kind of ridiculous. There were parts of jacks from this particular van, which was a Dodge, and there were parts of the jacks of the two previous vans that the good rabbi had owned, namely Ford and Chevy, respectively. There were, alas, no parts to make a complete jack for any one car. So, although we had most of the parts for 3 different jacks, we lacked parts to make a complete jack, and specifically one which would pick up the Dodge. It was very frustrating. It was fairly dangerous too. The neighborhood was known for muggings, murders, and more. The occupants of the van were 3 adult males, Beryl's wife, their infant child, and another 6 or 7 very young children. We were definitely in a bind. We were not interested in becoming another New York horror story. Suddenly, 3 young men came out of the night wearing leather jackets, with cleats that made that grating metal sound on the street as they walked. One yelled out to us, "Yo, what have we got here? Look like you guys is stuck." Beryl wasted no time. He immediately engaged them in a conversation about the 7 Noahide laws. So let me explain to you what this 7 Noahide laws business is. And then allow me to explain to you why it was so important to Beryl Levitin. After that, we'll continue with the story. The 7 Noahide laws, known in Hebrew as the Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach, are the 7 commandments that the Torah ordains for non-Jewish humanity. After the Great Flood, only Noah and his children survived. They are referred to as the children of Noah. The Talmud enjoins them to keep 7 commandments, which are: 1, not to eat the flesh of a living animal. By extension, this includes the prohibition against cruelty to animals. 2, not to curse God. 3, not to steal. 4, not to worship idols. 5, not to engage in sexual promiscuity. 6, not to murder. 7, to establish courts of law to enforce these laws. It was not long before our trip to New Haven that the Lubavitcher Rebbe of blessed memory explicitly urged his followers to encourage non-Jews in the observance of these laws. Beryl Levitin was, is, and always will be a chassid. There is no room for debate on that point. That means that whatever the Rebbe says, that's what he does. Rain was pouring down on all sides, and no options exist to get out of Dangerville. Beryl, it seems, is not thinking about his wife, who is stuck there with his infant child. He is not showing much concern for a whole bunch of young children and the driver and me stuck there as well. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even faze him that we are in the company of these 3 impressive and possibly armed gentlemen. By impressive, I mean that they give me the impression that they'd stab you in the gut just as soon as they would look at you. All Beryl Levitin is thinking is, these guys are definitely the children of Noah, and the Rebbe says that we should teach them about their obligations. Oh yeah, did he ever explain it to them? They just rolled their eyes up to the rainy sky and took off without a word. It seemed like Beryl was a little bit disappointed. Just then, the owner of a local store came out and approached our driver. He informs that he has a similar van of his own parked close by, and that if we could just watch his store for a second while he goes and gets the jack out of his van, he'd bring it to us. We did our part, he did his. He asked us to bring the jack back to the store after we were finished. We would have to change the tire ourselves or get somebody to do it. He just could not leave his store unattended in this neighborhood. We understood. We took his kindness as a real stroke of luck. In a flash, out of the rainy, dark night, pops a young man. He introduces himself as Jeffrey, and we have no reason to doubt this information. He is quite an animated and talkative fellow, and also a little bit friendly. He offers to change the tire for us. Not that he wants money. His mother always told him to help people, and so he just likes to help people. Well, yeah, you guessed it. Beryl starts giving him the whole 7 commandments business, starting with, Jeffrey, did you ever hear of a man that lived long, long ago by the name of Noah? That be the dude with the boat, came the reply. At this point, we knew we had stumbled upon a true East New York intellectual. Yes, that's right. Very good, Jeffrey. Now you know that all of the people in the world today are his children, because he and his family were the only ones to live after the Great Flood. Yes, Jeffrey, that's right. And that makes you one of the children of Noah. I never, ever thought about that, Rabbi. So you saying that I'm one of the children of Noah and my mama too? Beryl replied evenly, yes, Jeffrey. Even your mother and father and all your friends and all the people in the world. But that's not all. You see, the children of Noah are commanded by God to do 7 things, Jeffrey. Do you know what they are? Rabbi, I got no idea. So Beryl starts listing off all the prohibitions that the children of Noah are enjoined to observe. And then he gets to the prohibition against stealing. Jeffrey interjects at this point. Look, Rabbi, I ain't gonna lie to you, but I steals and I's gonna steal, 'cause I gots to steal. Boy, was he ever surprised at what happened next. Beryl gives Jeffrey a big smile and says, Jeffrey, that's great. Really wonderful. Dumbfounded, Jeffrey replies with a sincerely confused, huh? As if to say, did I hear right? Or is something wrong with my ears? Jeffrey asks, okay, Rabbi, why is that so great? Beryl answers him, because now, Jeffrey, you know just what you have to work on. Jeffrey got down to the business at hand and changed the tire and let us know that we were lucky that we got stuck in this neighborhood, because there are other neighborhoods where they can be pretty hostile to folks just passing through. He did take a couple of dollars for his services, and we returned the jack to the store owner, said goodbye to Jeffrey, and we were on our way. We had traveled no more than 2 blocks when there was another sudden whoosh of air, and the van lurched sideways till we parked it again. Apparently, the spare tire we put on was not the best kind of tire to be had. Now, what would be happening to us here, I wondered. We were still not out of the danger zone. Well, Jeffrey heard the sound of the popping tire and made his presence known and his services available. There was no spare tire. There was no jack. And we had come to a stop on an incline. That meant that even if we did find a jack, the car would likely become unstable as we began to lift it up. Suddenly, a squad car pulls up next to us. They asked us where we are from, where we are going, and they tell us that they do not change tires, but they can stay with us for a little while, so we should really get that tire switched with a good one. Rabbi Katz found a payphone booth a block away and called his son, who lived in Brooklyn. His son said that he would come to us to bring a spare tire. Jeffrey informs that he and they, the policemen, do not enjoy a very amicable relationship, and that what that means is that when they are around, Jeffrey isn't around. So, see you guys, good luck. Rabbi Katz's son comes over with the tire. There is a garage nearby, and they let us use 2 truck jacks. We put one on the left and one on the right. We jacked the thing up, and boom, it crashed back down. So I gave my advice. I told them to just go easy. Jack up the van just slightly, get the lug nuts loose before it gets airborne, and I will hold the back of the van from moving for a couple of minutes until they can get the wheel on and lower it back down. It was no doubt risky, but it did work. We thanked everybody there was to thank and continued on our way. We stopped at a gas station to fill up just before getting onto the highway, and Rabbi Katz said to me, in all sincerity and exasperation, "If I hear one more children of Noah on this trip, somebody else can drive." Chapter 26, Marache. I spent a lot of time hanging around the Western Wall in the Old City. It is a major tourist attraction, and people come there from all over the world. In terms of Jewish geography, the land of Israel is considered to be the highest elevation in the entire world. This is meant to be understood in terms of spirituality. There are 4 holy cities in the Holy Land. They are Tzfat, Tiberias, Hebron, and Jerusalem. Jerusalem is considered to be the highest or most spiritually elevated of the holy cities. The old city of Jerusalem is considered to be especially holy, and the Temple Mount, or Makom HaMikdash, is considered to be the holiest place on earth. Jews from every corner of the globe face to the direction of the Temple Mount during their 3 daily prayers. This is the case no matter which country or hemisphere they happen to be in. Religious and non-religious Jews alike, in addition to the countless visitors from everywhere, acknowledge that they do feel something special in Jerusalem. On Friday afternoon, as the sun sets, a pristine tranquility comes over the entire city. This tranquility is something that is noticed by all and readily valued even by those residents who are not Jewish. To those who doubt, I would say, come and see for yourself. The old city in general is loaded with artists and musicians, writers and scholars, rabbis and poets, and lots of tourists. Important political leaders, kings, prime ministers, presidents, popes, movie stars, rock stars, and athletes can be found inside the walls of the old city. Once in a long while, you may even find an ordinary person who came to visit from somewhere. I met Yoshua Marache at the Western Wall. As he left, he asked me if it would be okay for me to accompany him up the long flight of stairs to the Jewish quarter, where he was staying. I agreed readily, without asking why he needed to be accompanied. He was young and looked healthy. He explained to me as we walked up the stairway to the Jewish quarter that he suffered from grand mal, which is the severe form of epilepsy. He could therefore experience an epileptic seizure at any moment, and so always sought to be accompanied by someone when he had to go up the stairs, just to be cautious. It would be the responsibility of his escort to prevent him from falling backwards in the case of a sudden fit. I got it, and I told him that I was most happy to be of help and that I would pray for his speedy recovery from this disease. He began to fill me in on details of his life story. He hailed from the country of Gibraltar, which is located on the southern tip of Spain, on the north shore of the Mediterranean Sea, opposite the Kingdom of Morocco. His family was Sephardic, meaning to say that they were Jews who kept the customs of Spanish Jewry. He could trace his lineage back to the days before Christopher Columbus. At that time, his family was the nobility in the Barcelona area. He told me that they owned vast holdings of land there. The Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Now his family lives in Gibraltar, although many have moved to London and to Israel. He told me that his father was a businessman and would travel extensively. Yehoshua had a secular upbringing, but had in recent years become much closer to traditional Jewish practice. He said that he was seriously considering moving to Israel. He said he had cousins living here, living in, of all places, Har Nov, which was my neighborhood. He told me that his father was approached by His Majesty, King Juan Carlos of Spain, in the year 1992. The reason that the monarch approached his father was because the King of Spain wanted to make amends with the Jewish people that had been forcibly expelled from his country 5 centuries earlier. He thought that it was high time that Spain return the properties it had seized from the Jews, and through this gesture, reconciliation would be achieved. Juan Carlos thought perhaps that he would be the one to right an historical wrong. Yoshua told me that the king told his father that all the lands belonging to the Marache family 500 years ago would be restored to his father personally, as he was the head of the Marache family. The king asked him what he thought about the idea. As I said, Yoshua's father was a businessman. What's not to like about such an idea? The king, feeling that the agreement was nearly closed, went on to elaborate on the transfer of land and title. He concluded by saying that there was, of course, one small detail left, and that was the matter of a small ceremony. At mention of this small ceremony, Yoshua's father's eyebrows raised up, sensing a deal breaker. He asked, "Your Majesty, what ceremony would that be?" The reply came that he would merely have to submit to baptism as a Catholic before any legal transfer of title or property could take place. Yeshua told me again that his father is not a religious man, but this proposal, as lucrative as it was so contemptible in the eyes of his father that he respectfully bid His Majesty goodbye and left the meeting abruptly. This would be a big temptation for the vast majority of people, for we are talking about perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars in holdings and likely income in the tens of millions. Yoshua Marache's father, this so-called non-religious Jew, would not sell his soul or the soul of his family. Who is like you, O Israel, one nation in the land? When Yehoshua goes to the synagogue, he takes his tallis and tefillin with him, as do all the congregants. The religious articles he carries in a velvet bag with his name proudly embroidered in Hebrew letters. Under the name Marache is a unique emblem. It is the ancient coat of arms of the Marache family of Barcelona, of which he is a proud descendant. Getting to the wall can be accomplished by bus, car, or foot. Access to the various quarters of the old city is somewhat limited, as it was designed for donkeys and carts, not automobiles. There are a few parking lots for vehicles, but one will find it necessary to walk the rest of the way to his destination. I am often asked to give directions to places in the old city. The old city is not so big, and so it does not take long to walk anywhere, for a healthy person, that is. When people ask me directions in the old city, I will generally tell them that I will show them the place, as I will pass it anyway. This is because explaining the directions through the alleyways and courtyards of the old city seems to take forever. In the end, they will get lost anyway, even if I give flawless directions. Inevitably, they will ask after I give them directions, and after I take the right turn, what should I do? One time I explained to a man in the shuk, the marketplace in the old city, that he should take a right turn after the third ceiling and go straight. He asked, "The third ceiling?" I pointed upwards to the ceiling over our heads. Over the centuries and millennia, buildings had grown together over what was once the only street in the area. Now there were walkways and thoroughfares on all levels, and where they passed over, there was an underpass with its own ceiling. The most unambiguous explanation of directions was the one I had given. The man shrugged his shoulders, smiled, thanked me, and went on his way. Sometimes we will experience periods of unrest when there seem to be heightened tensions between us and our Arab neighbors. Unrest has different meanings. Sometimes it is merely verbal abuse or physical pushing. Other times, unrest means the throwing of stones or missiles, as the British say. Then there are the knife attacks, bullets, and bombs. I tell people that this is part of the price we pay for living on the side of a volcano. You never know when it is going to erupt. It was standard procedure to close windows on the bus when passing Damascus Gate, or Shar HaShechem. It was in the full heat of the summer, and the air conditioning on the bus did not work that day. Everybody closed their windows. One row in front of me on the bus, there was a family of Spanish-speaking tourists from South America. They were clearly uncomfortable in the heat and didn't understand why we had to close our windows. I tapped the father gently on the shoulder and pointed to the window next to him. He closed it and with a smile said, "No comprende." 30 seconds passed and a flying bottle broke on his window. He turned around to me with a real big smile and said, "Grazia, comprende." There was this American 20-something guy who adamantly refused to close his window. He was cursing the Arabs and calling everyone on the bus cowards for being afraid of the Arabs. He sat next to his open window, being just as self-righteous as can be. Sadly, a bottle broke on his side and his face got cut with glass and was bleeding. More sadly still, he had to wait till the bus finally arrived at a place where they were able to administer first aid. Now, the once brave man was crying like a little baby. There was a man who had a bookstore not far from the wall. On the holiday of Shavuos, many Jerusalemites walk to the wall to pray at sunrise. The owner makes a kiddush for everyone who wishes to come. There are tens of thousands who partake. And he keeps up this practice every year, giving out wine and soft drinks and cakes to all. There is a daily group of 10 men that recite the entire book of Psalms each day in the morning. They finish at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after which they pray the afternoon prayer and go home. This has been going on for years. I once got a job working at the Western Wall as an orderly. Part of my job was to remind men of the requirement to wear a head covering, which is provided free of charge at the entrance to the men's section. If I would see a man without a head covering, I would just go over to him and point at my head, which was covered, hoping that he would get the message. Most of the men usually did and complied with a smile. However, sometimes I would encounter those who did not want to be told what to do. I just told them that we're in a holy place, and that is the requirement. I would leave it at that. I reflect on how life is so interesting that in one place I was given friendly advice not to wear a kippah, a Jewish head covering, or face not getting hired. Now I was being paid to tell others to wear a kippah. Incidentally, there was another interesting part of that particular job. Part of my duties was to remind women visiting the Western Wall Plaza to keep their shoulders and thighs covered. There were special shawls and wraparound skirts for this purpose. I was actually getting paid to look at women. What a great religion. Chapter 27, Scribal Arts. I was getting interested in the Jewish scribal arts, or safras, which is a type of calligraphy based on the laws of the Torah. It deals with the writing of Jewish legal documents and artifacts. Despite my visual impairment, I thought I might try my hand at it. From the standpoint of my becoming a sofer, or a ritual scribe, I realized that it was not a good idea for me, personally. It was, however, a great opportunity to learn the laws governing the writing of kosher Torah scrolls, mezuzahs, and tefillin. At the end of the course, I had made some very good friends, and I had pretty much made up my mind that one day I would write a Torah scroll. If I did not manage to write using my own hands and eyes, then I would do it through the agency of a commissioned sofer. The Torah scroll took a long time to write. I remember saving up the money day by day and week by week until at the end of each month I would add a little extra and buy a $100 bill. Every month I would add a new $100 bill to the collection until there were a few $1,000s saved up. Then I purchased the parchments that the scroll would be written on. I saved more and more each day, each week, and each month, until after a few more years, there was enough money to at least approach a sofer and discuss a commission. It was a long project. I would say that it took between 15 and 20 years from the first coin to the last. I went to purchase atzechaim, the wooden handles that the parchment is attached to, and the mantle, the velvet jacket that adorns the most precious of Jewish religious articles. Finally, we made a grand dedication in an old synagogue in Belarus where my son Yitzhak was the rabbi. It was very exciting and very emotional, and hopefully I will relate it later on, together with the amazing story of Rav Tzvi Chassid. Chapter 28, Dov Patkin. I met Rabbi Dov Patkin at the Esha Torah Yeshiva in the Old City of Jerusalem. That was around 1985. He was a sofer, which is the term in Hebrew for a ritual scribe. He wore the garb of the ultra-Orthodox Yerushalmi community, and indeed was a member of the group in Mea Shearim. He was soft-spoken, gentle, and easygoing. Nevertheless, he was clearly a man of very strong convictions and inner strength. I studied the scribal arts with him for a very short time, as a curiosity, even considering it as a vocation at one point. I consider it a great honor to relate the story of this magnificent man. He was Australian-born, of Jewish father and mother. They passed away while Dov was quite young. He was placed into an orphanage run by Catholics. He never received any type of Jewish education as a child. What Dov did know about Judaism was that he was Jewish, but he was not observant by any stretch of the imagination. The fact that Dov was Jewish was not a secret to the priest who was in charge of him. Dov related to us in his calm, serene manner that he would be beaten every day by the priest. He decided to remove himself from the orphanage at the earliest opportunity. At around 16 years of age, Dov ran away from the orphanage, never to return. However, they would hear from him again, as you will shortly see. Dov began a multi-year trek of the world, finally winding up in Jerusalem. He started to explore his roots. He became very observant and eventually settled in Jerusalem. He married and became a father. He mentioned something to me that I will remember always. This is what he said. After I had become an observant young Jewish man, I was infused with a great sense of joy and gratitude for my lot in life. So I wrote to Father so-and-so from the orphanage, and I thanked him from the bottom of my heart. In that letter, I told him that Judaism has given me such a joy and purpose in life, and if I had ever forgotten that I was a Jew, I would never have reached this wonderful place, the place where I am today. So I express my gratitude to you, for your beatings made it impossible for me to forget that I was Jewish. While only in his early 60s, he fell prey to the ravages of cancer. It was the end of a long, hot summer's day when I was informed of his passing. I went with the procession that carried Reb Dov to his final resting place. Who can begin to estimate the value of a soul? I pray that his memory be a blessing. Chapter 29. Tanta Bracha. Not long after moving to New Haven, Gila began to work at the Chabad house at Yale University. She did some secretarial work and also spent time talking with young girls and ladies that would come into the Chabad house outreach center. She also taught the Hebrew language. A lady came into the office whose name was Betty Bauer. She worked as a secretary in a local insurance company, the Knights of Columbus. It was a Catholic organization, and as a Jewish woman, she sometimes felt uncomfortable there. I don't believe that she was actually harassed or abused there. Rather, it seems to me that the Catholic environment made her feel more drawn to her own identity. She also felt acutely her lack of Jewish education and stopped into Chabad not knowing exactly why. It seems she just came in on a whim. She became Gila's first, best, last, and only Hebrew student. The learning of the Hebrew language really was not the point, though. Betty Bauer wanted to be more in touch with her Jewish identity and with other Jewish people. Gila and Betty became fast friends. The age difference between them didn't matter in the least. We would invite her over to our house for Shabbos, and she was always delighted to come. I nicknamed her Tanta Bracha because her Hebrew name was Bracha, and she really did have the personality of a loving aunt. And the name stuck. She herself really loved it. It was difficult for Gila with 2 young active kids underfoot, and Tanta Bracha was the perfect babysitter. Let's just drop a name here. Ellen Senderoff, the sister of Joe Lieberman, who was a local lawyer and had a position in the state legislature and then the state senate, took Tanta Bracha in as a babysitter for her own children. When Joe Lieberman would come over to visit his sister, he would always refer to her as Tanta Bracha. Once she came over to our house all excited. I naturally asked her what it was all about. She then told me with a smile, "It's about you and your nicknames, Moshe. Even the state senator calls me Tanta Bracha." People said that the name added years to her life. I sure hope it did. She was such a kind person and loved our children dearly. Her grandchildren lived very far away in Iowa or something, and she really rarely saw them. Our children looked to her as a tanta, a warm, loving, caring aunt. It was just what the doctor ordered for all of us. There was a quality that she had that really impressed me. It was her simple and unshakable faith. She had faith in God. She had faith that things would work out for the best. Everything in her life was just a matter of simple faith. Others attempt it, but with her it was real. She was unapologetic about it, and it might be that she was not even aware of this intense faith of hers. It was not rehearsed. It was who she was. She told us that when she was pregnant, the doctor told her that she was due to give birth on a certain date. When the date arrived, she went to the hospital to give birth. When the hospital staff asked her how far along she was, and she answered that she didn't know what that meant, they inquired as to the time intervals between contractions, and she answered them that she didn't know what that meant either. Finally, they asked her if she was experiencing any discomfort or pain, and she said with wide-eyed amazement at the question, "Oh no, I feel just fine." Exasperated at this point, the hospital staff wanted to know the answer to just one last question. "If you really feel fine," they asked, "then why on earth did you come to the hospital?" She told them simply, "The doctor told me that my due date is today, and that is the day that my baby is going to be born." She would not leave the hospital. A few hours later, she gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Eventually, we moved to Israel, and that was very hard on her. She missed us so much, but we always did manage to keep in touch somehow. One year, her brother decided to give her a birthday present and sent her on a trip to Israel. She came over to our apartment to visit us, and we came over to her hotel to visit her. She loved Israel, but everything was so different for her. The buses, the taxis, the culture, the language, the telephones, the money, and the food. Everything was so different from the States. She was strongly aware, however, that it was all Jewish, and that was all that mattered to her. She went home to the States very inspired and uplifted, and we continued to keep in touch. We received a letter from our former neighbor in New Haven one day, not long after her return from that trip. We were asked to pray for Tante Bracha's health. She was undergoing treatments. It was cancer, and she passed away within a relatively short time. May her memory be a blessing for all the Jewish people everywhere. We still miss her after so many years. Chapter 30. Rabbi Avraham Hirsch. Reb Avraham Hirsch Cohen was a special Jew that I met at the Western Wall. He would typically be found there on Friday afternoons, when I would routinely go to cap off the week with a trip to the holy place. This man had a big smile that always adorned his face. His family had moved to Jerusalem from Poland in the late 20s or early 30s. He had a certain aura about him when he prayed. It set him apart from others. I was told that he was a world expert in the laws of Tfilas Kalim, the ritual immersion of vessels for Jewish use. One day, I was working on pulling nails out of boards, and the hammer slipped out of place, and the claw scraped me across my forehead over the eye. I was in a quandary as to what would be the proper procedure with the bandage I was wearing on my head. I was accustomed to going to the mikveh each day. The mikveh is a pool of water that men immerse themselves in before prayer each morning. Men will also immerse themselves in a mikveh on Shabbos mornings as well, as they would during the weekdays. The question for me was concerning the bandage. It was an adhesive bandage, and I was concerned that I might be able to remove it, but not to replace it on the Sabbath. At the wall, Avram Hirsch saw the bandage and was frightened and asked me if I was all right, if I had been attacked. I replied to him with a smile, saying that I was the attacker. I was careless, and that resulted in the work accident. He replied to my question that I could remove the bandage before immersing in the mikveh, and then I could put it back on later when I came out. I thanked him, and as I walked away, I realized that I was a fool. I was concerned about the bandage on my head, but what about my wife? She was home, worrying about what was going to be with her latest pregnancy. First, some explanation would be in order. During the previous delivery, which was my son Yisroel, in that case there was a problem of the umbilical cord entering the birth canal before the fetus. as the fetus head pushes against the cord, it can make a normal delivery impossible, and it is clearly a very dangerous situation for both mother and child. Yisroel was therefore delivered by cesarean section. The doctor advised at the time that she should be very careful with further pregnancies. My wife was now expecting a new baby, and so she consulted with a local maven, a woman who had a reputation as an expert in these matters. This expert was the wife of a rabbi. She had some medical training, and more importantly, she had extensive contacts in the medical community. She advised my wife to hire a professor, so-and-so, from Hadassah Hospital, no matter what his price. That was her final, unequivocal word and decision on the matter. This did not make my wife feel even a little bit better about the situation. I was not bringing home lots of money, and we had lots of expenses. She was concerned about where would we find the money to hire this professor. I told my wife that she was not to worry, that she was my number one priority, and that if that is what she needed, then I would beg, borrow, or steal to make sure that she got top-notch medical treatment. My words were no comfort to her, and that distressed me. So now, here I am at the Western Wall, talking to a sage, and all I could ask him was about a stupid bandage? I spun around immediately and made my way right back to him. I outlined the situation, and the reply that came from his lips was simply the splitting of the sea. He waved his hand in dismissal, exclaiming, "What does a Rebbitzin know about doctors?" Then he summed up the situation as follows and said, "Anyone that goes through medical school knows how to do a cesarean section. You don't need a professor for that kind of thing. What you need is a birth without any problems whatsoever. I am not the address for that. However," he continued, "you are here at the Western Wall, and God is going to listen to you. You go and ask him yourself. Don't forget to tell him that you are not asking only for yourself, because indeed, God will receive more pleasure from your children than you do." For his part, Rav Avram Hirsch gave a blessing to me for everything to go well. I took it as a strong vote of confidence from above, as Rav Avram Hirsch was a Cohen, a descendant of Aaron, the brother of Moses, a member of the priestly tribe, who are commanded to bless the Jewish people every day. So I approached the wall and asked for a safe outcome for the pregnancy. I came home and related the experience to my wife. She finally was able to relax. She felt calm. Chapter 31, Bracha's birth. Weeks later, Gila was delivered of a beautiful baby girl, whom we named Bracha, after our dear departed friend. The name Bracha means blessing. She was born after a completely natural birth, and there was no anesthesia whatsoever. Did you get that? That's not all. My wife went on to give birth 3 more times, and each time it was a natural birth without any anesthesia. As for Rabbi Avram Hirsch, I didn't see him for a while, and then, the next time that I saw him at the wall, he was in a wheelchair. He had stepped on a nail in his apartment, I was told, and suffered from blood poisoning. He passed away some time later. He was a truly brilliant man, and despite the aura about him, he was without any airs or pretentiousness. The generations that have succeeded him are scattered around the world, occupied in the service of the Creator and busy bringing their brethren close to the ways of the Torah. May his memory be for a blessing. His son is an important rabbi in the Jerusalem area. One Shabbos I was in the synagogue where Avram Hirsch's son, Rabbi Asher Cohen, is the rabbi. I suddenly realized that I knew something this rabbi probably didn't know. There is a saying of the holy Baal Shem Tov that a man may toil in this world 70 or 80 years. It is all just to do a favor for another. On a certain occasion, Rabbi Cohen had done a great favor for me. I thought to myself, how could I repay the kindness? Suddenly it occurred to me, these rabbis are bombarded all day, every day, with all manner of questions. People keep on asking the same old questions. The rabbis are patient and sincere, but sometimes you get the feeling that they have heard it all before. What man wouldn't want to hear a story about his father, and especially for the first time? So I told him this story about his father, and sure enough, he had never heard it. He was truly grateful to me. Chapter 32, Ephraim Mol. With the birth of Bracha, I began to intensify my learning of Safras, and I was also working a lot as a handyman. This brought me into contact with people who were learning Safras, as well as the customers that would hire me to do repairs in their houses. I was not making lots of money, but managed to finish off the month more or less in a financial state of balance. I had to be very strict with myself and my family. We had no credit card, no car, and paid for everything in cash. The bank liked me for that because I never asked for credit. I rarely went into minus, and if I did go into the red, it wasn't for long. I had a saying, if you're going to pay it in the end, don't play games, just pay it. During this period, a new family moved into Harnov. The father of the family, Ephraim Mol, spotted my son Yitzchak, who was 11 years old. Yitzchak told me with great excitement about the new family that had just moved in nearby. The new man was an artist. Yitzchak recognized his name from different books that he had read in which Rabbi Mol was listed as illustrator. For his part, Ephraim was amazed that anyone would read the book credits. His name appeared in those books as Rabbi Ephraim Mol, illustrator. He moved onto our street one day, and both he and my son spotted each other immediately. It is an interesting point of fact that people with similar experiences or interests tend to spot each other quickly. Ephraim, as is the case with my son Yitzhak, considers himself to be a Chabadnik first, and in addition to that, Ephraim was an artist. He was from Paris, France, and he spoke Hebrew with a strong French accent. It merely served to make him more interesting as far as we were concerned. He did understand English, and he could speak it, but he would comment from time to time that he did not like this English language. Despite the fact that my son considered him to be a famous illustrator, Ephraim decided to take up Safras as a vocation. He learned to be a sofer, a Jewish ritual scribe. He occupied himself with writing mezuzahs and megillas, as well as the occasional tefillin parshas. He had patience discipline, good eyes, and a skilled hand. He was well suited to this kind of work. He was not born in France, but rather in the city of Warsaw, Poland. He was born as the Second World War was beginning to get underway. And thankfully, his parents managed to smuggle him to Switzerland. The exact details of this are not clear to me. During the war, his mother and father died. He was sent as a young child to an orphanage. He was an exceptionally bright child with many interests, and anyone can readily appreciate that from talking to him. At the age of 18, he decided to make Aliyah, to immigrate to the land of Israel. He also became attached to the practice of Judaism, and this was achieved through a close relationship with the Lubavitcher Rebbe. He was in the Israeli army during the Yom Kippur War. He was already religious at the time, and he was serving in the army, and he had a full beard. He and his unit were stationed at the Suez front. Orders came down from Israeli army high command that the Egyptians were planning to breach the line and drop gas on the Israelis. To protect against this likely possibility, the frontline soldiers were given gas masks. They were also given scissors and razors to remove all facial hair, to enable the gas mask to make a proper seal. It was important for him to keep his beard, and he really did not want to cut it even slightly, and certainly not unnecessarily. In those days, telephone communications were complicated in peacetime. During this crisis, making a simple phone call, let alone making it from the front lines, was even more difficult, if not impossible. Ephraim insisted on talking to his rabbi, who in turn relayed his questions to the Rebbe in Brooklyn. The Lubavitcher Rebbe assured the rabbis in the line of communication that all would work out well. Ephraim and any other religious soldiers at the front were allowed to keep their beards, provided that in the case of an attack, they would quickly remove all hair from their faces. The attack was thwarted. No gas was dropped. Ephraim became a married man, and together with his wife, raised a magnificent family. Now, he had moved into our neighborhood. I was saving money to pay for the writing of a Sefer Torah, and had a few $1,000s put aside for the purpose. Ephraim offered me a ride in his car one day. As we were riding in his auto, I made my proposal. I told him that I had learned about Safras, but it was not a profitable endeavor for me commercially. I still wanted to have a Sefer Torah written, even if I would not be writing it myself. I asked him if he would be interested in taking on such a project, provided that he would agree to being paid in installments. He thought about it and said that it would be acceptable to him. This was the beginning of the writing of the Torah scroll that is used today in the shul in Grodno, where my son Yitzchak is the rabbi. It took years, but the Torah was finished. We dedicated it with a parade, a ceremony, and a banquet in the city of Grodno. That story will come later. Chapter 33, LST 991. David Schreiber came to Israel from New Jersey. We studied Safras together in Jerusalem and became very friendly. He has been at my house on many occasions, and once I even had the opportunity to be host to his father, Philip Schreiber. During his visit to my home, he told me the following story. I had the great honor to host Mr. Philip Schreiber in my house for Shabbos once upon a magnificent time. He was born in the U.S. and went to war in the Pacific with the United States Navy in World War II. When the ship was on war footing, his position was gunner. He admits to having downed attacking Japanese planes from the ship. When the ship was in sailing mode, he was a radio man. He was drafted for active duty and packed his bag before leaving home. His mother told him that he should pack his tefillin. He was a good son, and so he obliged. Upon arrival, all sailors boarding the ship were required to show the captain the full contents of their baggage. This was to prevent contraband from coming on board. When Philip Schreiber opened up his bag, the captain saw the bag of tefillin and asked Schreiber what it was. So he explained that this is a type of ornament that Jewish people wear when they pray. The captain was very impressed by this and told Schreiber that they were going to be visiting some very dangerous places, and they would be needing all the help that they could get. The captain told him, "I want you to pray for the safety of our ship every day." Then the captain told Schreiber that he was to use the bow of the ship, where the anchors were stowed, for his place of worship. He said that he would be watching him every day, as it was a place visible from the bridge where the captain sat. The ship that Philip Schreiber was on was known as LST 991, and the crew nicknamed it the Ladybug. It carried tanks to join the fight on the islands in the Pacific that the Japanese forces had invaded and taken control of. The LST ships would cruise right up onto the beach, and the forward hull would open up as a ramp, and the tanks would come rolling down onto the beach to join the fight. It was presumed that there would be many a casualty. No one was overly optimistic about the outcome, but all were determined to do their very best. True to his word, Philip Schreiber would pray in the forward section every single day, as he had been told by the captain. Apparently, the captain had been watching, and one day he ordered all men on deck. The captain addressed the assembled sailors with one question. "I would like any sailor that prays for the safety of our ship every day to please step forward." Schreiber had no choice. This was an order. He stepped forward. The captain announced to the whole crew, "This man is praying for the safety of our ship. His place of worship is the bow of the ship. No one is to disturb him for any reason while he is praying there. Is that clear? Are there any questions? If not, you're all dismissed." So from that point on, the prow of that ship was graced by a Jew wearing his tallis and tefillin and praying to God for the salvation of all the ship's crew. That's not all. Some weeks later, the captain received a dispatch from Fleet Command. It read, "To the attention of captains of ships carrying Jewish sailors. Please be advised that the Jewish holiday of Passover is approaching, and place your orders for matzah for them." Upon receipt of the dispatch, the captain summoned Philip Schreiber to the bridge. He showed him the letter and asked him to explain. "You see, Schreiber, I know that you are Jewish, but I have no idea what Passover is, and I don't know what this matzah is that they expect me to order." So once again, Philip Schreiber was called upon to explain, and he told the captain that many years ago the Jewish people were slaves in Egypt, and they were redeemed from their bondage and went out of Egypt as free men. This night, the night of their redemption, of their freedom, is called Passover, and it is celebrated by Jewish people all over the world. He added that the Jews left Egypt in such haste that there was no time for the dough that they prepared to rise. And so, the Jewish people eat matzah, which is bread that is unleavened. The captain was pleased with this explanation, and Schreiber was dismissed. Apparently, the captain felt that if it is good enough for Schreiber, then it's good enough for me and the entire crew. He ordered matzah for everyone. The ship paid visits to some of the bloodiest battles in history: Okinawa, Guadalcanal, etc. Philip Schreiber told me personally that there were only minor casualties on his ship. The Siddur, or prayer book, that he used on that ship was lost at a bar mitzvah decades ago. The talis and tefillin that he had then were in poor condition. So my friend David Schreiber, his son, who is a sofer, a Jewish ritual scribe, had them replaced. However, they still do have the originals. Whatever happened to the ladybug? It was decommissioned and sold for scrap, and the remainder lies at the bottom of the South China Sea. Most importantly, Philip Schreiber continues to live in New Jersey, not far from his children and grandchildren, and all wish him many more years of good health. As for his prayers, uttered on the bow of that ship at sea during wartime, those prayers have ascended on high and will remain on high for eternity. We can learn some powerful lessons from this story. One lesson is that no one should be ashamed of who they are. They should carry themselves with pride and not arrogance. Another lesson is that even though we live in a world where Jew hatred is a fact of life, when a Jewish person is not ashamed of himself, the non-Jews will generally respect him. Yet another lesson is that when a Jew sanctifies God's name in public, it is a great thing to behold. He becomes like the conqueror of an empire. Lastly, one can learn from this the power of a Jew's prayer. There was only one Jew on the ship, but it was his prayers that were desired by the crew, the captain, and ultimately God himself. Thank you, Mr. Schreiber, sir. Chapter 34, Rabbi Schwartz. The elderly man that hired me to do some routine repair work in his apartment was watching me work with great interest. He was friendly and talkative, and all of a sudden a strange feeling of familiarity came over me. I asked him, "Where are you from?" "London," was his reply. I thought to myself, this cannot be, because the sound of his voice was incredibly similar to that of my father's voice. May he rest in peace. "Where is your voice from?" I countered. He smiled and replied, "Poland." "My mother and father were from Poland," I said. Then I asked him, "Which town in Poland did you live in?" To this came the simple answer, "Warsaw." I exclaimed, "Warsaw?" in amazement. This was no routine repair job I was working on today. "If I may ask," I probed further, "what was the name of the street on which you lived?" He was getting a little edgy with my nosy questions, and I am sure that those questions were undoubtedly bringing up unpleasant memories for him. In the end, he answered me, I lived on a street which was called Mila Street, but all of the streets in Warsaw where we lived were destroyed. Nothing remains of that today. I know, I said. I mean, I've heard about that from my parents. But which number on Mila Street did you live? Young man, you are not old enough to know about these streets that have been destroyed now for many years. Which number on Mila? I nudged him. I lived on number 40 Mila, was his even reply. Now it was my turn. My mother, who lives in America, in Connecticut, was born on Mila Street, number 4. We stared at each other like dumb animals. There was nothing to say. The sheer enormity of this meeting was much too big for words. I finished my work there and went home, moved by the experience. Despite the great differences between us in age, in life experience, we became good friends. We prayed in the same shul, and we would very often ride home together on the bus from the Western Wall. He was a Gera Chassid, and I was a Chabadnik, or a Lubavitcher Chassid. I came to respect him a lot. His voice reminded me so much of my father, and he had lots of advice and friendship to give. We were landsmen, people who begin their story in a certain place and then meet in another place, far from home. Just a brief sketch first. He was born in Warsaw, was a slave laborer in the work camps, and went to live in Berlin directly after the war. He and his wife moved from Berlin to London, and that is where they raised their children, their family. He traveled for business, and finally they both came to settle in Israel and bought an apartment in Har Nof where I lived. He was a man that had seen life, and you could not tell him any stories. In short, he was nobody's fool. It was an honor for me that he held me in such high regard. I will relate here some stories that he told me. Again, I do not know why he told me these stories and did not tell them to his own children. But that is what it is, and it is common in many families of Holocaust survivors. I heard the following story from him while the first Gulf War was raging. Baghdad was being pummeled daily by the Americans, and it was just a matter of time before the surrender would take place. Yitzchak and I were returning from the shul, and I decided to visit my friend to see how he was doing. He answered the knock on the door, and I inquired as to his health. I told him the latest news of the war. The Americans just dropped a big bomb on an air raid shelter in Baghdad, and over 1,000 Iraqis were killed. It blew up a basement and a sub-basement, I said. Come in, the both of you. I have a story that I want you both to hear, he said, and with one arm he swept us inside, and with the other he closed the door. I want you to hear this story, he told us. We opened our ears and did not interrupt. He began to speak. I was a supervisor of slave labor in a German factory where they made the motors for the U-boats. Bomber planes were flying over us every day. We would hear air raid sirens from time to time, and we would stop working and go underground into the bunker with the Germans. That's right, we went into the bomb shelter with the Germans. They needed us to keep their military machine working. One day there was a new commandant with new orders. He was a bad one. He told everyone that from that day on, The only ones to be allowed in the bunker were Aryans, the master race. All others were to stand outside in formation until the air raid sirens were quiet. That day, there was a bombing attack on our factory. The Germans naturally went underground to protect themselves, while we remained outside, above ground. We were afraid, of course. It was dangerous. We were vulnerable standing out there in the open. We heard the sound of the bomb falling, and then a loud explosion that shook us up, and many fell down on the ground from the shock. What happened was that the bunker suffered a direct hit from a bomb dropped by one of the American planes. The entire bunker was destroyed, and all of the master race that were inside were no more. All I could do was to gaze up into the sky, into the heavens, and cry out to God Almighty, Ribbono shel Olam, Master of the world. If this is not Hashgacha Pratis, divine providence, then I don't know what is. My son and I heard that story from him around 30 years ago, and it is still quite fresh in our minds. I was riding on the bus with him once, and I remarked to him that I am really very lucky. I could not have found such a good wife as I have on my own. It was clearly a stroke of good fortune that God had blessed me with such a good woman. Upon hearing this from me, he launched into another episode of his life. He began his new story. We, his wife and he, lived in Berlin after the war for a short time. I had a friend, a Jewish man, who had survived the camps like me. All his family had been murdered by the Nazis. Together, we would travel to work every day. One day, my friend told me that he was going to be married. I congratulated him warmly and began to ask about the young lady. Then I received a shock. My friend informed me that the bride-to-be was a German woman. I decided to talk him out of it. The idea was so hateful to me. How could he do such a thing after all he had been through? How could he even think such a thing? My friend was the only member of his entire family to survive the atrocities. What would his family say about his plans if they were alive? But of course, they will not say anything, because the Germans murdered them all. I kept this up every time we traveled together to work. But still, my friend held on to his plans. I still held on to mine too. I found this question so intriguing, and therefore, I must interrupt here. How could someone who had been through the Nazi concentration camps even consider marrying a German? For the answer to this question, there was only one person for me to ask, and that was my mother in Connecticut. She told me, Moshe, if you ask a question like that, it shows that you don't understand what fear really is. And she added, I pray that you should never know. What a profound answer. With that eye-opening perspective from my mother, let us resume the story. He continued, I invited my friend to my house for the Shabbos Friday night dinner. He accepted the invitation gladly, and he did come to us. We had remained friends despite our difference of opinion. We returned to work a few days later, and my friend announced to me that he had changed his plans. He would definitely not marry that woman. I was delighted, and I told him so. He had made the right decision for himself. I was glad that he had listened to me. He told me, no, I didn't listen to you at all. As a matter of fact, if you would have kept on for 1,000 years, I would never have listened to you. So what caused you to change your mind then? I asked him. He replied that when he stepped into my house and my wife was lighting the Shabbos candles, and he saw how the Shabbos table was set in such an honorable way, and he saw there was a certain holiness in her face that is found nowhere else but in a house where the Shabbos is observed. Right then, he knew that he would never be happy with anyone but a Jewish woman. He told me, it was your wife that convinced me to drop this ridiculous idea. He told me that in his business, it was necessary for him to travel. And indeed, he had gone to many places, including the U.S. He had even traveled into the deep south of the United States. And he saw for himself the mistreatment that was meted out to the black population there, only because of their skin color. He told me that when he got onto a bus in the South, he would make it a point to sit in the back with the black people. He would drink from the water fountains that were designated only for black people. He had seen enough of this master race nonsense for one lifetime, and he would not be a silent party to it. He told me more about his wife, whom I would describe as majestic and noble. When speaking to that lady, it was clear that one was speaking to royalty. She impressed others as a really important person, but still, there was absolutely no pretense of superiority. It all seems to have come from her strong sense of morality and kindness. He told me an amazing story about her that took place in our neighborhood. She was waiting in line at the supermarket and saw the man in front of her put 1 carrot, 1 cucumber, 1 tomato, and 1 pepper onto the counter. He then dug deeply into his pocket to take out a few coins to pay for these vegetables. She was shocked, and dropping everything she had planned to buy for herself on the counter, she walked out of the store after him. She wanted to find out where he lived. It should be clear by now, she was not the kind of woman that would chase after men in the street. This was something she simply would never do. Now, it was a totally different situation. There was a definite purpose to what she was doing. This was because she knew what poverty looked like, and she knew what hunger felt like. She could see that this man could not allow himself to take help from anyone because he was ashamed of his poverty. She knew what the face of shame looked like. Most of all, she knew what she had to do. She knew that if there was a way that she could help this man feed his family, then nothing was going to stop her. She was not so young as she once was, and it was not so easy for her to keep up with the younger man. Still, she followed him down the street to where he lived and wrote down the address. She immediately contacted a local rabbi who ran an organization that does chesed, kindness, for people that are in need. She told the local rabbi about this man and mentioned that she was sure that this was a family man and that his family needs food. He and his family were taken care of. He told me that once his wife went through the tunnel, which lies underneath the central bus station in Jerusalem, she saw to her horror that there was a homeless man sleeping on the floor of the tunnel. She was beside herself with shock. She could not bear thinking that in the holy city of Jerusalem there should be homeless people lying in the streets. So she called up her grandsons who were learning Torah in yeshiva, and she told them that they must drop everything that they were doing right away and find the man a place to stay. They found him a place. Chapter 35, Pirsume Nisa. My father told me when I was young that one day the communists would fall from power in the Soviet Union. He assured me that it would be a great day for the entire world. Needless to say, countless people had suffered under that brutal regime, and its demise would be a most welcome event. But there were no signs that it was going to fall anytime soon. Although my father had passed away a few years earlier, in my mind, his words to me were very much alive. He had said, "That will be a big day." He had a rare enthusiasm as he said those words. I had the feeling that it would be something akin to the end of evil. Yitzchak and I took a bus to the Western Wall, where a truck from Bezek, the local phone company, was parked. The truck was equipped with a dish antenna pointing south, and workers were setting up a giant screen for public viewing. It was Hanukkah, the festival of lights, and a most glorious event was unfolding before our eyes. Jews from several major cities around the world were going to be participating in a live simultaneous broadcast as the Hanukkah candles were being lit far away in Brooklyn, in the Rebbe's synagogue at 770 Eastern Parkway. The Rebbe would be watching all of us, and we in turn would be watching the Rebbe, who would deliver a message to the world. All of the participants were linked to each other via satellite. In front of the Rebbe were multiple screens displaying in real time to the Rebbe from Melbourne, Paris, London, Brazil, Jerusalem, and yes, Moscow. I simply couldn't believe it. Moscow was taking part in an international broadcast with New York. It was Moscow of the Soviet Union and the Kremlin. Moscow, the home of the Lubyanka prison, where so many were interrogated, beaten, tortured, and killed. Moscow, where a short time ago, Jews were imprisoned for practicing their religion. Moscow was now a full-fledged international participant in a Jewish tradition being performed publicly. It was simply too much. It was hard for me to believe it was true. When I saw the people in the synagogue in Moscow singing and dancing on Hanukkah for the entire world to see, I could not control my joy. I was speechless. I told my son Yitzhak that this was a truly big day, and he should never forget it. I thought of my father, and oh, how I wished he could be here to see this. The Jews are alive. Am Yisrael Chai. They are not merely alive, but they are dancing and lighting Hanukkah candles in Moscow. Tell the world. Chapter 36. There was a period in 1991 where the government of Iraq made an incursion into Kuwait. This was an incursion that was closely watched by the American administration, at that time under the leadership of President Bush, the father. Iraq refused to move its troops out of Kuwait, and the American government threatened action. Iraq threatened to target not only the American forces in the region, but also Israel. When the American attack on Baghdad came, it was not long before Iraq made good on its promise. Scud missiles were fired from western Iraq towards Israel, mostly landing in the heavily populated area of Tel Aviv. However, there was little effect in terms of casualties and injuries, which was an open miracle. The joke in Israel was that it took 6 minutes for a Scud to fly from western Iraq to Tel Aviv, but that when it got to Tel Aviv, it couldn't find a parking space. The American troops in the area were stationed for the most part in Saudi Arabia. One night, an Iraqi Scud landed on an American military installation in the middle of the desert, and 28 servicemen were lost. No comedy there, I'm afraid. The Israeli government distributed gas masks to civilians, and everyone was instructed to carry them around wherever they went, and at all times. Religious men were instructed to shave off their beards or to smear them heavily with Vaseline so that the gas mask would form a tight seal in the event of a chemical attack. One of my friends, a Gera Chassid, said that he went with a group of men to the Gera Rebbe and presented a special gas mask for the Rebbe to the Rebbe's brother. It was custom made, fitted for a man with a long, full beard. The Rebbe's brother waved it away, and laughing, he said, "You should give it to someone who is afraid." This remark gave the Hasidim a lot of encouragement and made them feel confident that they would survive the dangerous period. When the sirens began to wail, the majority of the people would go into their homes and isolate themselves in their sealed rooms. There were others, however, that went outside into the street to dance, to show that they were not afraid, and to encourage the rest of the people not to be afraid either. That war ended on the Jewish holiday of Purim, and the rejoicing on this normally joyous holiday was boundless. Chapter 37. Yossi is born. It was the day before Yom Kippur, and my wife gave birth again, naturally and with no anesthesia, and it was a healthy baby boy. I was planning to name him after my father, may he rest in peace, and I asked my good friend from the neighborhood if he would like to be the sandik or godfather. He was the man who had lived in Warsaw on the same street as my mother. He accepted the invitation, and it was a great honor for us all. During my wife's pregnancy, she found a copy of Sefer Raziel Hamalach while walking in the neighborhood. Raziel is an angel of protection, so I thought that if all goes well with the birth, then I will add the name Raziel. I was, of course, planning on naming the child Yosef after my father of blessed memory. And I also wished to add the name Chaim for a number of reasons. Principal among those reasons is that it was an auspicious time after the Gulf War, and everybody was talking about the eventual coming of the Messiah, the Redeemer of Israel. The Gemara mentions that one of the names of the Messiah is Chaim. I thought in all simplicity that if it is good enough for the Messiah, then it is good enough for my son. In the end, my son was named Raziel Yosef Chaim. All thanks are due to Hashem, who has brought us this good fortune and showered blessings upon our family. Chapter 38. Laser Nanas. Reb Eliezer Nanas was a man whom I would audaciously say was Mesiras Nefesh, self-sacrifice itself. Why do I use the word audaciously? It is because when contemplating the kind of man that he was, who would dare say anything about him, good or bad? To make an evaluation of such a man is absolutely beyond anyone's ability. I will, however, share a certain story that I heard about him, a story which, for reasons of security, at the time that his book Subota was written, was not included. I have long considered the book Subota to be the best book I have ever read. Incidentally, he wrote the book, and it describes his years in the Soviet Gulag. You can read much, much more in the book Subota, but the story you are about to read, you will not find there. It does bear a retelling, as it would be a shame if it were to be forgotten. Eliezer Nanas was imprisoned for a total of 20 years in the Soviet prison system in Siberia. During this period, he managed to keep the Sabbath, and needless to say, it was at a great peril to him. It happened on more than one occasion that the prisoners were transferred from one location to another within the Gulag, the Soviet prison network. On this particular occasion, the guard in charge of his group, who was a rabid Jew hater, insisted that all parcels that belonged to prisoners must be transported separately. Despite his objections, Eliezer bag was taken from him and placed on another vehicle. Upon arrival in the new camp, Eliezer Nanas went directly to the truck in which his bag had been placed, and he found it. He noticed that there was a hole in the bag. It was obvious that it was cut with a knife. And reaching inside, to his horror, he discovered that his tefillin, the leather boxes with straps that Jewish men wear for prayer on weekdays, were missing. Looking around frantically, he saw the notorious Jew hater emerging from a small hut where the prison guards would warm themselves against the bitter Siberian cold. Nanas went into the hut and there found the door of the stove open and his tefillin were inside the oven, burnt to a crisp. The guard appeared in the doorway now, regaling himself in derisive laughter. Then he exclaimed to Eliezer Nanas, "Truly, I wish that I could burn you, but instead I burned your religion. Ha ha ha." Eliezer Nanas arose from the oven and, confronting the Jew hater, told him in full earshot of the entire camp, "You had better say goodbye to your wife, say goodbye to your children, and say goodbye to everyone you know, because your time is almost up. You are a dead man." That night, the guard went out to a tavern and got wildly drunk. Upon re-entry to the camp, he was asked to identify himself by the guards. And instead of identifying himself, he cursed the guards and was shot dead, according to orders. The next morning, Eliezer Nanas was summoned to appear before the commandant of the camp. The commandant and Eliezer knew each other from another camp where he had been imprisoned years before. What could be the reason for this summons, he wondered. It was not long before he found out. The commandant laid out the charges against him. He was being charged with murder. It was a matter of public record in the camp that he, Laser Nanas, had called the newly deceased guard a dead man the previous afternoon when the transport arrived in the camp. It was heard by many witnesses, and Laser Nanas himself admitted to this. Now the man was indeed dead, so it was only logical that Laser Nanas should be brought up on murder charges in the Soviet Gulag. Consider for just a moment, in the Gulag, life is real cheap. People imprisoned there do not need criminal charges brought against them to make their lives precarious. Survival in the Gulag is a very rare commodity without being brought up on murder charges. Laser Nanas had to think fast, and he did. He turned to the commandant and said, "I have always considered the commandant of this camp to be an extremely intelligent man, and as such, I find it hard to believe that the commandant could believe that I could kill someone with words alone. On the other hand, if I am wrong, and the commandant does actually believe that I really could do such a thing, then I wonder, why would the commandant start up with me? The commandant should be afraid of me. If I can kill with words alone, you'd better be very careful." The charges were dropped. Laser Nanas spent 20 years in prison in Siberia and kept Shabbos the whole time. This is something that in and of itself is just totally beyond contemplation. The Lubavitcher Rebbe of blessed memory told him that the 20 years that he spent in Siberia didn't count. I met him on a couple of occasions. He was in his 90s. It was Shabbos, and we greeted each other warmly. He pumped my hand up and down, as if to lift me up to the ceiling. I turned to the host, the man in whose house we were, and said to him, "This guy is a phony." When they heard me say this about Laser Nanas, all jaws in the room dropped. I explained to them that even with the Rebbe's 20-year discount, no one in their 70s could shake hands the way he had just shaken mine. On a bitterly cold night in Jerusalem, which was after the Shabbos of Parshas Zachor, Laser Nanas was laid to rest. He was 102 years old. Chapter 39, Rav Moshe Weber. The Rav, that is the name by which we lovingly refer to Rav Moshe Weber. He was a very strong influence in my life. I told my mother once that there were 4 people in my life that really impressed me. They were my mother, my father, the Rebbe, and the Rav. These 4 people were like the 4 directions of the compass, like the 4 legs of a chair. They were sources of direction and stability in my life. The first time that I met the Rav was at the Western Wall. He would often be assisting at the tefillin stand, helping men to don tefillin, and encouraging them in life issues. My son Yitzhak was with me. He spotted Rav Weber and pointed him out to me. I introduced myself. There was a great deal of unrest after the Gulf War concluded. There was much political unrest, and the Intifada, as the local Arab uprising was called, was on the boil again. Buses were being blown up, with a frightening regularity, by suicide bombers. This was doubly disturbing because our children used the buses to get to and from school each day. There was also a lot of socio-religious extremism in the religious community, and sadly, in the Chabad community as well. In the middle of all of this tension, my wife thought that it would be a good idea for me to go and talk with the Rav. I gave him a call and asked if I could come over and talk to him, and he agreed. It seemed that all he cared about was learning Torah and helping Jewish people in any way that he could. He was a very friendly man, and it impressed me deeply that he could maintain many highly intense friendships. It was as if he was best friends with everybody. I almost immediately sensed that this man was truly my friend. I talked to him about various issues and conflicts in my life, and he was able to reassure me that I was not alone. He said that many people felt the way that I felt, but that everything was definitely going to improve. He had a smile, a sense of humor, a lot of patience, and understanding. I knew right away that I could trust him explicitly, that he was on my side. Again, to repeat, I felt that he was my friend. He was born in Mea She'arim in Jerusalem, perhaps the most strictly ultra-Orthodox neighborhood in the world. He was born there during the First World War, while the Turks still occupied our Holy Land. His father passed away when he was only 3 years old. He lived in the same neighborhood all his life. He married, but I never met his wife. I only heard from others that she was an incredibly righteous and kind person, and that she and the Rav were apparently made for each other. There is a lot written about Rav Weber in many different books. I will include here things that may not be written elsewhere, but if they are, it is worth reading again. Chapter 40, Mea She'arim. In the neighborhood of Mea She'arim, there is an old neighborhood and a newer neighborhood. The old neighborhood consists of the shuk or marketplace and the various buildings for housing and communal gatherings, such as schools and synagogues. The entire old part of Mea She'arim is surrounded by a wall that was built sometime in the 19th century. On the outside of this wall is the main street, which, creatively enough, bears the name Mea She'arim Street. It separates between the newer and the older sections of this neighborhood. The neighborhood has its own unique character and its own way of coping and dealing with problems, one of which is modernity. I would say that although it seems that they may be slow to adapt to changes at first, they possess a certain resilience not to be found elsewhere. Don't be surprised, therefore, if you see that they are still around, functioning in a few hundred years, whereas other neighborhoods will have fallen into obscurity and ceased to exist. Chapter 41, Cleanup. A man walked the streets of the neighborhood. He was not violent or noisy, but his appearance was very unkempt. He was not a pleasant sight, difficult to look at, difficult to be around, and his smell was downright nauseating. When he would walk on the sidewalk, the people, especially those with children, would cross the street to the other side in order to avoid him. That was the situation. The Rav saw what was going on and thought that there might be a way to help this man. He needed to take a long hot bath, not just a shower. He needed new clothing, not merely the laundering of his ragged clothes. He needed to eat plenty of hot, cooked, nutritious food. He desperately needed medical help, and once receiving such help, he would need a place to recover completely, and he would need someone to check up on him to see if he was following all of the doctor's instructions. However, the Rav was wise enough to know that he could not and would not do this himself. He would need the assistance of his trusty and righteous Rabbanit, Rebbitzin Weber. First and foremost, this was a matter of consideration for her feelings. So he had to find out how she felt about this and seek her permission to bring this man into their house. As mentioned, the Rabbanit was a righteous woman and immediately accepted the new challenge with a full heart. They prepared a corner of the apartment for this man, and she began to cook. Meanwhile, the Rav went to the street and found the man and explained to him that his situation was very serious and precarious, and that the man could come to their house provided that he kept all of the instructions he received and followed the rules. The man agreed. He was given a room and a bed. It was really just a corner of their small apartment, but it was much better than sleeping in the street or in an alley somewhere. He took a hot bath with soap and shampoo and had a haircut. A new set of clothing was brought for him, and a second change as well. This was done for the man in order that he should feel he has more than just the clothes on his back. He was given a tasty, nutritious meal served with love by the Rebbitzin. Then, Rav Weber went with him to the local doctor, who examined him and prescribed certain medications for all of his ailments. The doctor wanted to see the man twice a week, and after 3 weeks the man was completely recovered. When this man passed people on the street, it was a new experience for him. People no longer crossed over to the other side of the street. The fact was that they did not even recognize him. People would wonder, whatever happened to that sick man? They were shocked to hear that he was walking among them. They were even more shocked when they were told that this was all because of Rav Weber and his righteous Rebbitzin. Chapter 42, Full House. The Rav would have many guests in his house. It would occur often that the people who were his guests were not always aware that he was the host. There was only a limited amount of room in the small apartment. The Rav and his wife slept in a corner of the big room behind a partition. The rest of the guests slept on beds that were placed along the wall and in the middle of the floor. There was not much room to move. There was a little kitchen, a sort of a niche on one side of the dining area, the size of a mid-sized closet, where food could be prepared. The apartment was expanded later, giving the couple a few more meters of space. That was all they needed. They were happy as long as they could help others. A friend of mine told me that he was given a place to sleep at the Weber house, and when he got there, all the beds were taken. No problem, the Rav's son told my friend. There is a special place that we have, not far from the house, that is perfect for situations like this. He led my friend to the parking lot where they kept the big car that was used to transport the Rav. It was a big American car, more than 20 years old, called an Oldsmobile. Opening the door of the car, it was revealed that there was already someone sleeping inside. They found a place for my friend at the house of one of the neighbors. Chapter 43, The Vow. The Rav loved to learn Torah, and he loved Jewish people. Whenever another Jew experienced a happy occasion in his life, he would make it a point to attend. On one night, the Rav went to 9 different affairs. There were 6 bar mitzvahs that night and 3 weddings. One of the weddings was in Bnei Brak, an hour's drive away. At still another wedding, the Rav was actually serving as the officiating rabbi. Towards the end of the night, the car started to overheat, and it finally caught fire. Smoke billowed into the passenger compartment, and the Rav began to cough uncontrollably. The Rav suffered from water on the lungs, and smoke inhalation to even the slightest degree was a major source of discomfort. The Rav exclaimed that once they got home, he wasn't going into that car again. The next day, it was Friday, and I met the Rav and his son at the Western Wall. They invited me to go with them to Shaare Tzedek, a local hospital, where a friend was recuperating from surgery. The Rav was walking back and forth in the hot sun at the Western Wall Plaza between the entrance gate and the facilities. He seemed deep in thought and just paced back and forth. 10 minutes passed, then 15 minutes, and the Rav kept on pacing endlessly. I asked about the pacing back and forth. After all, it was the Sabbath Eve, and most people had things to do before the Sabbath came in. I was told about the previous night and about the burning car. What of it, I said. Shabbos is coming. If we are going to make it to the hospital and back home before Shabbos, we had better get a move on. I was told the real reason for the delay. The Rav did not wish to get into that automobile after making the declaration that he would not go into it again. Now he was urgently trying to find a legal loophole to get out of his predicament. He felt that he had uttered a vow, which he might possibly be required to fulfill, according to the strictest interpretation of Torah law. He now was racking his brains to figure out how he could go into the car again. Chapter 44, Charging Bull. I would pray with the congregation in Mea Shearim on Yom Kippur each year. The Rav would sit in the front of the shul. There is a portion of the additional morning service on Yom Kippur, which is a long and detailed explanation of the service of the high priest in the Holy Temple on Yom Kippur. This part of the service generally takes place between noon and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The people are tired and they are famished, as they have not eaten since the previous afternoon. Everyone is suffering from low energy, low interest, and low focus. All eyebrows are drooping. You get the picture. There is a portion in the service where the members of the congregation take out towels and spread them out on the floor. At the mention of the name of God, everyone prostrates on their towel with their faces downward. Again, everyone is pretty exhausted by this time. I was standing in the back of the shul as the front of the shul was crowded. I went to the back to bow down where there was more room, and it was easier to do the bowing more properly without worrying about interfering with other people. Rav Weber came back there also. I looked around and saw that the Rav was standing right next to me, listening with rapt attention to every word of the man leading the prayers. Everyone in shul was ready to collapse or faint, and if they were praying at all, it was likely for the services to end quickly so that they can take a break and have a rest. This elderly man, the Rav, was standing up with perfectly straight posture next to me and scraping his feet on the floor as a bull does when it is ready to charge. At the exact moment that the name of God is read out, he threw himself down with a force and swiftness found only in athletes. I have no idea where he got this from. A truly amazing phenomenon. Chapter 45, Sleeping. The Rav did so many things that other people simply did not and could not do. He got up very early in the morning to learn Torah. He did all of his preparations for prayer. After this, the Rav began his prayer ritual. He was not satisfied to merely pray with the congregation. He had to say every single word with kavanah, which means with intention, deliberation, and extreme focus. This he did every day. He would also have times that he learned with individuals. There were times that he was the one who taught a group of people. There were always people calling him on the phone and visiting him to seek his counsel. It seems that he had no time left in his life for eating and sleeping. What he would do during the very hot summer days was to take cat naps in the middle of the afternoon. Without leaving the shul, he would just lay himself down on a very uncomfortable wooden bench for 15 or 20 minutes and sleep. I would watch him sleep sometimes. I noticed the way that he held his hands in front of his face. He was ready to spring into action at any moment like a lion, but he slept peacefully like a lamb. Chapter 46, Sephardic Smiles. It was the holiday of Shavuos, and I took my son Yisroel with me to Mea Shearim. We stayed up the whole night and walked into Mea Shearim for the sunrise prayers. After the prayers, we planned to go to the house of the Rav for Kiddush, and then we would go to the Western Wall, and after that, we would go home. It was a long trek, but we decided to do it anyway. After prayers in Mea Shearim, the Rav asked if we would mind doing Kiddush a little bit later. The reason? A friend of the Rav was making a bris, a ritual circumcision, and the Rav was invited to take part. It is usually a short ceremony, so we didn't expect it to be so long. The bris cannot take place without the mohel, the ritual circumciser, to do the cutting. So everybody waited. There was no choice. The people in the shul were Sephardim, and they were unbelievably patient. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. No one had slept the whole night, and yet these people had such happiness on their faces. It was absolutely contagious. The mohel came, the ceremony took place, and the little baby boy was named. We went to the Rav's house to make Kiddush. All the honors go to my son Yisroel. He didn't complain once. And even though it was later than expected, he even wanted to go to the Western Wall after the Kiddush. After that, we walked home for another hour and a half. What an incredible boy he was, that Yisroel of mine. Besides Yisroel, I remember those illuminating smiles of the Sephardim in such a state of true happiness while waiting to share the happiness of their friend. Chapter 47, The Kiss. A young man came to our study group in Mea Shearim. He told me that he was from America, but that his father was from Mea Shearim. He had a request for me. He heard that I would go to see Rav Weber every day on the way to the Kosel, the Western Wall. He requested that I take him to see Rav Weber when I went. I agreed. I would generally go to the Western Wall on most regular weekdays, and on the way there, I would stop in to see what the Rav was doing. If he was deeply engrossed in learning, I would not disturb him, but if he noticed me by chance, he would motion me into his room. I would say hello and ask how he was doing, and then I would continue on my way. This time, the Rav was in the downstairs room. He noticed that I was standing outside with a young man, and he motioned to us both, inviting us in enthusiastically. He asked me who this young man was that I had brought with me, and I told the Rav that he had requested of me specially to take him to see the Rav. He said that the Rav knew his father from the neighborhood years ago, and that the Rav had been to his bar mitzvah party in America. The Rav's face lit up brightly, and he put his arms around the young man. He began to kiss him on the lips. This lasted for a full 5 minutes. There is no exaggeration here at all. After 5 minutes, the Rav turned to me and said, "This is an Einikel, a descendant of Rebbe Zusha of Anipoli." Chapter 48, The Barber. A friend of mine who worked at the Western Wall for many years was getting despondent. He told me that he had been thinking of doing something else with his life, maybe even moving back to America. Just then, the Rav came down the entrance ramp to the Western Wall and grabbed my friend's hands warmly. He told him that Israel was the place for him to be, and that he shouldn't even think of moving somewhere else. He told my friend that he was doing lots of good things for other people and should continue doing them. Then my friend said that the Rav looked him in the eye and asked him, "Do you really want to open up a barber shop?" My friend was floored. How did the Rav know what he was thinking? Not 10 seconds before he came into view, and no one knew that he had just bought electric hair clippers. How did the Rav know? Chapter 49. Just one. There was a man who would come to put on tefillin at the Western Wall. He was mentally unbalanced, and often he did not return the tefillin after using them. Whenever he was questioned about the missing tefillin, he would insist that he knew nothing. The number of sets of tefillin at the stand was steadily decreasing, and something really had to be done about this. A young American tourist would come to the tefillin stand to put on tefillin every day. He wanted to buy his own pair of tefillin. He did not have a lot of money and wanted to buy the cheapest pair he could find. He went into an Arab store in the old city, which happened to be located very close to the Kosel, and the storekeeper showed him a pair of tefillin for sale there. The tourist noticed there were markings on the straps that signified that these tefillin were actually the property of Chabad. He said nothing about that to the store owner. Instead, he told the store owner that he would come back if he decided to buy. The tefillin at the wall had the word Chabad written on them in Hebrew for identification. That identification was visible on the tefillin in the Arab store, according to the young tourist. A plan was hatched. The police in the old city were notified. There was a man who had seen the missing property for sale in the Arab store, and he could prove that they belonged to Chabad. A sting was set up in which the tourist would ask to buy the tefillin. Then the police would come in and execute their end. The plan was only partially successful. The tourist went into the store, but the neighboring Arabs recognized the police agents from the Kishle, the old city police station. The Arab neighbors started to gesture and whistle, making signs at the store owner to alert him that something was up. His suspicions were aroused, and that made him more cautious. With the exception of the first pair, the store owner did not bring out any more merchandise. The police did manage to recover that one pair of tefillin, though, and my friend who worked at the stand and orchestrated the sting was very happy that at least one pair of tefillin was recovered. I told my friend that I would see the Rav soon, and I would tell him the story. I was sure that the Rav would be overjoyed. When I got to the Rav and I told him the story of the rescued tefillin, he remarked, "Just one?" He was not ready to celebrate until everything was totally restored. Chapter 50, the phone call. A teenage boy was sent home from yeshiva for some infraction of the rules. He decided that while he was home, he would just treat the suspension from studies as vacation time, and he would just do what he pleased. This was not at all acceptable to the boy's father, who insisted that the young man maintain a responsible schedule even while suspended, and strongly recommended that his son go with him to yeshiva to learn, if he wasn't going to learn at home. It was phrased as an ultimatum, where the young man felt he was being forced into something that he didn't want to do. The son decided to put it to the test and refused to go with the father the next day. The father was very upset at this and told the boy that he would either comply or look for some other place to live. The boy's mother became upset. It was absolutely unbearable for her. And as her entire world started to crumble, she felt herself being torn apart. At that moment, the telephone rang, and it was the Rav. He told the mother that it was a good idea that the young man should go and learn with his father until it was time for him to return to his own yeshiva, where his friends were learning. The boy did go with his father, and he truly did feel miserable there. The Rav's split-second intervention had averted a serious family crisis. Chapter 51. He needs a friend. A little girl and boy were neighbors in Jerusalem. They had always played together. The boy had developmental issues. The girl's parents wondered whether this play arrangement was an appropriate one. When a child is challenged with developmental issues, transitions in relationships do not follow the standard pattern. One child develops at a significantly faster rate, and the other feels left behind. There can be a misunderstanding where the challenged child mistakes the temporary play relationship of young children to be romantic and permanent. Normally, as children reach a certain age, they will, without any outside guidance, go their own ways. In the case of the challenged child, however, the estrangement that comes with maturity can be painful and sometimes devastating. What is the right thing to do? The Rav was consulted about this, and he concurred, saying that yes, it could pose some problems, because the little boy is challenged. There could be problems, and he could wind up being very hurt. The Rav advised discouraging the playing together, but only in an unnoticeable way. That would be in order to ensure that no one knows or even feels that it was being discouraged. The feeling that the playing was being discouraged would clearly be hurtful to the little boy. It would make him feel very badly about himself. Most importantly, in summation, the Rav pointed out to the girl's parents, that little boy needs friends too. Chapter 52. Difficult is good. My son, Mati, went to the Rav with us one day. He had a complaint. He claimed that the teacher that he would have for the following year was too strict. He wanted to switch out of the yeshiva that he was in and go somewhere else. The Rav looked Mati right in the eye. He asked Mati, "Where do you want to go?" He mentioned the names of a few yeshivas, of which he was sure Mati would never agree to go to. He asked Mati, "Would you like to go to this yeshiva or that yeshiva?" Each time Mati answered that absolutely not. He wouldn't want to go to those yeshivas either. In the end, the Rav told Mati the words that became famous in our house. Kashe ze tov. Difficult is good. Mati continued in that yeshiva until shortly after his marriage, and the Rosh Yeshiva and Mati continued to be lifelong friends. Chapter 53. Money is difficult. I was visiting the Rav at his home when some unknown woman called him on the phone. She had one of those extremely loud voices, and every word she spoke could be heard by the people in the room. She was having financial trouble. She kept on telling her troubles to the Rav and listing all of her bills that she couldn't pay. Finally, she asked the Rav if he could solve her problems by giving her money. I wondered to myself, how is the Rav going to get himself out of this one? When the woman repeated her demand, the Rav simply replied, Kesef ze kashe, which means money is difficult. Chapter 54. Time is money. The Rav would meet people from all over the world, but invariably the language of communication he would go to was the Hebrew language. He was clearly not an English speaker, but he did know a few words. He would say the phrase, "Time is money," from time to time, and laugh as he said it. It seemed, to those present, that this phrase was the funniest thing he had ever heard. He would remark, "How foolish people are. Could you imagine to compare the value of something as precious as time to mere money?" Chapter 55. Slaps. I do not know the reason that the Rav used to give slaps in the face to many people that came to visit him, but I am sure that there is an explanation. I have seen people line up to get a slap in the face for him. Someone would even go back to the end of the line after being slapped in order to get another one. It was always done with friendship and love, and the people came back for more. This was not the case with everybody, though. One time my son Yisroel was sitting on the Rav's lap, and he was, for some reason, very uncomfortable. His brother Mati loved to get a slap from the Rav, but Yisroel did not. So the Rav would give Mati more slaps, and he didn't give Yisroel any. The Rav sensed that Yisroel was uncomfortable, and that was the signature of the Rav, if anything was. If you had any encounter with him, you would leave feeling inspired and elevated. He would never do anything that would make somebody feel uncomfortable. Once the Rav had to go to the emergency room, and while he was there, the security guard asked me if it would be possible for him to talk to the Rav. I told him that I thought so, and told the guard to come with me. As he approached the Rav, the guard noticed that the Rav was dispensing his usual slaps. He turned to me and asked me, "Why does the Rav give out slaps to people?" The guard was a little shy, and so I asked the Rav, on behalf of the guard, why it was that he gave out all of those slaps to people. The Rav instantly shot a fiery glance at the guard and said to me, while looking straight in the guard's face, "Why? Does he want to slap me back?" They both broke out into laughter. Chapter 56. I am so sorry. The Rav was slapping Mati. Mati had a chubby, round face that made a clapping sound when the Rav would slap him. Mati, for his part, totally loved it. This time, however, the slapping went too far, and the Rav knocked off Mati's kippah. The Rav stopped the slapping and took on a very serious demeanor. Lifting the falling kippah, he placed it reverently and gently back on Mati's head. He then straightened it out very carefully. The Rav then made a sad face, and shaking his head from side to side to emphasize how badly he felt, the Rav said in English, "Oh, I am so sorry." Mati didn't want the Rav to feel bad and got ready to tell the Rav that everything was okay. However, before Mati could open his mouth, the Rav slapped him on the side of the face with a loud clap, and the game was on again. Chapter 57. Publish it. I wanted to write down some Torah-oriented thoughts and perhaps publish them. I consulted the Rav about the idea in general, and he thought it was a good idea. One day at the Western Wall, there was a disturbance between two different religious groups. One group was Hasidic, while the other was antagonistic. I told the Rav about the dispute between the two groups, and the Rav asked me how I felt about it, and more importantly, what was I going to do about it? I told him that I thought that the whole thing was really stupid. I decided to myself that the best thing to do in such a case was to concentrate on being a better Hasid. He smiled broadly and said that I should publish that. Chapter 58. The President. Usually, name-calling is considered to be an activity engaged in by people of low character. However, the Rav had the ability to elevate the art of name-calling to a new level. There was a man who used to come to the Western Wall. The Western Wall is also known by its name in Hebrew, the Kosel, which means, simply enough, the wall. This man had lost his family and was all alone in the world. He loved the Rav to no end. He absolutely adored the Rav. He even called the Rav his father. The Rav gave this man the title, President of the Kosel. This recognition made the man feel so good that if one wanted to make him smile, all one needed to say was, "Here comes the President of the Kosel." Chapter 59. Sandak. The Rav was in the hospital when my son Mendel was born. I wanted very much for the Rav to be the Sandak, or godfather. However, there was a slight complication. My son was born in the hospital, and the Rav was a patient in another hospital. Each hospital had its own specifically certified mohel, the man authorized to perform ritual circumcisions. To perform a circumcision is a big mitzvah. To be the mohel is considered to be a very great honor. It was consequently considered to be a great slight to the honor of the official hospital mohel if another mohel would be doing the honors in his hospital. I very much wanted the Rav to be the sandak for my son. I also had a special interest in my mohel doing the circumcision. My mohel just happened to be the mohel of the hospital where my son was born. What to do? I wasted no time and called the mohel of the hospital that the Rav was in. I explained the situation to him. He wanted to know why I couldn't do the bris in the other hospital or in another hall or synagogue. When I told him that I needed the Rav to be the sandak and that the Rav was in his hospital, he understood. He knew very well who the Rav was and what kind of a man he was. Naturally, he understood that anyone would want someone like the Rav to be the sandak for their son. Then he asked me, "Why are you calling me?" I told him that I wanted my son to be entered into the covenant of Abraham the patriarch, and that it would not be fitting for me to do that while callously disregarding his feelings and slighting his honor. He told me, "Bravo, Mazal Tov, you have really spoken well. I may just come myself as a visitor." That is just what he did, and he received an honor as well, holding the child as he was given his name. Everything went well, and my son was named Menachem Mendel, after the Rebbe of blessed memory. Chapter 60, The Picture. The Rav and I were sitting in the back seat of his car. In the front seat, there was a young man who was very upset. He had been going out on shidduchim, matches, in hopes of finding someone suitable to marry. He was, by the way, a doctor, which he felt made him highly eligible. He was searching for a suitable match, and at last he really thought that he had found her. However, the previous night, she had called it off and did not wish to continue seeing him. He had his heart set on her, but in the end, it didn't work out. He was terribly saddened by the whole affair. The Rav started to tell him doctor jokes, asking him, "Hey, doctor, have you heard of any new diseases lately?" He hoped for a smile, but it did not come. The Rav could see that humor wasn't working, so he just told the young doctor, "Man is not a picture." This was indeed another gem from the Rav. Here is the meaning. People constantly change, but pictures always remain the same. Man constantly changes. Tomorrow will not be the same as today. With God's help, it will definitely be much better. A few years later, I happily discovered that this young doctor was living in another city and was happily married with children. Chapter 61, Joyous Laughter. A young couple came into view as I was walking with the Rav. He started to laugh quietly. I asked him what was so funny. He said that they keep coming to him every single day, asking him to pick out or approve of a name for their newborn child because they could not agree on the name. He refused to make the decision for them, and he just kept laughing at the whole idea. The Rav was a man of great empathy. Someone else's suffering was his suffering. If they were so distressed, then why on earth was the Rav laughing? What was so funny? He told me that many couples came to him, pleading to him, to beg and to beseech God for mercy, as they were childless and all the doctors had offered them was no hope. There were unfortunately many that had been able to bring children into the world, but the children were suffering from severe maladies and even worse. May the Almighty protect us. His laughter was not derisive in any way, but rather an expression of his truly heartfelt joy for them. In fact, he truly wished that everyone should have the kind of problems that this couple had. For many of the couples in dire straits, with no hope, all one could do is to cry for them. For this couple, he told me, all he could do is laugh. Chapter 62, Sukkos. There was a young man who became very religious and decided to adopt the dress of a group of Yerushalmi Hasidim that wore golden striped robes on the holidays. The young man showed up in the shul wearing his new clothes for the first time during the holiday of Sukkos. Everybody was dancing in a circle in the middle of the small, crowded shul. There were the guys who would balance bottles on their heads, and some who balanced chairs on their chins. There was even one Russian guy that took two benches and made a letter T out of them, balancing them while lying on the floor. I was really surprised that the Rav didn't stop it. It was really dangerous. The Rav was dancing around too, when he spotted this fellow in his new getup, trying to impress people. The young man stood in the doorway, striking a pose as if to say, "Hey, everybody, look at me. Look how well dressed I am." The Rav went over to him and pushed him through the doorway. Apparently, the clothes were nice, but what the Rav really wanted from this fellow was that he dance inside with all the other people. The Rav stood up in front of everybody and asked a simple question. He explained that the holiday of Sukkot is called the time of our rejoicing. But he had his question, and the question was, why? After all, reasoned the Rav, isn't every single day of our life a time for rejoicing? The answer came shortly as the Rav concluded. He told all assembled there in that room that the holiday of Sukkot is the time of our rejoicing because all of the joy that we experience throughout the year has its source in these festival days. Consequently, the more joy that one experiences during this holiday, the more joy he will experience throughout the entire year. Chapter 63, Controversies. I had a friend that got into some kind of a misunderstanding with Rav Weber. Misunderstanding is a good word because my friend did not know much Hebrew and Rav Weber did not speak English. My friend allegedly started to scream at the Rav in the middle of a wedding. The Rosh Yeshiva, who ran the yeshiva that my friend was learning in, ordered him thrown out of the yeshiva. He said it was because my friend had insulted the Rav. I thought that this was somehow not fair, so I decided to check it out for myself. I saw Rav Weber at the Kosel, and I asked him if it was true that somebody yelled at him at a recent wedding. He flatly denied it, saying, "No one ever yells at me." So I went back to the Rosh Yeshiva and told him what Rav Weber had said. And he told me that no, my friend did yell at the Rav, and that was unforgivable. I continued to push the point that Rav Weber denied the whole thing completely. The Rosh Yeshiva said simply that Rav Weber is on such a high level that he never gets offended. It's as if he doesn't know how to be offended. Someone heard the conversation and told me that he once saw somebody throw a wet towel in the Rav's face at a public gathering, and the Rav was totally unfazed. The conclusion was that you can't bring proofs from Rav Weber in matters like these. There was a public gathering of hundreds of people, and one man in the crowd shouted something at the Rav. It was clearly provocative and uncomplimentary. I was there at the time and witnessed the whole scene. The Rav was on his way out of the shul when he was accosted, and I watched as the Rav stopped in front of the man and say something to him. Nobody, other than the man himself, heard what the Rav said to him. But later on, I asked the Rav what happened. He said that this man made a mistake. He just wished to give him the courtesy of a response. That's all. He needed to address the issue. It was important for that man to hear him. As for himself and his honor, it was nothing whatsoever. It was often said about the Rav that it didn't matter to him if you kissed him or spit in his face. It was all the same to him. There was a man who once climbed into the large window at the front of the shul during prayers and started screaming things that were objectionable and offensive to the congregants. In an attempt to regain order in the shul, the Rav started to thump his hand on the lectern in front of him. The man had to be escorted out of the shul. Not long after that, he was struck by a car. The rumor mill began to churn out its sensational fare for the fools of the world to gobble up. The people were saying that the man had been struck for crossing Rav Weber. The Rav heard about this rumor and was deeply pained. He made plans to visit the man in the hospital. On his return to the shul, the Rav wept bitterly in front of everybody there. The Rav wanted to make it clear to all that he has no ill will toward the man, and on the contrary, loves him and is pained by his suffering. He urged all to pray for the man's complete recovery. The Rav insisted that the whole tragic matter was from heaven, and he was pained that any Jew should suffer for any reason. The Rav was truly a man of integrity. Chapter 64, Purim Tears. It was the holiday of Purim. I was in the Rav's house, and the atmosphere was festive and joyous. There was a big picture of the Rebbe hanging up in the room. We were making l'chaims and drinking lots of wine. Suddenly, I made a toast to the health of the Rebbe, who was experiencing difficulties with health. Upon hearing this, there was a change in the Rav's countenance, and a tear appeared on his eye, as he thought of the Rebbe's condition and his health. He was first and always a chassid of the Rebbe. In spite of all the fuss around him, the Rav was first and foremost a chassid of the Rebbe. It is known that the Rav was seriously approached by a group of chassidim to be their Rebbe. He replied to them respectfully, firmly, and unambiguously. He said, that he was a chassid of the Rebbe of Lubavitch, and that came before being anyone else's Rebbe. Chapter 65, Always Here. The car was on fire, and now the fire was out. There was an issue of making a vow and never going into the car again, and that was finally settled. It was late on Friday afternoon in Jerusalem. We made it to the hospital to visit the man who was recovering from an operation. It seemed especially important to visit this man while he was in the hospital, for he had no family, he was alone, and he was an extremely sensitive individual who was easily hurt. In truth, some people would avoid him because of his frequent emotional outbursts. When we came to his room, he was initially happy to see us, but then, somehow, he turned to the subject of how people avoided him. The Rav raised his eyebrows as if to ask, "What do you mean?" The man said, "No one says hello to me in the shul anymore." Without missing a beat, the Rav told him that it was all because you're one of us. We consider you to always be here with us. You only say hello when first seeing someone during the day, but it's not necessary to repeat it after each and every time you leave the room and come back in again. I was so amazed that anyone could be so creative. This came from his deep love for his fellow Jew. It was that deep love that pushed his ingenuity to new heights. Chapter 66, The Rabbis. Newly religious people in Jerusalem have been heard to say that the people in Mea Shearim are definitely peculiar, but they have no hang-ups. I believe there is a lot of truth in that statement. They are deeply caring when it comes to family, God, and religious observance. Mundane, everyday, practical matters, such as dripping faucets, garbage in the streets, broken teeth, and the like, do not seem to bother them so much. Most normal people cannot understand this, and often criticize them for it. There is an easygoing, take-it-as-it-comes attitude. They are not in a rush to contribute to the gross national product. They are not interested in becoming a part of the rat race. I have heard people in Mea Shearim say that you can't pay me enough money to be sad. But of course, if you want to try, be my guest. In the shul, it is the rabbi who answers all the questions of conduct and observance in everyday life. There is a man in the shul called the Gabbai, who is tasked with raising and collecting the money with which to run the shul, and virtually every other matter dealing with the daily operation of the shul. The Gabbai will on occasion decide which available seat in the shul will be assigned to whom. I was placed in a front row seat in the shul. I was told that it was so that I could better see what was going on. Nevertheless, it was a giant honor for me to be assigned to that seat. I was on the same bench with the Rav and the brother of the rabbi, Avram Hirsch Cohen, who was a significant figure in Jerusalem. And right next to me, shoulder to shoulder, was a most amazing scholar whom the Rav once classified as knowing the entire Torah. I think that perhaps they honored me so because I walked in from far away to pray with them, and they regarded it as a great honor for them. Go figure. Chapter 67, Rabbi S.Y. My neighbor on the bench in shul was one of the most unbelievable Torah scholars in the world. This was a man who simply could not stop learning for a second. He's considered every moment to be precious. Truly, the idea of Bitul Zman, the wasting of time, was so foreign to him. If he wasn't learning, he simply felt lost. You cannot appreciate this unless you see it. He was honored at our weddings with the reading of the Kesuva, the marriage contract. Once there was a wedding of one of our children that had to be delayed for just a few minutes because of some unforeseen technicality. And that meant that he had to stay idle longer than he had expected. He was standing there without a book in his hand. He seemed the most uncomfortable person that could possibly be. Once the wedding started, he was himself again. Even if he wasn't holding a book, he was involved in doing a mitzvah. Doing a mitzvah is clearly a wise use of one's time in the view of a man like that. Chapter 68, Digital Rabbi. An elderly man learned in the yeshiva where I once learned. He spent his entire day learning Torah, and this is something that he had been doing all his life. I tell you that he was very good at it. I came to the yeshiva one day with a laptop computer. He asked me an innocent-sounding question. "What do you need that thing for?" I told him that I used it because of my poor eyesight, and that additionally, it was great for looking things up. He said, "Oh, yes? Is that so?" He gave me something to look up. I fumbled around pushing some keys and typing some words. Before I finished, he had taken the proper volume off of the shelf and it was opened up to the correct page. Here is another example of what that man could do. There is a phrase in Rambam, which is apparently sourced in the Gemara, the Talmud. My learning partner and I had a difficulty with this particular phrase and wanted to look it up in an older source in order to better clarify it. I asked this incredible older man where the phrase could be found in the writings of the sages. And this is what he did. He asked my partner to bring down such and such a volume and place it in front of him. From his seat, he pointed to certain bookshelf and told my friend to bring him that particular volume. It was a large book containing hundreds of pages. Next, he merely cracked the volume open and in one motion, without flipping through the pages, opened it to the correct page. Then he simply laid his finger on the place on the page where the specific phrase was printed. "Here you go, gentlemen," he said. Then he did the same again with another volume, explaining that it was necessary because the phrase is mentioned in two separate places in the Talmud. Each time, he was able to lay his finger on the desired passage within 2 seconds. With scholars like that, who needs computers? Chapter 69, Rabbi Slonim. There was a rabbi that I was privileged to know. While sitting in his house, I noticed that on the wall, 2 pictures were hanging. One was a picture of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and the other, a picture of the rabbi's father. I knew that the rabbi's grandmother was a famous tzedekis, a righteous woman. She was a descendant of the Alter Rebbe, one of the greatest Hasidic masters. The rabbi told me that his father was named after and descended from the Maharal of Prague. That was something I did not know. It comes out that this rabbi could trace his family tree back much further. The Maharal traced his lineage back to King David. King David's family tree is traced through the prophets. And from the prophets, the lineage is traced to Moses. Then from Moses, we are able to trace the lineage back to the patriarch Abraham, and from there to Adam, the first man. How's that for ancestry? I did not even know who my mother and father were. And this man can trace back all the way to the beginning. I was at the hospital with Rav Weber. The Rav had been rushed to the emergency room after falling down in his apartment. And now he was lying in the intensive care unit. The situation was very critical. The Rav had lost consciousness. People were coming in to visit. They really feared the worst. The hospital staff did not restrict the influx of visitors, many of whom were clearly sick themselves. I appealed to the nurses and doctors to do something about the situation, but their reply to me was that they were not policemen. If I was so convinced and so concerned, they said, I could try myself to keep order in the waiting room. Well-intentioned, but ill-advised, people were making their way to the Rav's bedside in the ICU. I felt very strongly that somebody had to do something. I stood up and blocked the doorway myself. I told the people with a single word, no. They didn't like it, nor did they want to understand. Just then, the rabbi, the descendant of the Maharal, came into the room. He too planned to visit the Rav. A number of people waiting outside the ICU were waiting for me to leave for a moment so that they could sneak in. They bitterly resented me and smirked. I could hear them saying, we'll see now if he will tell the rabbi to go away. Well, I stood up and I told the rabbi that the Rav was still in danger and that it was not a good idea for the Rav to be exposed to too many different people. The rabbi looked at me and said, Moshe, you are absolutely right. He then turned and walked out of the room to the chagrin of the crowd. Don't get the wrong message from this story. The story is not meant to be about me. I just did what had to be done. The story is about the greatness of the rabbi. This rabbi, who could trace his origins back to the beginning of history, and as a respected rabbinical authority, was accustomed to giving orders. And he listened to me, a man who didn't even know who his father and mother were. He showed no arrogance whatsoever. Instead, he took the orders from me, so to speak. He considered what I said and followed my advice. It's not a story about me at all. This is all about a man's integrity and character, and his acceptance of all people in all situations without regard to matters of status. This story shows, in small degree, the kind of man he was. How's that for humanity? Chapter 70, The Soup. It was the end of a very long and hot summer's day in Jerusalem. It was the fast day known as Tisha B'Av in Hebrew, which is the day on which Jews all over the world mourn the destruction of the Holy Temple. The fast lasts for over 26 hours, and it goes without saying that the people in the shul are hungry when it is finally over. The gabbai of the shul prepares a meal for everybody. There is plenty to drink and lots of coffee and cakes are prepared. There is bread and tuna and lots of different salads. For most, though, the main feature is the hot soup. It cooks for the entire day in a giant pot in the basement of the shul. That pot requires 2 strong men to bring it upstairs. When the evening prayers are concluded and the end of the fast arrives, the gabbai starts ladling out the soup. It makes hundreds of portions. There can even be a second pot on occasion. Sitting next to me at the table was an old man, and there was no doubt that he was very much weakened from the fast. I found it to be difficult to stand in the soup line and get my bowl of soup. The people in line really were very pushy after the fast was over, and they didn't want to wait an extra few seconds to get that delicious soup down their throats. Not only was there pushing before one gets the soup, but afterwards as well. For me, personally, it was very difficult to move away from the serving area, carrying a scalding hot bowl of soup in my hands. I knew that it would be too much to expect the old man sitting next to me to stand in line with all those pushing people who were desperately clamoring to get their own bowl of soup. I switched into Hasidic action mode and pondered what the Hasidic action response would be. I told a friend that he should save my seat and that I planned to be back in a few minutes. I went to the end of the line to wait my turn. This marked me as foreign born, but I had been through all that stuff before and didn't care about labels and stigma so much, which also marked me. My attitude is that if I cared about stigma, why would I hang around with these guys? The gabbai liked me because often I would help out with the expenses of the meal that he served, and he also sort of admired the way that I could wait patiently for the soup, unlike many of the people there. As a reward for my generosity, it seemed, he would always give me a better portion than what he gave to the other people. I would receive from him a heaping bowl of soup with 2 or 3 giant matzah balls and plenty of soup nuts thrown in. Upon receiving this, though, I still had to brave the crowd. No one seemed to care if I burned my hands on the steaming hot soup, or worse yet, spilled it onto somebody, quite possibly one of the young children scurrying around underfoot. May God protect their young souls. I made it back to my seat and sat down next to the old man. I placed the bowl in front of him and motioned to him to eat. He made a blessing and began to eat. He was grateful. The soup revived him. That much was clear. I really felt good to see how this man responded. In the 5 minutes, he was a totally different man. Worth the effort for him and worth the effort for me. The gabbai asked me the next day if I liked the soup that he had made. I told him that was the best bowl of soup that I never had. Chapter 71, The Knife. There was a mikveh in Mea Shearim that was close to the Rav's house. When Jewish people purchase utensils that are to be used for the preparation or consumption of food, the practice is to immerse them in the waters of a mikveh before use. This particular mikveh, although not near to my house, was very convenient if I was in town. One wintry Friday morning, the rain was falling moderately in Jerusalem, and every bone was soaked with the cold. I bought a new challah knife in Machne Yehuda and planned to immerse it in the Mea She'arim mikveh. An old man was leaving the mikveh just as I went in, and he still hadn't gotten far when I came out. The courtyard outside the mikveh was filled with a large and deep puddle. The old man had to avoid falling in and getting wet. If an old-timer falls into a puddle in the winter, by the time he gets home to change his clothes, it may be too late. He can easily catch cold, and he may be bedridden for weeks or even worse. If he lives alone, he may not be able to get food or to go for medical assistance. It can be very complicated and difficult for the vulnerable among us. Younger people take so much for granted. I did some quick thinking and told the man that I would take him home. I literally picked him up. I was surprised that he was not heavy. I carried him through the water and to the nearby flight of stairs. I asked him where he lived, and he pointed upwards. I began to climb the stairs. All the time he was in my arms. At the top of the first flight of stairs, I asked him for directions, and he again pointed upwards. There was a third flight as well, and when we reached the top of the stairs, he pointed left. He signaled to me that the apartment at the end of the floor was his. I let him down gently, and he thanked me, and I went on my way. I still have that knife, which I have used on Shabbos for many years. I still do think about the old man from time to time, and I wonder, whatever happened to him? Chapter 72, Young Genius. In the shul, there is a young Torah scholar. He seems to be an ordinary man until he speaks. At that point, the words of the sages flow from him like water from a fountain. This young man has a friend who is easily 3 times his age. That man, too, is a scholar of extremely high caliber. At public gatherings, the 2 friends will often sit together, and people marvel at the sight of the 2 of them, talking and learning. True Torah scholars try not to waste any time, and they are extremely strict with themselves. They're very careful with their words and never engage in idle chatter. They speak to each other by referring to ideas in the Torah so that they are always learning. This is what is meant by talking and learning. They will often draw parallels between complex Talmudic subjects and mundane occurrences. The 2 scholars are able to speak to each other in all manner of elevated subjects, many of which are far beyond the grasp of the average man who has been learning all his life. It is a sight to behold this. The Torah is an unbreakable bond between them. I watched one afternoon as the younger man grabbed a small table in the shul and cleared it off before starting to learn. He took out 1 volume, and after a short time, he took out another volume. He studied them and compared them, and then took out a 3rd and then a 4th volume. He placed them down on the table in such a way that he would be able to refer to them again without having to pick up more than 1 volume at a time. He told me that when he is learning, he has little patience, so arranging the books in this way is much more efficient for him. Before he finished, he had at least 15 large volumes piled one on top of the other. Respectable and elderly rabbis often consult with him. Nevertheless, this man is as humble and unassuming a person as you will ever find anywhere. Chapter 73, Time Passes. I once pointed out to the Gabbai in the shul that the benches of the shul had a story to tell. He raised his eyebrows, beckoning to me for an elaboration. I walked over with him to one of the benches in the shul. The shul was over 125 years old. The benches are original equipment. Look here, I said to the Gabbai, as I showed him a corner portion of one of the benches in the middle of the shul. This bench back has a corner that everyone puts their hands on as they move through the shul. They have been doing this for, say, 125 years. Now look at the same place on the bench that is on the far end of the shul. Nobody puts their hands on that part of the bench because it's not in an area where people walk by, and never has been. The Gabbai could see plainly that the corner of one bench was the shape of a smooth dome, a perfectly rounded shape, whereas the other still had the original pointed shape. I told him in earnest, see the effect that righteous hands have? He was so amazed. He had been in that shul all his life, but he never noticed it until I came along with my visual impairment and pointed it out. Chapter 74, Bravado. One of the men who sat on the same bench with me in shul was a simple store owner named Gershon Henoch Cohen. I have written previously about his brother, Rav Avram Hirsch. I would sometimes stop into Gershon Henoch's store just to look at his face. I stopped into his store, which was a notorious time killer. It was impossible to just go in and out. First you had to wait, and then Gershon Henoch or his wife had to look for the article that you wished to buy. Sometimes 20 minutes would go by, only for one to find out that they did not have the item you wanted. It was the eve of the Jewish New Year, and I was waiting to buy tzitzis, the four-cornered garment worn by Jewish men, with the strings on the corners. I wanted to buy a new garment in honor of the holiday. In front of me was a young religious man. He was aggressive and arrogant, and upon receiving the articles that he requested, started to haggle over the price. It was a whole song and dance. This kid was barely in his 20s, whereas Gershon Henoch was at least in his very late 70s or more. One would have thought that the youngster would have had a little bit of respect for his elder, but this was not so. He whittled the price down until Gershon Henoch agreed to sell everything to him for the lowest possible price in cash. They both agreed on the price in front of everybody in the store. Now, the kid pulls out a checkbook. He began to write out the check. He gave the check to Gershon Henoch, who upon receiving it exclaimed, "But we have just agreed on a price, and this is much less than what we have agreed on." The brazen young fellow just spit out the words, "You'll take that too," and he walked out of the store. All present were shocked and made ready to pursue the guy and make him at least return the merchandise. Gershon Henoch held up his hands, reminding everyone that it was the eve of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. At this specific time of the year, the book of judgment is opened on high, and Reb Gershon Henoch did not want anyone to be punished on account of him for any reason. He held up his hands and just said, "Let him go." Chapter 75, Integrity. It was a day in the winter, the year of the Gulf War. I decided to try again to buy some tzitzis from Gershon Henoch, but naturally, there was someone in the store before me. It isn't so difficult to have lines in your store if you take 45 minutes to serve each customer that comes in. In front of me was a young man, newly religious, wearing a kippah and an Israeli army uniform. He was there with his father, who was clearly not yet religious. The son told Gershon Henoch that he was going to active duty in a few days and that he wanted to put up a mezuzah on the door of his apartment. Gershon Henoch handed him a parchment and told him the price. Mezuzot are handwritten on parchment that is specially prepared for the purpose. The writing is done by a ritual scribe who has been trained and certified. It takes hours to write a mezuzah, and then it must be checked to see if it is kosher. There must be no letters or words missing. Nothing must be added either, nor are cracked letters or improperly spaced letters allowed. These are only a few of the issues that are involved in the writing of a kosher mezuzah. The young soldier's father was apparently the one paying for the mezuzah. When Gershon Henoch told him the price, the father balked. Gershon Henoch shot back at the father. "If I was a doctor and I told you that medicine would cost that much, you wouldn't blink an eye." Now the father, trying to save face, countered with, "Yes, but how do I know if the mezuzah is indeed kosher?" Gershon Henoch told the father, "No problem. We are going right now to Rav Elyashiv. He is a posek, and he will tell you personally whether this mezuzah is kosher or not." With that, he told everyone to leave the store. He was taking his customers to the famous rabbi to hear his judgment on the validity of this mezuzah. I had to leave after spending all that time in the store. I had come to buy tzitzis, which I did not succeed in getting, but I did get so much more. I also resolved that as long as that man was running that store, that is where I wanted to buy my tzitzis. Chapter 76, Love. In his store, high up on one wall, Gershon Henoch had a picture of his Rebbe, the Lubavitcher Rebbe of blessed memory. Often, as people would come into the store, he would point at the picture and say with a big smile on his face, "That is the Rebbe." One day, he was in the middle of his "That is the Rebbe" line when I came into his store. I also pointed at the picture of the Rebbe, and I said to him in front of everyone, "That is not the Rebbe. It is merely a picture of the Rebbe. I saw the Rebbe in person, and there is no comparing him to a picture." At first, Gershon Henoch started to blush. But then, getting the message of what I was saying, he had the biggest smile yet. He told me, "I saw the Rebbe too. I saw him 17 times. I saw him in the year," as he proceeded to list every single year, date and time and holiday that he had laid his eyes on the Rebbe. There are not many times or places that one is able to see such amazing love and devotion of a chassid to his Rebbe. Chapter 77, Charity. My friend and I were standing in the street in front of Gershon Henoch's store. It was a hot summer's afternoon. We were standing in the funeral procession of Gershon Henoch Cohen, which had stopped in front of his former place of business. My friend told me the following story about Gershon Henoch. This friend had come to Israel penniless and had become religious after arriving here. He did not have his own pair of tefillin to wear while praying. He started to come to shul regularly, and the Gabbai allowed him to borrow the pair of tefillin that belonged to the shul. He began putting on tefillin every day. He really would have liked it very much to have his own pair of tefillin, but he simply could not afford them. After a week, Gershon Henoch came over to him with a velvet pouch containing tefillin and said simply, "Here, take it, it's for you." My friend was not known to be much of a conversationalist. He replied, "Here, what?" Gershon Henoch explained the situation to him more clearly. "Here is a pair of tefillin that you can use. It belongs to you. It's yours." My friend answered, "I don't have the money to pay for it." Gershon Henoch simply said, "I found an extra pair of tefillin in the store. It's an extra pair." And that was the end of the conversation. It was an extra one. Well, how do you like that? Certainly there are no extra Gershon Henochs in the world. That's for sure. Chapter 78, The King. I called my wife from the Kosel to inquire about how she was feeling. She was in the last weeks of a pregnancy, and clearly, it was important to keep in touch. She answered the phone and told me that she was going to the hospital with a friend who lived in the next building. In short, the time had come. I was ready to take a bus right then and there to the hospital. But she said that I didn't need to hurry, as she felt it would be some hours before anything would start to move. I was glad that she was with someone qualified and responsible, and told her that I would come to the hospital directly from the Kosel. There was a crowd of people gathering at the Kosel, and I inquired as to what it was all about. The people said that it was about the King of Spain, King Juan Carlos. He was to arrive at the Western Wall shortly, as part of his state visit from Spain to Israel. The people were gathering to see him. There is a law in the Jewish Code of Law, the Shulchan Aruch, that states that if a monarch comes to the city, it is good for one to strive to see him. The reason that is given is because this will enable one to better distinguish between the qualities of the present-day monarch and the Melech HaMashiach, the King Messiah of the future. The king's car pulled up to the Kosel Plaza, and it was given special permission to enter. The gate was opened, and the car, a limousine with 3 doors on each side, drove up. This type of car is often used by big drug pushers or gangsters in Brooklyn and Queens, from what I understand. So I was not very excited about this car. I really would have appreciated a little more pageantry, like a gilded carriage and horses with special ornaments and guards with fur hats and swords. This was not my idea of royalty. Someone opened up one of the doors, and a man in a business suit stepped out. I was very disappointed. I was really hoping for the flowing ermine robes and a big shiny diamond-studded sparkling golden crown on his head. No such luck today, I'm afraid. This man, who was supposed to be a king, was more like a investment banker. The biggest letdown of all was that as the king approached the inner area of the kosel, he placed one of the free of charge, or should I say, El Cheapo, Ministry of Tourism construction paper yarmulkes on his royal head. This was done out of respect for the holy place. Again, no golden crown, instead, a disposal yarmulke. I was really disappointed. All the while, there was an entourage of security people around him, primarily Israeli police. They really were much more impressive a sight than the king was. It was not possible to get next to the king because of the security people, but I did not have anything special to say to him anyway. My sole purpose at this point was to observe the law of the Shulchan Aruch. It just so happened that on that day, the Rav Moshe Weber, was at the kosel. Rav Weber stood nearby, and as the king passed, His Majesty noticed the Rav. Then His Majesty stopped right where His Majesty was and nodded his head to the Rav. We were very excited about this because the king picked our rabbi out of hundreds of people and gave him special recognition. The king went to the wall, said his prayer or whatever, and of course, someone took His Majesty's picture. Then the king walked back to the royal limo and went on his majestic way. I think that His Majesty took the paper yarmulke with him as a souvenir. He could also use it for a drinking cup if there were no cups left at the water cooler. Rav Weber found himself a place in the shade to sit. I naturally went to sit beside him. I asked the Rav about his experience. I said that I heard the king had nodded to him specifically. And the Rav shrugged his shoulders, indicating that, yes, that did happen. So, I asked the Rav some of my famous questions. Did the Rav ever go to 770, I asked innocently. To this the Rav nodded, of course. Did the Rav ever hold up a cup of wine in the Farbrengen and toast l'chaim to the Rebbe? Was the next query. Again, the Rav nodded in the affirmative. Did the Rebbe then nod his head in return, toasting l'chaim to the Rav, I continued? Again, Rav Weber assented. That, yes, that is exactly what happened. The Rebbe nodded to him in the Farbrengen at 770. My final question to the Rav was this. Now, who is the real king? The eyes of the Rav lit up like fire. He understood what I was getting at. He liked it, and it really got him excited. He raised his right hand up in the air and gave me a powerful, loud high five that I can still feel. In our own way, we had fulfilled the halacha in the Shulchan Aruch. We were able to make the distinction between the present-day monarch and the Rebbe. It was such a powerful and obvious distinction. It is our hope, of course, that we will very soon have the privilege to fully distinguish between today's monarchs and the Melech HaMashiach. I left the kosel and I went to the Shaare Tzedek hospital, and a few hours later, our beautiful, healthy baby daughter, Devorah Leah Perel, was born. Thanks are totally due to the most glorious King of Kings, Creator of the whole world, who has seen fit to give us another bundle of joy. She was named after Devorah Leah, the daughter of the Alter Rebbe, who gave her life in an act of selflessness for the teachings of her father. The name Peril, as I mentioned elsewhere, is in memory of another great woman, my Nana Paula, whose name in Hebrew was Peril, and whom I've already written about previously. I hope that the King of Spain will forgive me for not naming her Juanita Carla. I really meant no disrespect. Chapter 79, Peace Plan. My father used to say that the worst peace is better than the best war. I could not be so sure of that now. Israeli politicians advanced a plan for peace which frightened us more than any war had ever done. Extremism and division ruled in Israeli society during that time. They were clearly destructive forces threatening us from within. An increasing absence of love and unity among Jews was an invitation to the greatest of all dangers. The chasm between religious and non-religious Israelis grew wider each day. The non-religious had always criticized the religious for being unpatriotic. That was an old story. There had even been a small group of ultra-Orthodox radicals who prayed publicly and proudly for the destruction of the State of Israel. Neither the group nor its views is popular among the religious, and they are not numerous, maybe a few dozen. It was grossly unfair to characterize the entire religious community as anti-Zionist based on the views of these crazies. Mental illness occurs in all societies, and Israel is no exception. The mental health facilities in Israel do not restrict entrance on the basis of religious observance. All groups are represented. The phenomenon that accompanied the peace plan was a new story. For the first time, Israeli government leaders pursued their peace plan, meeting with terrorist murderers and promising to give them land to build their state. All this would be given in exchange for a pitifully insincere promise of peace and a weak and barely audible renunciation of terrorism. Demonstrators chanted, "Give peace a chance," and all the while, Israeli civilians were being blown up by suicide bombers or being killed in drive-by shootings. As expected, many opposed the peace plan and protested against it at every opportunity. It was a volatile and dangerous time. There were serious divisions within families. The peace plan did not promote peace, but it succeeded in sowing division between Israelis, and that was truly fearful. Since childhood, I've loved the land of Israel and have supported the Jewish right to live there. This is who I am. That is my identity. It has always been clear to me that Israel is surrounded by enemies wishing to destroy her. It is simply a case of either us or them. I have no patience for those who decry this attitude as being harmful to universal harmony and understanding. Now, the Israeli politicians were of their own accord meeting with the terrorists who had been murdering our people for decades. This was exactly what the ultra-Orthodox fringe group was always criticized for. I became very active politically in the pro-land movement. This was a fight worthy and necessary to engage in. It needed to be stressed that Israel and all its territories is the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people, and that even more importantly, for security reasons, as a matter of life and death, those lands must remain in our hands. At the same time, this had to be done in a way that strengthened Jewish unity. The Lubavitcher Rebbe came out very strongly against territorial concessions. The Rebbe's unique and strong support of the Eretz Yisrael Hashlema movement, the Complete Land of Israel movement, infused new life into its followers. I participated in many of the demonstrations that were organized all over the country and made calls to prominent politicians regarding this subject. I tried to talk to them courteously, usually, but I asked direct and difficult questions regarding their policies. My activism seems to have had no effect. The government approved the plan, and the leaders of Israel got their Nobel Peace Prize, along with the leaders of the PLO. We could only hope that this gamble would not result in disaster. Chapter 80, Lapid. In early December 1993, a tragedy occurred which had a deep effect on me. It was the senseless murder of Mordechai Lapid and his 19-year-old son, Shalom. While at a junction on the road, they were shot dead. The word spread, and many, including myself, offered our condolences, sympathy, and support. Simply put, the entire family was a bunch of doers. The father, before coming to Israel, was a Jewish activist in the Soviet Union. I have heard from individuals from the community of Jewish activists in the former Soviet Union that Mordechai Lapid was personally responsible for saving Jews from imprisonment by the KGB. He married Miriam and they raised an exemplary family together. We witnessed this amazing lady, so a woman of tremendous strength, suffering unbearable pain, but determined and with unshakable faith. Indeed, her faith I found to be very inspiring. We still do live in a world that is full of terror, fear, injustice, grief, and sometimes unspeakable evil. Mothers grieve and fathers mourn as their children are cut down much too early. The wives remain. They are bereft of their men, and the children pine after their father and brother. The name Lapid means a torch and a beacon of light giving direction and showing the way. They will show us the way out of this darkness we are in now and guide us to a brilliant future. Chapter 81, Jericho. I heard about a group of men who were traveling to the town of Jericho to learn in a yeshiva there. The yeshiva was located in an old synagogue that was built around 2,000 years ago. There was a mosaic floor from the period on the premises, which was a tourist attraction. The mosaic bore the words, Shalom al Yisrael, which translates to peace unto Israel. We would travel there 5 afternoons a week in the back of a truck and would head back to Jerusalem at night. There was some danger involved. There were those who wished to stop us permanently. we survived. The transfer of Jericho went ahead as planned. We would be allowed to continue learning there as the agreement stipulated. This was, of course, subject to whatever decisions would be reached in the final agreement. If we chose to continue learning at the old synagogue, we were to be under PLO control. That means that the PLO was responsible for the security in the area, for our security. The branch of the PLO that was assigned to watch over us and ensure our safety was none other than Force 17. On the day of the transfer, we went to the yeshiva in Jericho as always. We were required to pass through a gauntlet of Force 17 fighters who were lined up on both sides of the walkway leading to the synagogue. They were, of course, holding machine guns in order to better protect us. These weapons, incidentally, were provided to them under the terms of the agreement by the United States government. Needless to say, the terrorism never stopped, and the peace plan failed, but the land remains under the control of the enemy, who still waits for a chance to destroy us completely. We are still here, and with God's help, will be for many years. Chapter 82, Histalkus. The Rebbe was very sick physically, and it had many and varied effects on the Hasidim. The Rebbe's influence on humanity in general, and Jewish people in particular, cannot be overstated. It was an extremely difficult pill to swallow for everyone. The Rebbe had literally breathed new life into the Jewish communities of the world after the devastating era of the Holocaust. And now, his health was failing. No one wants to hear bad news, and no one wants to believe it. But eventually, one accepts the reality and tries to find his way through difficulty and unpleasantness. Of course, there were those who denied that the Rebbe was even sick at all. The Rebbe did suffer a stroke, as well as paralysis of his right side. He was able to continue with many of his former activities, but there were clear limitations. On the 3rd of Tammuz, 5754, the Rebbe's holy soul ascended on high. He passed away. He was interred in the Montefiore Cemetery in Queens, New York, next to his saintly father-in-law, the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe of blessed memory. Most of the people accepted that the Rebbe had died, but there were some who called the Rebbe's passing a messianic revelation, and on the day of the Rebbe's passing were drinking and dancing in the streets of Brooklyn and Jerusalem. I saw this with my own eyes, and it was extremely painful for me. For me, the world had collapsed. I wondered how it would be possible to manage without the Rebbe in my life. I saw the Rebbe's passing as a time of great sorrow, reflection, and introspection, and I resolved that later I would attempt to put my life back together. The week of the Rebbe's passing was a week of devastation for most Hasidim. We functioned on a lower level. The wind had gone completely out of our sails. Everyone needed to regroup and revitalize. Hasidim began to visit the grave of the Rebbe and while there, they would ask God for divine assistance in their affairs. They also began to concentrate more intensely on learning his teachings and promoting the campaigns of mitzvah observance, which the Rebbe had initiated and encouraged. Through these activities, the Hasidim were able to maintain the all-important connection with their beloved Rebbe. Controversy continued among the Hasidim, but did ease with time's passing. Rav Weber stated that the loss of the Rebbe was bad enough, but the division between the Hasidim is even worse. How true. There was no shortage of work for the Hasidim to do. Chapter 83, Painful Reality. The Rebbe's influence on me was deep, although my contact with him was sparse. I would go to 770 and stand at the special Hasidic gatherings or Verbrenngens. There were big crowds there. I didn't understand much, and it was not a very personal experience for me. A notable exception to this was the L'chaims. The L'chaim experience was something absolutely surreal. Everyone would hold up a small cup of wine and then wait for the Rebbe to look at him. Thousands of men were lifting their cups in a toast to the Rebbe. The Rebbe would nod to each person, and they in turn would nod back to the Rebbe and drink L'chaim. Every chassid there felt the Rebbe's gaze was specifically for him. It was uncanny and very personal. Chassidim would often receive letters from the Rebbe. The Rebbe would send a letter which included a blessing for a marriage, a bar mitzvah, or the birth of a child. At times, it was simply advice that was requested. That was something very personal too. Whenever one received a letter from the Rebbe, it was a special day indeed. The Rebbe was, for me, larger than life itself. He was a human being, that was for sure. What so impressed me was that a human being could somehow occupy such a lofty level of existence. At the same time, the Rebbe carried himself in a very humble and modest manner. The Hasidim absolutely adored him, and still do. Nothing has changed in that regard. In fact, there are numerous people that became followers of the Rebbe, even though they never saw him, and even years after his passing. The Rebbe's sense of purpose pushed us all forward. It still does. A man told me before the Rebbe died that if something would happen to the Rebbe, he would just quit. I was so shocked that I couldn't answer him right away. Then I reminded him that the Rebbe is not separating himself from us. He doesn't quit, and neither do we. Truly, the man's remark was born out of deep connection. It was his way of expressing the Rebbe's meaning to him personally, and he simply could not fathom the meaning of a world in which the Rebbe did not exist. He could not grasp it, nor could he put it into words. Years later, I try to put it into words, and I find it very difficult. The Rebbe was a major catalyst for Jewish pride. He was the water that irrigated not only the love between Jews, but the simple love of a Jew to be Jewish and to love himself because he was a Jew too. He inspired people, no matter who they were, to learn about the Creator. And he encouraged them to follow in the ways of the Torah. The Rebbe would say that even a completely righteous person can improve. Additionally, he insisted that everyone must do his best to be his best. That applied to all Jews, whether they were religious or not. It applied to all people, whether Jewish or not. He looked at everyone that he saw as the handiwork of the Creator. Whoever was before him was created by God, and the Rebbe was in awe of all of God's creations. The Rebbe gave us all, and continues to give us all, the courage and the inspiration to be the best that is possible. I am truly thankful to have been born in a time in which the Rebbe lived, and that God was kind enough to arrange it so that I could actually go to see such a great leader of the world. Chapter 84, good example. A Hasidic man and wife were standing in the Rebbe's office. They had come there for a private audience. And although it sounds hard to believe, they were in the midst of an argument in front of the Rebbe in his office. The husband turned to the Rebbe and exclaimed, "Rebbe, is it not true that she is supposed to listen to me?" The response of the Rebbe was, "The truth is that you are supposed to act in such a way that she will want to listen to you." Chapter 85, the fire. A man I knew was deeply troubled. He desperately wished to speak personally with the Rebbe, but the secretary would not give him an appointment. The man, who possessed an active and creative mind, decided to hide behind the door of the Rebbe's office while the Rebbe was outside. The Rebbe walked into his office, and seeing the man hiding behind the door, he told him that this was not the way to do things and that he must go out. The man looked down at the floor and started to back out of the office. As he stepped out, the man turned around and, holding up his hands in surrender, said to the Rebbe, "Okay, Rebbe, okay, but the Rebbe should know that he is leaving a fire burning." The Rebbe immediately pulled him back into the office and heard him out. Chapter 86, locked doors. In Brooklyn, New York, the Rebbe was returning from the Ohel, the gravesite of the previous Rebbe. He sat in the back of the car learning. The car was stopped at a light, and the Rebbe glanced out of the window at the next car. A black woman was driving the car next to his, and he motioned to the woman to push the door locks down in order to lock the doors of the car. She didn't seem to get the message, and the Rebbe continued making gestures to her through the window to press the door locks down. When she finally locked the doors, the Rebbe smiled in approval. The light turned green, and the Rebbe's car went on its way. Shortly thereafter, the woman stopped at another light and was immediately surrounded by thugs who attempted to open the doors of her car and break in. She drove away quickly and thus escaped the incident unharmed. She was quite shaken from that encounter with the thugs. When she arrived home, she turned on the television and sat down with something to drink and tried to relax. As she switched through the channels, she noticed a video of a Hasidic gathering in Brooklyn. She recognized that the man sitting at the head of the table was none other than the man who had motioned to her to push down the door locks at that intersection. only a half an hour before. She got so excited and copied down a phone number that flashed on the screen. It invited people seeking information on Chabad to call. She wasted no time in calling, and shortly thereafter was talking to one of the Rebbe's secretaries. She kept on telling the secretary, "I have to talk to your rabbi, the man on the television. He saved my life. I have to talk to him. I have to thank him." She explained the story to the secretary. He was accustomed to hearing amazing stories about the Rebbe, but was nevertheless intrigued by this one, that it came for someone who clearly was not even Jewish. He explained to the lady that the Rebbe does not come to the phone, but that he would personally convey her thanks to the Rebbe. The secretary told her that she could rest assured that the Rebbe would be very happy to hear the good news that she was well. Chapter 87, Salute. A friend of mine, Tzvi Fisher of blessed memory, was a sergeant in the United States Army during the Second World War. He was standing in line one morning to receive $1 from the Rebbe. He saw ahead of him in the line a U.S. Army officer. The non-Jewish officer was waiting to receive $1 from the hand of the Rebbe. The Rebbe put his hand up and saluted the officer. When my friend reached the Rebbe, he questioned the Rebbe about this. The Rebbe was familiar with my friend's military service. He asked the Rebbe, "Why didn't the Rebbe salute me? I was in the army too." The Rebbe replied that I bow my head only to Jews. Chapter 88, The Shaliach. In an upper-story apartment in a city in Ohio, an old Jewish man gazes out of his window and focuses on the scene taking place on the street far below. He sees the people as they come and go on the busy street. Something has attracted his attention this morning. It is a tall young man with a long beard. He is dressed in a long black coat and wears a black hat. He is walking with his young children, and most likely he is taking them to school. He is definitely a Lubavitcher Chassid, thinks the old man to himself. They are followers of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who sends his people to cities all over the world in order to spread the Jewish religion to Jewish people everywhere. The old man relates to this well, although much time has passed. He recalls a much simpler time in which his father took him to the Cheder, the Jewish school in Russia, where he lived in his early childhood years over 70 years ago. There was such a feeling of security and purpose in his life in those days. It was a feeling of being needed. It was a feeling that he was truly important to someone. His teacher was the Cheder Rebbe. He had a long beard and sparkling eyes, and the young boy would be greeted enthusiastically each and every morning without fail. He looked forward to going there simply in order to receive his Rebbe's greeting. He thought to himself of that lost world, of the war, the camps, the exiles, and the untold suffering. Life's circumstances forced his family to run. They ran from one type of suffering to another. It seemed that day was gone forever. He missed the smile of his Rebbe, the glow of his face, and the warmth of his personality. He longed for the feeling that he was good and he was wanted, and he was important, just because he was himself, and for no other reason. If only it was possible to return to that time and place, he mused. Then he realized that, incredibly, it was all happening right now in front of his eyes, on the street below. He thought, if this young man can do it, so can I. The old man began, slowly but deliberately, to take his practice of Judaism more seriously. It revived him after many dormant years. His family fled Russia and came to the States. They worked hard to make a living and to make a new life for themselves. The Jewish tradition and practices, however, fell to the side in neglect. He now realized the cause for the emptiness he had been feeling for all those years. Looking out of his window, a spark had been rekindled. The more he thought about it, the more intensely it began to glow and to burn within him. Meanwhile, on the street below, the young father was feeling stressed. Despite his smile, he was worried. He had come to Ohio hoping to make a difference as one of the Rebbe's representatives. When he tried to organize lessons for bar mitzvah boys, almost no one came. The classes he taught about Judaism were sparsely attended at best. Last year's Pesach Seder was a flop, for it seemed that everybody had some excuse not to come. He really felt like a failure. He never considered giving up. He knew that being a shaliach, a representative of the Rebbe, was the right thing for him to do. He just thought that Ohio was possibly the wrong place for him. Perhaps his place was elsewhere. He resolved to ask the Rebbe for his opinion at the next opportunity. When the time came, he was in Brooklyn for a Shabbos, and he was able to get an appointment to see the Rebbe. He wrote a kvittel and enumerated the various reasons that he should leave his present location and go to another city. He added that he was ready to go wherever the Rebbe would send him, and mentioned that his wife concurred. They both awaited the Rebbe's answer. Finally, it was his turn to have a meeting with the Rebbe, and the young shaliach entered the Rebbe's office. He stretched out his hand to the Rebbe and handed over his carefully worded letter. It had taken him hours to write, and he was sure that he had presented his case well. Without so much as a glance at the letter, the Rebbe put it on the side and reached into a pile of correspondence on his desk. "Here is something that I would like you to see," the Rebbe said to him. "Please read these." The young man read several letters written about him by people from his city in Ohio. They all wrote about how they were very pleased with his work, and they thanked the Rebbe for sending him to their community. The last letter he read was a letter from an old man. This elderly man wrote to the Rebbe about how he had decided to return to the faith of his fathers at his advanced age. He wrote that it came about because of the impression made by that young man taking his children to the school to learn Torah in the morning. He thanked the Rebbe from the bottom of his heart, for his revitalized faith had brought the man a sense of well-being that he had not known for over 70 years. The young shaliach looked up at the Rebbe through tears and gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "Rebbe, I had no idea at all." The Rebbe told him that sometimes a man is allowed to see the fruits of his labor, and sometimes he is not. One must know that whether he sees it or not, he is doing good, and from above his actions are noticed. Now, concluded the Rebbe, you should go back to Ohio with a full heart, for that is where you truly belong and where you are truly making a difference. Chapter 89, Assassination. Israeli society continued to be more and more intensely divided. In spite of the concessions of Gaza and Jericho, the Arabs started to blow things up again. Terrorism escalated, and with each new explosion and each new terrorist attack, we would be told that we were one step closer to peace. We kept on getting more and more divided as a society. We heard one night, after Shabbos let out, the news that Yitzhak Rabin, architect of the peace plan, had been shot. A lone gunman on a nearby rooftop took advantage of a security hole in the Prime Minister's rear flank and shot him dead. People were sort of shocked, I would say, but only sort of. Rabin had been so callous to the suffering of terrorist victims that it seemed to many, ordinary Israelis, an eventuality that his life would end the way it did. I view the event as tragic, but I have my own reasons. I feel that every soul comes into the world to do good. And indeed, he did do good as a military officer and a war hero, protecting Jewish lives for many years. In the end, however, he exposed his people to a terrible danger with his so-called peace plan. He exposed Israel's flank to danger, laughing at his opponents and poking fun at the victims of terror as their families sat in mourning. He encouraged hatred between his brothers. In the end, his security people failed him, leaving him exposed to his adversary, an adversary from within. Yes, it was truly tragic and scary. That night, we went to bed, wondering what was going to be with our country. Chapter 90. Mendel is born. In our house, the next morning was a time for action. Gila went into labor, and we called the neighbor, and we went to the hospital. We were again blessed with a strong and healthy child. He was named Menachem Mendel, after our Rebbe of blessed memory. May the Creator of all good speedily redeem us from the exile and repair and heal our damaged world. Chapter 91. Rabbi Meir Sachs. Rabbi Meir Sachs was a man that I met in Jerusalem. The two of us, however, originated in Connecticut. He is a follower of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and he is a Chassid singularly devoted to the Rebbe's goals. I learned under him for years in Jericho and Mea Shearim. The lessons he gives, he prepares himself. In my sad experience, not many teachers do that, and it is a real shame. When he comes to teach, he is prepared. He has gone over the material, sometimes multiple times. He never gives up. He just keeps plugging away. That, in and of itself, is an inspiration. He is a man of stark contrasts, but has great clarity and a purpose of mind. He is at once a man of strong principles, a man who holds strongly and even stubbornly to his strong opinions. At the same time, he is of the opinion, also strongly held, that he must be flexible and open-minded. More than this is that he strives to practice it. What a pleasure to talk to such a man. He did not get there overnight. He worked hard each and every inch of the way, and I admire him for that. He shuns praise, and I wouldn't be surprised if he insists that I do not print this about him. He told his students once that time is a precious commodity. One must not waste it. He explained that one of the things that he has had to do to earn a livelihood is to drive rabbis from their homes to the rabbinical court or to their offices. He mentioned to us that during the course of an average day, he has the opportunity to stop his car at numerous red lights and wait for the light to change. This is boring for the average Israeli driver, but Meir Sachs saw an opportunity at each and every light. He revealed to us that he has learned volumes of Gemara, the Talmud, over the years at traffic lights. Imagine such a man. There are two major life lessons I've learned from him. The first lesson is to constantly work hard for what you want. The second is that when a man makes a mistake, he should admit it immediately and never even think about justifications. My teacher, Harav Moshe Weber, said to me personally about Rabbi Meir Sachs, he is yashar. That translates to, he is straight. He has integrity. There are not many like him around today. May Hashem bless him and protect him for many years to come. He and his entire family in health, sustenance, and long life, and may they be the first ones to greet the redemption. Amen. Chapter 92, Terror Increases. The terrorists struck again and again, and with a ferocity that was something new. There were a number of major attacks. Civilians were killed in the dozens, and the stress level of the citizenry was approaching the maximum. On Jaffa Road, a major thoroughfare in Jerusalem, 2 number 18 buses were blown up less than 10 days apart by suicide bombers. Our children were taking the public transit to school and back each morning and afternoon. It was a pressure cooker for us as parents. Still, we decided not to let the terrorists run our lives. During the same time frame, another bomber blew himself up at the Dizengoff Center in Tel Aviv, next to a group of young school children who were dressed up in costumes for the upcoming festival of Purim. It was reported that the Dizengoff Square children's bodies were collected and laid out on the sidewalk, still dressed in their now bloody remains of their costumes, waiting for the arrival of the Jewish Burial Society. That was too much for me to take. I ran into the street and I found an Arab. I roared at him and chased him out of the neighborhood. Some people asked me, "Ma kara lecha? What happened to you?" I waved their words away with my hands. I had no interest in answering their stupid questions. A young lady was blown up in the second number 18 bombing. She was visiting Israel from West Hartford, Connecticut, where I had once lived, and had gone to school. Her parents managed to sue the government of Iran for millions, and they won. They tried to get the court awarded money from frozen Iranian assets in the States. The Clinton administration blocked it. The wife of one of my friends, who lived close to the scene of the bombing, went down to the blast area with the specific intention of helping out the burial society. In Jewish law, we bury martyrs as they are. And if there are any body parts strewn over the area, the right thing to do is to collect them and bury those unattached parts as well. My friend's wife went there, and she noticed that the burial society workers had missed a lot of collectible material. She climbed onto trees, pulling down hair, skin, and bloodied clothing fragments, and cleaned the sidewalks where people were already beginning to walk, so that they would not trample on pieces of human flesh, and placed them into a bag for burial. My God, I'll never forget that. I imagine she won't either. It reassures me to think that there are people that can put aside their feelings and emotions temporarily in order to do what is right. I think of it whenever I pass that intersection in the middle of town. The Purim holiday, normally joyous, was fast upon us. People asked, how will it be possible for us to be happy this year in the wake of all these tragedies? My answer to them was that I'll be damned if I let the terrorists terrorize me. It seems most people felt like me, clearly saddened by the tragedy, but determined not to give the terrorists what they wanted. Chapter 93. Farewell, friend. When the Rav was taken to the hospital, shortly before the birth of my son, he was suffering from heart-related issues. The doctors thought that it would help him considerably if a pacemaker was installed. It was installed, and it did help him out quite a bit. My wife remarked with great pleasure that to see the Rav bound down the stairs as if he were a young man made her very happy. Once the heart-assisting device was installed, there was a great improvement in the Rav's health. That was a few years earlier, but now the situation was much different. Rav Weber had been getting physically weaker. Despite that, he showed a tremendous resilience and continued to radiate a joy in living. This was despite the great physical pain that he was in. He experienced breathing difficulty, and it was necessary for him to have an oxygen unit at home. His hospital visits were becoming more and more frequent. On Shabbos, he would be taken to shul in a wheelchair. Sometimes it was necessary for him to go to a nearby hospital on Shabbos. The pacemaker kept his heart ticking smoothly, but he just seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. The Rav's color was getting very white. I was told that it was a sign that blood flow was decreasing to his limbs. He had always encouraged optimism, and so that is what we did. We encouraged ourselves to be optimistic. I had become very friendly with an Australian man who had severe loss of hearing. He and his wife had visited Rav Weber and were very impressed with him. On the Hasidic holiday of the 19th of Kislev, I went with him to the Balatanya Shul to attend the big Farbrengen which took place there every year. We stopped by the house of the Rav, and he informed us that he would be coming to the shul later on. We decided to go to the shul early so that we would get a good seat, for it was sure to be a very crowded venue. Over an hour after the Farbrengen started, Rav Weber came into the absolutely packed shul. He was escorted to a seat at the head of the table, and wild applause and cheers greeted him. Unbelievably, he was able to give over words of Torah and Hasidus, and then, abruptly, the ailing Rav Weber surprised everybody in attendance and sprang to life in front of the entire crowd. He stood up and, grasping the arms of the rabbis next to him, began to dance and sing. The entire synagogue was an explosion of joy. This was something that had to be seen to appreciate. There were grown men standing and dancing on the tables, making tooting sounds with bottles, dancing on the large windowsills. Everybody was trying to outdo his neighbor in a rare expression of spontaneous joy with Rav Weber on this special occasion. All present demonstrated how happy they were. It was surely a true example of uninhibited, unrestrained, and unconditional positive competition. When times like that come around, don't miss them. The Rav was losing strength slowly and was told that he had serious problems with circulation. I went with his sleep-deprived son from hospital to hospital, talking with many experts. They gave us their expert reports and quoted their statistics. Rabbis were consulted too. The Rebbe of Amshinov was specifically consulted about Rav Weber. He noted the Hebrew date on that particular day was the 7th of Adar, which is the date of birth and the date of the passing of Moshe Rabbeinu, or our teacher Moses. The Amshinover Rebbe was reported to have said, "No harm will befall Rav Moshe Weber on the 7th of Adar." The Rav was receiving daily dialysis on a daily basis in hopes that it would help his condition. He had to be rushed from his place on one side of the hospital to another side. This had to be done quickly in order to disconnect him from and reconnect him to life support. His bed had to be rolled through a maze of doors and laboratories and narrow hallways until we got to the dialysis center. Then the Rav was connected to dialysis. The reverse procedure was followed after dialysis. The Arab nurse attending the Rav was much more adept and capable at racing through the hallways of the hospital than I was. He was not aware that I couldn't see the obstacles as well as he could, and therefore I could not move as quickly as he could. I am sure that he has a great merit for what he did to keep Rav Weber alive. One morning, the Rav asked for some water, and unexpectedly suffered what might have been a stroke or some kind of heart seizure. After that, the Rav never spoke again. He had lost consciousness. He was in a coma. Someone had an idea that perhaps music would revive him. So a musician with a keyboard was brought into his hospital room, and a group of young men sang for the Rav. The Rav remained in a comatose state despite all efforts to rouse him from it. We visited the hospital every day until on the 18th of Adar, the Rav's soul made its journey to the next world. The funeral was intense, long and heart-wrenching. We all knew that the Rav was elderly and infirm, and that such was the will of the Creator, that man lives but a fixed number of years, yet we missed him so much. He was such a good friend. On the day of his funeral, which wound its way through many of Jerusalem's neighborhoods, thousands participated. I carried his body for miles from the funeral home until the procession reached the Balatanya Shul. There, the greatest rabbis of the holy city eulogized him, some with uncontrollable tears. It was too much for me personally. I continued on with the procession until we reached Har Menuchos and the Rav's final resting place. It was a sad, sad day. The thousands of people who were there were not merely giving honor to a great rabbi. That is certainly a proper and fitting thing to do. No. They were there because he was their best friend in the world. And having lost him now, they did not know what to do. Chapter 94, Lonely Man. There was a man without any family who lived alone. He called the Rav his father, and now he was totally bereft and devastated. I called him to me and told him that he should stay in my house for the 7 days of mourning. He was heartbroken, but at least he didn't have to be at home alone. We were all heartbroken. It has never been the same without the Rav. Chapter 95, Sruli's Tears. Recently, my son Yitzchak mentioned that his brother, Yisroel, confided in him that Rav Weber was the first person who died that he cried for. I recall passing by his school while I was involved carrying the Rav's body through the street. The school children came out to greet the funeral procession of our great rabbi as it passed by. Yisroel and I saw each other there. I remember his face was full of pain and sadness. I think that he felt that Rav Weber understood him. Rav Weber came to the bar mitzvah of Mati, Yisroel's older brother. Mati expressed to me, "Too bad for Yisroel. The Rav will not be at his bar mitzvah." Chapter 96, Sad Wedding. The daughter of a lady living in our neighborhood was getting married. Making a wedding can be very complicated and involved, and so the lady was very preoccupied. My wife called the woman, unaware that she did not know that the Rav had passed away. My wife realized that the woman indeed had not heard, and somehow the woman managed to figure out the bad news on her own. My wife was talking to her on the phone in another room. I could hear the heart-rending scream from a few rooms away. She had so hoped that the Rav would be there for her daughter's wedding, but it was not meant to be. Chapter 97, Sbarro Massacre. Sbarro Pizza was located at King George and Jaffa Streets in Jerusalem, one of the busiest intersections in the city. Without being ordered, the owner reinforced the structure based on city inspectors' recommendations, and from what I understand, at his own expense. A structural collapse of the premises would have resulted in an even more tragic outcome. The Arabic woman who was charged as an accomplice searched for a suitable target before leading the suicide bomber to the restaurant. They arrived at rush hour when dozens of women, children, and babies were inside, and pedestrian traffic outside was at its peak. Tamimi, who was the accomplice, took off before the device was detonated by the bomber, known as Al-Masri. He was carrying a device weighing over 5 kilograms and containing explosives, nails, nuts, and bolts. The dead included 13 Israelis. One was a pregnant American, and one was a Brazilian. They were all civilians. 130 were injured. Hannah Nachenberg remains hospitalized, to the best of my knowledge at this writing. She is in a vegetative state and has been so since the day of the attack. She was 31 years old at the time of the bombing. Her daughter, who was under 3 years of age at the time, was one of the few in the restaurant who came through the disaster unscathed. Yocheved Shoshan, age 10, was killed, and her 15-year-old sister Miriam was severely injured, with dozens of nails lodged in her body, a hole in her thigh, burns on large portions of her body, and internal organ damage. Their mother, Esther, testified, "I was upstairs with one of my daughters. We wanted to sit downstairs, but it was too crowded. 2 of my daughters went to park the car. 2 others went to get our food. Then there was a blast. The place went dark. People were screaming, 'Pigua!' That translates to mean terror attack. At first, I didn't believe it. People shouted, 'Get out! There may be another blast.' Finally, we ran downstairs. There was a terrible stench. Body parts were everywhere. A limb, a head. The bodies were bloated. There was water everywhere. I have no idea where it came from. I searched for my children. My 2 daughters arrived seconds later. The older one came inside and found Miriam and Yocheved. They were on fire. She put out the flames, but was rushed away by rescue workers. I couldn't leave. I was torn. The rescue workers kept dragging me to the door. I'd start to go, then run back screaming, 'My girls, my girls!' I wanted to help them." Mordechai and Tzira Shechev-Schroeder, both children of Holocaust survivors, were killed along with 3 of their children. 2 other daughters, Leah, 11, and Chaya, 8, were critically injured. The family was Dutch. During the Holocaust, Tzira's parents were in Bergen-Belsen and Theresienstadt. Mordechai's parents successfully hid from the Nazis. Chaya Shechev-Schroeder testified, "The last time I saw my brother Avram Yitzchak, he was in an ambulance. His face was bandaged. He was 4 years old. Now our parents are not alive either. But soon, the Messiah will come, and all the people that have died, and all the people killed in wars and terror attacks will come back to life. We were hungry, so Mommy said we could go to a restaurant. There, you have to pay first, and afterwards you sit down to eat. We were at the cash register, and we heard an explosion. I ran out fast. I didn't look at anything. I just ran out. A medic took me to an ambulance, and that is where I saw Avram Yitzchak for the last time. I called to him, Avram Yitzchak, but he didn't answer. After that, they took me to the hospital, and I had to have an operation to remove the screws from my liver and leg. I saw a sign on the door that said operating room and started to cry. After that, I didn't see anything. In my house, they are sitting Shiva right now. Shiva is the Hebrew term for the 7-day mourning period observed by Jews. My brother came here to the hospital with their torn shirts. I asked them, "Why are your shirts torn?" But they didn't want to tell me that my parents were dead. My brothers were not with us in the restaurant. The brothers had no idea where their family members were and had to search through local hospitals until they found them. They found me first. After that, they found out that my sister and my brother were dead. My little sister was always happy. I remember her so well. She used to laugh all day long. On the day of the attack, she was very happy. Daddy went to the bank, and we went into the restaurant and asked if we could order first and pay later, after Daddy came. They said no, so we went to wait for him at the bank. When he came out, we returned to the restaurant, and that's when the explosion occurred. I loved that restaurant very much. It had very, very good pizza. Chaviv Avrahami, eyewitness, recounted, I heard an explosion and was thrown up into the air. I knew it was a bomb attack, and a bad one. There were people, babies, thrown through the window and covered with blood. The whole street was covered with blood and bodies, the dead and the dying. Naor Shara, a soldier who witnessed the attack, said, the worst thing I saw, which I think will haunt me all my life, is a baby that was sitting in a stroller outside a shop and was dead. After the explosion, the baby's mother came out of the store and started screaming hysterically. Chapter 98. Justification. Both Hamas and the Islamic Jihad movement initially claimed responsibility, with Hamas saying that the attack was in response to Israel's assassination 10 days earlier in Nablus of 2 leading Hamas commanders. The suicide bomber who carried out the attack was identified. He was 22 years of age and the son of a successful restaurant owner. His family is said to be an affluent one and are also reported to be landowners. The bomb maker was apprehended. For this and other attacks in which he took part, and in which 66 civilians were killed, he was handed down 67 life sentences on 30 November 2004. The bomber was escorted to the restaurant by the accomplice, a 20-year-old university student and part-time journalist who dressed up as a Jewish tourist for the occasion. She later expressed satisfaction with her horrific deed and says that she does not recognize Israel's existence. despite the fact that I'm sentenced to 16 life sentences, I know that we will become free from Israeli occupation, and then I will also be free from the prison, she said. I must wonder here and take a moment to editorialize. Is that a justification for the shedding of innocent blood? Do you wish to posit that non-recognition equals permission to murder? When she first learned from a journalist who was interviewing her in jail that she had murdered 8 children, not just 3, as she had initially believed, she just smiled broadly and continued with the interview. She was released on October 2011 in exchange for the release of captive Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit. In an interview aired on Al-Aqsa TV on the 12th of July, 2012, as translated by MEMRI, the terrorist accomplice described the reaction of other Arabs immediately after the bombing. Afterwards, when I took the bus, the Arabs around Damascus Gate in Jerusalem were all smiling. You could sense that everybody was happy. When I got on the bus, nobody knew that it was me who had led the suicide bomber to the target. I was feeling quite strange because I had left the bomber behind. But inside the bus, they were all congratulating one another. They didn't even know one another, yet they were exchanging greetings. While I was sitting on the bus, the driver turned on the radio. But first, let me tell you about the gradual rise in the number of casualties. While I was on the bus, and everybody was congratulating one another. After hearing an initial report that 3 people were killed in the bombing, she stated, I admit that I was a bit disappointed because I had hoped for a larger toll. Yet when they said 3 dead, I said, Allah be praised. 2 minutes later, they said on the radio that the number had increased to 5. I wanted to hide my smile, but I just couldn't. Allah be praised. It was great. As the number of dead kept increasing, the passengers were applauding. Chapter 99, One Family. The shock of this tragedy inspired the Bellsberg family to establish the One Family Fund, a charity that provides assistance to victims of terrorist attacks targeting Israel. Chapter 100, An Exhibit. After the suicide bombing, university students at the An-Najah University in the West Bank city of Nablus created an exhibition celebrating the first anniversary of the Second Intifada. The exhibit's main attraction was a room-sized reenactment of the bombing at Sbarro. The installation featured broken furniture splattered with fake blood and human body parts. The entrance to the exhibition was illustrated with a mural depicting the bombing. The exhibit was later shut down. Chapter 101, Ultimate Justice. May the names of the bomb maker, the bomber, the terrorist accomplice all be erased. and may the memories be no more. May it come to pass that Hashem will be the one to avenge the blood of the righteous, the young and the innocent. Chapter 102. Yitzchak marries. We had never married off a child before this. We were unsure of what to do and of what was expected of us. It did interest me greatly to know how much this was going to cost, and also how exactly was I going to pay for all of this. Yitzchak had been matched with the daughter of a prominent Chabad family from the town of Lod. Her name was Nechamedina, but was better known as Nechami. She was a clear-thinking, family-oriented girl. She was compassionate and practical. My wife was nervous about the wedding plans. There were the usual questions of venue and number of guests. The girl was from a prominent family. They were all well-connected, well-represented. Well-represented here means that they had a large family. Nechami was the oldest of 10 siblings, and her mother and father also came from families with a similar number of children. We, on the other hand, were immigrants to Israel with very little family in the country. My wife mentioned this to Nechami's mother, somewhat shyly, saying that we don't have very much family living in Israel. Nechami's mother answered her in a blink, saying, "Well, you do now." It was the most beautiful icebreaker you could imagine. It was a done deal. It was decided to make the wedding in Jerusalem at a hall which was close to where we lived. It just so happened to be my favorite hall, and the ceremony was a very emotional one. The weather was rainy, and I wondered if that would affect the number of guests. But the hall filled up nicely. Magically, there were plenty of people. The letter of the Rebbe that was read at our wedding was read under the chuppah, the traditional Jewish wedding canopy. And I wore my father's gold watch in honor of the occasion. Yitzchak's Rosh Yeshiva took my hand and escorted me to the hall. I was beginning to have trouble with my eyes. It was a very beautiful affair. I was, of course, very happy for Yitzchak and Nechami, his new wife. But there was also a feeling of accomplishment. We had really married off our son. The Kala, or bride, was from a genuinely good family. As we came to know them better, in the course of time, we saw that the prominence or the social status was just a side issue. These were really good people with good values. They were both upstanding and outstanding. I thanked Hashem for blessing us with this good fortune, and I was sure that He would bless me and help me to pay for it also. Chapter 103. Esti marries. Esti and Simcha met in Jerusalem. I had known Simcha for years. He and Yitzhak were students together in yeshiva, and we even had a picture of Simcha at Yitzhak's bar mitzvah years before. He made a good impression on me even then. He was friendly and would always say hello whenever he saw me. I also knew Simcha's father for a number of years, and my wife knew his mother. When Simcha's name came up, I naturally agreed, and my wife felt the same. It all depended on Esti and Simcha, as far as we were concerned. It didn't take those two long to decide that this was the right move for them. They got married, and moved to Florida, where Simcha was in a yeshiva and also worked running a Judaica store. There was an added surprise for us, which was like icing on the cake. As mentioned, the young couple moved to Florida. Their apartment was only a short drive from where my mother was living. Now, my aging and infirm mother would have her granddaughter nearby. She was absolutely thrilled. She was also very impressed with Simcha. She constantly raved about him. Chapter 104. Yael marries. Yael wanted to get married very quickly, in fact, even before Esti. She did the right thing and honored her sister. She waited, and I believe that as a result, she was blessed with a great catch. One enthusiastic friend of mine remarked to me, "Moshe, you hit the jackpot." I was in total agreement. Yaakov was born in Russia. I had researched his background and I really liked what I heard. I talked to Yael about it. I told her that it would be her decision. I would never force her to marry someone that she didn't want to marry. However, I strongly urged her to meet this fellow just once. I'm glad she did. They met, and back in the house I asked her, She replied, yeah, it was okay. I asked her what kind of a guy he was. She had a lot to say, and she told me all about him. I could tell that it was going to go. It did. Not long after that, they got married. I wrote earlier about a fall that I took while riding my bicycle home from work. Here's the story. It was the eve of the Sabbath and the first night of Hanukkah. We lived in New Haven. I woke up on the Sabbath in a hospital bed. I was taken there by an ambulance. I had lost consciousness for over an hour. The hospital would not allow me to stay there. So I managed to walk to the house of a good friend who lived nearby. Little did I know what was happening half a world away in Moscow. The first time I met Yaakov's father, Baruch Yitzchak Schneider of blessed memory, he told me this story. Yaakov was born in the year 5740. It was the first night of Hanukkah. A short time before, I had regained consciousness and was lying in a hospital bed in New Haven. He told me that it was their first child and they didn't know what to expect. Everything happened so quickly. They lived with his parents. When the time came and it was apparent that the baby wasn't going to wait, they called an ambulance. The time passed and the ambulance was nowhere to be found. Baruch Yitzchak went into the street to look for it. There was no ambulance, and the hour was getting late. Baruch Yitzchak told me that he began to pray. He had called the ambulance service repeatedly, and they insisted that it was on the way. Suddenly, Baruch Yitzchak saw flashing lights a few streets away, and he ran for it. An ambulance was parked there with lights flashing, doing absolutely nothing. Realizing that it really was an ambulance, he ran with all his might lest the crew decided to suddenly drive away. He managed to catch them. They appeared to be going somewhere else. He told them that he had called for an ambulance long ago and begged them to please come to his apartment where his wife was about to give birth. They said that they would go to the apartment and that they would take her to the hospital. When they arrived at the apartment, it became clear that labor was too far along for transporting the mother to the hospital. So, she was delivered of a baby boy in the apartment. The joke between Baruch Yitzchak and I was that the ambulance came late to their apartment in Moscow because it had to first take me to the hospital in New Haven. Yaakov was a healthy baby boy. He lived in Moscow till he was 5 years old. Then he moved with his family to Israel. On the way home from the wedding, I spoke to my mother on the phone. She could hear that I had been drinking. She said to me, "Moshe, you have been drinking." I answered, "Mother, how is it possible to get such a son-in-law and not make a few l'chaims?" My mother could hear the l'chaims in my voice, and I could feel her smile through the phone as she told me that she was so happy for us all. Chapter 105, First Grandchild. Yitzi and Nechami were living in Lod, and they were expecting. This was to be the first grandchild on both sides. Chayamushka was a healthy, beautiful baby. It took a while for this new reality to sink in. We really had become grandparents. Chapter 106, The Passing. My mother was getting weaker and weaker, and the percentage of oxygen that she needed was continually being regulated upward. She had always managed to adapt. Her tenacity was legendary. There was always a danger of infection to her lung. Singular is correct. She only had one after the war, but she would always seem to get a new medication or a new treatment. Presently, she was in Florida and was hospitalized in the Holy Cross Hospital in Fort Lauderdale. Every time I called to get an update on her condition, I had to suffer through a minute of propaganda, all about how it was the hospital run by the Sisters of Mercy, etc. I wondered to myself as I listened impatiently, what could possibly be the reason that I needed to hear all this stuff? I got a call from my sister Rivka, who was with her. "You had better come, Moshe," she told me. She was serious. I got my stuff together, hopped on a plane, and was in Florida in 24 hours. I came to that hospital. Rivka was there, and so were Eva Libitsky and Bernice Sabotka, longtime family friends. There was a statue and a crucifix on the wall. My mother really did not go for that stuff, and I covered it up with a pillowcase. The joke was that I didn't want the statue to catch cold, so I thought it best to cover him up. My mother was not able to communicate, but I was able to tell her that I loved her and that she should not be afraid. She had done the best for me, had been a good example of what people should be, and I would be her witness. I apologized if I had disappointed her or wronged her in any way, and I would try to improve my ways. But as far as I was concerned, she was my hero, and always would be. All of the mitzvot that I do are to her credit. She passed from this world. I was really feeling low, but I wasn't going to have the luxury of feeling my feelings for the moment. It was not to be so simple an affair. I did not want them to do an autopsy. I know what happens in hospitals. They like to use their knives and saws. In the Jewish tradition, we do not mutilate a corpse, and we will go to great lengths to ensure that this does not happen. I was not in my home territory. If I was in Jerusalem, it would be a different story. The Chevra Kadisha, or Jewish Burial Society, would be there in a very short time and everything would be taken care of by real experts. Here, at Holy Cross, the hospital floor manager was telling me that it was time to say my goodbyes and leave the rest to them. He told me that they would move my mother's body to the second floor and that no one could accompany her. I didn't like the sound of it, and I didn't care much for the look of the guy telling me this. I tried to reason with him, telling him that someone needs to stay with my mother's body until she leaves the hospital, and that this was a requirement of my religion. He told me that the rules of the hospital supersede the requirements of my religion. I was clearly in a bind and I needed help fast. I prayed to God right there in front of this pumpkin-faced man, and I said the following: "Please help me, Ribono Shel Olam. Help me to say the right words. Help me that I should not lose my temper at this ridiculous man." The words that came out of my mouth next really surprised me. After telling me the rules of the hospital supersede, I countered with, "Would the rules of the hospital, that is run by the Sisters of Mercy, then preclude it from performing an act of compassion?" Apparently that was the magic formula. He opened up immediately and told me in wide-eyed amazement, "Oh no, we love to do acts of compassion, so just hold on for a moment and I will connect you with the man who is in charge of the entire hospital." I was speaking to the hospital's superintendent, or director, and he actually turned out to be a very reasonable man. He told me that it was fine with him if I made arrangements to have my mother taken care of by a Jewish organization, and that his only request of me would be to keep him in the loop and let him know what was going on. My daughter Esty was with me throughout the whole ordeal, and she was incredibly helpful. It was past midnight, and all the rabbis in the area were asleep and had their phones on answering mode, taking messages for the next day. We tried and tried until we found a number of the Chevra Kadisha in Miami. And the man told us to hold on for 45 minutes, and he would be there. He was true to his word. We finalized details of removal and transfer to Connecticut, and he assured us that my mother would be attended by someone all the way to Connecticut and beyond until the actual burial. Now I went to the hospital director and informed him of the arrangements and of what was going on. I thanked him for his understanding and told him that he had just done a mitzvah. Upon hearing that word mitzvah, the director sat straight up in his chair and looked me straight in the eyes. "I want you to know," he said to me, that word means a lot to me. He explained to me that he had worked in a grocery store as a teenager. The store was owned by Orthodox Jews. That experience, he said, made him what he is today. That word made him really feel valued. He told me that when he heard me say that word, mitzvah, he felt that he was really doing some good in the world. I thanked him again, and I was on my way. There was a slight delay in getting onto the plane and rebooking the ticket. It seemed every possible technical difficulty was being brought up to prevent me from getting on the plane. Finally, a supervisor came over to straighten out the logjam. I explained to him that this was an irregular situation. My daughter and I needed to get onto that plane because my mother, who had recently died, was being flown to Connecticut for burial in her home community. Furthermore, my mother's remains were on that very plane. The supervisor checked to see if what I said was true, and after confirming it, he gave all permission for an exception, and we were allowed to board. I was tired and drained from all the squabbles, and now my mother was no longer with us in this world, although she was being transported on the plane. At last I could start feeling the feelings of losing my dear mother. It was while I was on the plane that it sunk in. I realized why I had to hear that blurb about the Sisters of Mercy. That was the language they speak over there in that hospital. Once I talked to them about acts of compassion, the doors opened. It was a story, but my mother was transferred with full honors to Connecticut. Many people came to the funeral. My mother would be buried next to my father. I was asked to speak. There were others, including the local clergy, who wanted some ideas from me about my mother that they could use in their eulogy of her. I will include them below. Chapter 107, Jewish Survival. It was a major cornerstone of my mother's life, the concern over Jewish survival and continuity. She had survived, and she wanted all Jews to survive through whatever danger time would cause them to face. A beautiful young Jewish girl from our town came to visit in our house in Israel. She was learning in a girls' yeshiva not far from us, and she told my wife and I the following story about my mother. She said that when she was 5 years old, my mother was playing with her in our house. She was sitting on my mother's lap, and then she wanted to go down and play and run around like all the other kids. My mother held the little girl tight, refusing to let her go. The little girl cried out, "Let me go, let me go." My mother told her, "I will not let you go until you promise me that you will only marry a Jewish boy." The little girl continued to cry out, "Let me go, let me go." "Promise me," my mother insisted. The little girl promised. My mother let her go. She told me that she was always having a lot of guys giving her lots of attention in high school. But she said that she could never even think of going out with, let alone marrying anyone but a Jewish guy, after she made the promise to my mother. I met her husband. He told me a story to go with the first one. He said that before he met his wife, he was acquainted with his wife's cousin. She found out that he was going to a certain university and realized that her cousin would be going to that university as well. The girl wasted no time. She told him, "Look her up when you get there and go out with her. The two of you are made for each other. See you at the wedding." The rest is history. He looked her up, they went out, and they married and have a beautiful family. Chapter 108, Greatness. I heard that Shakespeare once said that there are people who are born great, and there are people who develop greatness, but there are still others that greatness is thrust upon. My mother was such a person. It was in the Warsaw Ghetto when life was very hard. My grandfather went out to the drugstore and never came back. My grandmother was totally lost without her husband, and she didn't know what to do. My mother went down to the Umschlagplatz, the deportation plaza in the Warsaw Ghetto, and she climbed up on the fence and screamed at the Germans to release her father. He was nowhere to be found. She could have been killed for what she did. She went home and said that was the day that she grew up. That was the day that greatness was thrust upon her. She grabbed it, and then she ran with it, with all her might, until her last breath. Chapter 109, Aftermath. My mother put a lot into her little shtetl, her little community. Her passing was the end of an era. People moved out of town to other places. Most of her friends passed away within a few years of her passing. Everything there seems to have changed dramatically. But as my mother would always say, life goes on. Chapter 110, 4 Legs. There were 4 in my life. There were 4 human beings that truly impressed me and taught me. They were the points of my compass and the legs of my stool. They gave me direction. They gave me stability. When my father passed away, the stool was wobbly, but it still stood a little. You could still sit somehow. When the Rebbe passed away, there were only 2 legs left to the chair. You couldn't sit on it, but maybe with the right parts, maybe someday, it could be fixed. When the Rav passed away, the chair was a 1-legged chair. Nothing left, but still you have something to hold on to. Now, my mother's passing. There is nothing to hold on to. I am totally alone, and here I sit on the bare earth. Chapter 111, Go, my son. In the book of Psalms it is written, Go, my sons, listen to me. The question is raised, would it not be more correct to say, Come, my sons, listen to me? Why does the psalmist use the word go? An explanation for this is that the Father is blessing the children. He has given them a good teaching. He has taught them well. Still, the proof of their learning is in the going. If they keep his teachings, not only when they are near to him, but also when they are distant from him, then they will have truly learned from him. I pray that it be God's will that we continue to hear the lessons of our teachers as we go on the way. End of Book 2.